where we have official matchday scorecards available to purchase, as well as a range of accessories and, of course, official training ranges from Hampshire and England, and, of course, the all-new 20
Cricket broadcaster, he's giving me the thumbs up. Sanjay Murthy, he's back. And you're still stuck with me, Kevin James. And we've got next to me from BBC Wales, he's still here. We haven't chased him off yet. Rob Phillips. Rob, very good morning.
Very good morning to you, Kev. And looking forward to talking with Sanjay later as well. It's not a bad morning, is it? I don't think it's quite cleared as much as it had done yesterday morning. When I looked at my hotel room just opposite, it was fairly cloudy around 7:30 this morning, and likewise yesterday, but it really, the sun did come up, but I noticed the lights are on this morning. Always intrigued by the lights, as you know.
Yes, you are. Yes, you've got to think about those.
I have, yeah.
Yes, it is full cloud cover as we look above us. It's reasonably high, so we shouldn't be troubled yet. But as I say, we might get the odd shower. So it's been a tough couple of days for Hampshire. It's all been about Glamorgan, but I suppose Hampshire, to their credit, got back into it a little bit, but they are still so far behind. They're 478 runs behind on the first innings currently, and remember the follow-on target is 387, which I guess Glamorgan, Rob, will very much hope that they bowl Hampshire out before they get to that point.
Absolutely. What I will say, and we'll talk more about it later, I spoke to Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, last night after play. He did think it was a very good pitch. I think he realises it's going to be tough to get 20 wickets in the next 2 days. And the openers, he also went on to say, Tony Albert and Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire openers, batted exceptionally well in difficult conditions last night. At least you would think it suited the bowlers with the rain and the breaks. I know sometimes bowlers can lose their rhythm, but you have to say Albert and Gubbins played every ball on its merit, and relatively few scares. Relatively few. One caught behind shot, wasn't it? And that was about it.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I think there was some very punchy drives through mid-off and extra cover from both players. And one of the batters did actually admit to me last night, he thought, as going on from what you said, he said he thought it was a really good wicket. And to be fair, I haven't heard too many batters sort of say that, really. You know, when they say that, you know it's a really good wicket.
Yes.
So I think that's good. I did actually speak to Simon Lee, the groundsman, actually before the start of play, way back on Friday morning, and we are playing well to the left because the boundary towards the tunnel area is 50 yards exactly, which is the bare minimum that you can have. And he actually told me that for a championship game, he's never actually prepared this particular pitch.
Oh, right.
He has, obviously, it's been played on, you know, in other cricket, but for a championship game, this is the first time he's prepared it, and he's been here since 2020, Cleveland. So yeah, he's produced a good one by the sounds of it. So yeah, it's certainly helped Glamorgan. But that was a great revelation of yours, Carlson, admitting that they would probably bowled first as well.
Definitely. I said, look, you can be honest now. Was it a good toss to lose? And he said, whoa, he said, we would have bowled 100%. He said 18 mils of grass and green as anything, to quote him.
Yeah. So there you are, all those, and I must admit, you know, I probably was one of those that sort of questioned it, but it's easy in hindsight. But you know, Glamorgan would have done the same. So there you are.
I mean, you can be honest about it when you've got 500 on the board, I suppose.
You can say what you like then, can't you?
You can say what you like, but no, he's pretty upfront, is Kieran Carlson, and he expects it to be really tough. He hopes that the two spinners, Mason Crane, formerly of these parts, and Ben Kellaway, might get a bit of, he thinks they'll be busy, but we shall see whether that's just holding up an end or
yeah,
whether the pitch deteriorates at all.
Yeah, and just to add that Kieran Carlson, I thought, played absolutely superbly. He looks a really good player at this moment in time, not taking anything away from young Hassan either. Together they were awesome, but Carlson just has this don't know, very strong forearms. The pickup shot over the leg side, the flick,
memorable.
He's played 1 or 2 memorable shots of those, but just all round the wicket and some of the drives. He doesn't always move his feet, but
he liked his drives. Funny enough, he said some of the drives came off the bat really sweetly, and there we are. Van der Hoogten comes in for the first ball of the day, and that's met comfortably by Tony Albert. So Albert is on 21. Nick Gubbins played some lovely shots last night. He's on 37. Tim van der Hoogten, proper line and length bowler. There are 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as well. And there's somebody down at fine leg as Van der Hoogten comes over the wicket, passes by everything. Chris Cook, I don't think, caught that behind the stumps then. Had to dive to his left. Just going to look at the replay.
Yeah, nip back a bit.
Yeah, it did nip back a bit. No wonder the oohs and ahs. Colin Ingram and Asa tried the 2 slips. Ben Callaway at gully. Had an absolute belter of a ball yesterday, did Callaway. As Van der Hoogten comes in again. Shout, and he takes the wicket. Shout for LBW, I think. And Glamorgan have struck early. Just going to look at it now. And Albert, yeah, LBW. Big shot by Tim van der Hoogten, and that is a perfect start for the Welsh county, as we said. Kieran Carlson thought it was going to be a difficult day today to get wickets, but Van der Hoogten, the old warrior, strikes again, 1 for 27 in his 8 overs, and it makes the crucial breakthrough. And Tony Albert returns to the dressing room with 21. Hampshire 58 for 1, trailing Glamorgan by 478. Kev.
Well, it was a good ball, absolutely no doubt about that. It's nipped back, that one as well. I think the hesitation from Albert there, probably part of it, a little bit disappointed because he'll have thought about this innings all night. But he's probably thinking it's a little high. Just watch this again if you're on the picture feed. Or is it? I think it's one of those, it depends who you support. I think, really. Yes, so the live picture feed is one way that you can pick us up. Perhaps, I don't know, the more I look at it, the more it looks a decent decision, actually.
Yeah, it did come in, didn't it? And it's along the knee roll, maybe just below.
It's a good ball.
A tough one to turn down, I'd say.
I think it's the sort of ball you don't really want to be facing in the first over.
Yeah.
After... in the morning session. So yes, the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website, that's going back to the Glamorgan Cricket website. You can pick it all up, all the action from that. And we're also on the BBC Sport website and app. And on your smart speaker, just ask it to play Hampshire versus Glamorgan and around the ground on the in-ground commentary. New batter is Tom Prest. In at 3. Averaging 35 this year so far in the season, just over 200 runs. And he was one of a few batters in the Hampshire side that didn't have a particularly good 2025, averaged only 26. His career average is 32, so he's getting back towards where he should be.
Van der Hoogten into Prest, who plays that into the covers comfortably enough. Yeah, and don't forget, we'd love to hear from you. glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to email. I'm on X, as it's now called, at Rob Phillips here. I'm on Blue Sky, Rob Phillips here.bsky.social, and I'm even on Threads, Rob Phillips here. So any of those ways you can get in touch with us. Love your thoughts on what's happening as Van der Hoogten bowls again. Left by Prest, but wasn't too far away from the stumps. Good first over this from Van der Hoogten, and he's got a wicket as well. That one came back in again.
Seems that he's found a little bit more seam movement this morning that he didn't seem to have in the overs we had last night.
Just wonder whether they looked up at the sky and thought this might be useful for us, because there is cloud cover, more so than there was at this time yesterday morning, I'd suggest. Last ball of his over. Van der Hoogten in from the pavilion end. And punched to point. No run. So Glamorgan make a breakthrough in the first over of the day. It's 58 for 1.
Well, he's dropped into a good line and length here, Van der Hoogten, but he's got to watch himself because the umpire is watching closely. He's running down the wicket. Now, the umpires will look closely because Hampshire will be doing the majority of the batting for the second half of this game, so he might just have to watch that. But there's no doubt about it, that second ball of the morning as a batter, that's a goodie. It was a very good ball that picked up that wicket. First email of the morning from Stephen Clark, inevitably. Yes, Steve, you are the first one. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm back here already. Let's hope we can see some positive batting today and build on the 16 overs of yesterday. Now, I'm just looking, I reckon that's come just before that wicket fell. It was noticeable that Hampshire weren't out warming up or team building this morning. Would that be usual? I don't know, actually. I mean, it's all down to Russell Domingo. That's outside the off stump. Bit of swing there from McIlroy. The left arm over bowler. Yeah, I mean, I guess Russell Domingo dictates what the team does and doesn't do, and I wouldn't say it's totally unusual, but I didn't notice it.
Yesterday they had a huddle on the pitch, didn't they? Which you said was rare.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was not intense, but it was quite deliberate. But yeah, again, don't always see that for that length of time. Anyway, oh, that's a great delivery. That's beaten the forward defensive prod of Nick Gubbins, and already this morning in the 8 balls that we've had, it does look as though this ball, both in the air and off the pitch, is doing a little more. Just watch this again on the picture feed. See the swing. Oh, my word, that's beautiful shape. Again, a little worrying when you're trying to save the game. It's doing a little too much.
Well, Liam Marnie just replied to my X post earlier.
McIlroy runs away from us and bowls, and Gubbins leaves that one alone.
I put something up on X with the picture of the ground as they're preparing. Overcast, but pitch very good so far. Liam Mahoney on Twitter, on X, said flat. Doesn't look as flat as it did this time yesterday. That again was before the wicket fell. But these things happen.
Yeah, it's still a relatively new ball, isn't it? Into its 18th over here. McIlroy getting a bit of swing. Comes in again. Bowls to the left-handed Gubbins. Again, it's swung away. So Gubbins will be looking to leave here. Now, I don't know McIlroy that well. I mean, he's only playing his 18th first-class match, and he is 31 years of age. Be interesting to see if he has a ball in his armoury that comes into the left-hander.
Yeah,
Guess we'll find that out at some point.
Not seen too much of him. He's
my guess is 28 wickets at 44 apiece. May not have that, but we'll wait and see. There's a nice swing on the ball, but a nice drive by Gubbins as it was a little fuller in length, and that's fielded by captain Kieran Carlson at mid-off.
Yes, he spent most of the last night's action in the slips, didn't he, Kieran Carlson? But he's likes to run things from around mid-off.
Yeah, just having a chat with the bowler. Important you keep every ball right on it here, because there's some movement. That's again just straight and just about carried through to Cook. So if you just joined us, we've already had a wicket this morning. Second ball, Toby Albert, LBW, to a nip backer from Tim van der Gooten. Hampshire are 58 for 1. So we've had a wicket maiden and a maiden so far.
Good start for Glamorgan. Really good start. Did wonder when the first wicket would fall. The openers did really well. Tail end of yesterday. Quite a few in as well today. As Van der Hoogten into the new man Prest, who watches that go by, lifts his bat.
I just had a message, you won't mind me mentioning. Tim Tremlett, who used to be an all-rounder here, now works here at Hampshire. He said even I would swing it in these conditions. I'm not sure how to take that.
You'd fancy it, wouldn't you?
This is today. I mean, from what we've seen already, if you're a seam bowler, you would fancy it out there.
See how long it lasts. Van der Hoogten in again. Prest leaves. He's not given them any width at all so far. Wicket maiden in his first over. 2 dot balls to start the second. 1 for 27 from 9.
That's a typical old player's comment, that, isn't it, really? Even you'd swing it. Oh dear.
The Australian-born Dutch international runs in past the umpire. And that moved as well. I don't think it was where Press meant it to go, but he's got it away. Runs through for 1. He's off the mark. 59 for 1.
Yeah, so a tricky little period here to start day 3. Overcast conditions. The ball looks as though it's just the wicket looks as though it's taken a little bit more seam than it did yesterday, and swinging conditions as well. This is going to test the batters.
They had the roller on it before, didn't they? Very slowly going down the pitch, as heavy as they could make it. Gubbins, who's on 37, faces Van der Hoogten coming around the wicket. He's out short on the offside. No run. Very
started well, both these Glamorgan bowlers, haven't they?
energetic bit of fielding there by Sean Dixon, who's got an orange duster hanging out of his trouser. I assume it's a duster, is it? I don't know.
Well, it looks like a towel. It's massive.
It is.
It's a bit too big, that, isn't it?
Easy for us to identify in the field, though, Kev. Look on the bright side.
Perhaps they should all have different coloured ones like that.
Van der Hoogten over the wicket, around the wicket again, and this time it's tucked down to fine leg, to square leg, and they dash through for 1. Gubbins on to 37, pressed 1, 60 for 1.
Should we test the guys on the picture feed to see how alert they are? Let's pick out Sean Dixon with that orange towel out his backside. There they go. Oh, they're on it this morning. There he is. Look at that.
Well done, boys and girls.
That's far too big. There should be a regulation against that.
Press faces Van der Hoogten coming in from the far end. Lovely straight drive. You'll feel better for that. Just to the onside of the far stumps, and no chance of anybody catching that. 4 runs, first boundary of the day, 64 for 1, and pressed. Van der Hoogten jumped up and down on the spot in frustration there, as Prest made a dash down the wicket, but he always knew it was going for 4. And as I say, he will feel a lot better over that.
Right, so 19 overs gone of this innings. We've had 3 overs so far this morning. Yeah, nice shot, Tom Prest. Has already got a couple of half centuries to his name this year. Started very solidly in at 3. Here's McIlroy then, left arm over to bowl to Gubbins. Gubbins almost plays on there, wasn't quite sure what to do. I think initially he was looking to leave it, and in the end realised the ball hadn't swung, and played that very late indeed, and almost too late. Let's watch this again, and
ooh.
Yes,
McIlroy was hopeful then, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. This is where swing bowling becomes very dangerous, because some balls swing more than others, and as I said earlier, Gubbins will be looking to leave it with the ball angling away from him. He doesn't want to be driving and playing at anything, because he'll bring the slips in play, or the keeper. So ones then that don't swing quite as much then become a problem, or don't swing at all. Interesting to see what movement he gets to the right-hander here as McIlroy comes in and bowls. Oh, that's come in. That's come off the inside half of Prest's bat as the ball works its way down to fine leg, taking the single. Good running. Just like yesterday, last night, the running between the wickets was positive. And that could have so easily been an ambled 1. They turned it into an aggressive 2. 67 for 1.
Gotta say, the fielder was onto it down at fine leg, but really good running, really quick first single.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. It's quite important when you're facing such a daunting deficit to keep things moving. Oh, it swung back. It's left alone. It's a good leave. Cook's taking it well to his left, so you can see what the ball's doing here. This is dangerous stuff here from McIlroy. Just watch that ball go.
Well, this is the most we've seen the ball move in this is the third day.
Yeah, it is.
And there was nothing like this on the opening morning, really. Some testing deliveries, maybe not enough of them, but there was no help like the bowlers seem to be getting here.
There's McIlroy again then, bowls to Prest. Prest just nudges that away behind square on the offside. Nicely played. Stay on top of the ball there. Try and make sure that you're not playing too far away from your body. Prest picks up a boundary, moves on to 11, 71 for 1. Yes, and with the left armour bowling, it didn't quite swing as much. You'll find that with a right-hander, the LBW is very much in play, because if McIlroy gets it right, it will pitch on the line of the stumps and straighten.
Yeah.
So it's a mode of dismissal that when left armers get it to swing in is almost the #1 dismissal or potential dismissal. So we'll watch out for that as McIlroy comes in and bowls. A little bit too leg stumpish, that one. Nicely played off his pads, Tom Prest. He'll pick up 2. And sometimes as well, when you're not sure how much the ball swings, you're not sure sometimes what line to let the ball go on. So there are problems for the batter, there are also those problems for the bowler as well. How much will it swing? What line do I put the ball on? That was definitely too straight.
Yes, he's going for early days, but this over's gone for what, 8 so far, 9.
Again, it's a little too straight, easily played by Prest. End of the over. Hampshire 73 for 1.
Yeah, the only wicket of 4. Tony Albert, LBW, Tim van der Hoogten, who's not done so badly so far in the games this season. He was in the wickets against Yorkshire, couple there. He took 6 in all against 6 in all against Nottinghamshire as well, in a losing cause. The one defeat that Glamorgan have suffered, drawn their other 2 games against Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Van der Hoogten in now to bowl from the far end and goes past the bat of Gubbins, that one.
Good line.
Doesn't give a lot away. That's the one thing you get from Van der Hoogten. If he's not taking wickets, he's pretty economical as it goes.
It's a good record, isn't it? First class record, 320 odd wickets at 27 apiece. I know that a lot of those have come in Division 2, but even so, that's, you know, over a number of years, that's pretty decent.
16 5-wicket hauls as he bowls again, and that's played back by Gubbins, no run. 16 5-wicket hauls, 14 4-wicket hauls, and he's on the way today. Been a brilliant servant for Glamorgan, really has been.
Him and Hogan were a good combination, weren't they, for a while?
Yeah, again, didn't give a lot away, even if they weren't taking wickets. As he bowls again, and Gubbins plays this out on the onside. No run.
Last ball a little too straight, really. He's got to test Gubbins just outside off stump with the angle into the left-hander. Doesn't really want to be bowling anything sort of middle stump, middle leg.
Van der Hoogten in once more. Gubbins straight bat. Nothing on offer, but nothing lost either. Oh, Glammy podcast, Boreda, which is good morning again, I'll remind you, assumed Ryan Hadley would have been bowling first thing alongside Tim van der Hoogten, but he likes to come on, as we were talking about yesterday, first change no matter what the situation. Does Hadley?
And he's not a swing bowler, is he? I mean, McIlroy's getting swing.
So Van der Hoogten in from the pavilion end. Gubbins raises his bat to allow that to go through. 58 for 1. Yeah, and often his second spells are better than his first. That's what I've seen in the games that I've been to so far. He's quick enough, but obviously these two will, you would think, get more swing from this than him. But we shall see when the South Australian comes, New South Wales Australian comes on. Van der Hoogten again, and good line down the off stump line, just outside. 73 for 1 now then, with Prest on 13 and Gubbins on 38, and alongside Kevin now will be Sanjay Muthri.
So 20 minutes of play this morning. Hampshire 58 without loss. Second ball of the morning. Toby Albert LBW to a nip backer from Tim van der Gooten. Didn't add to his overnight total. So 58 without loss became 58 for 1. And Hampshire still trail by 463. Welcome to the first time in this game, Sanjay.
How are you, Kev?
I'm very well. Good to have you back.
Yeah, lovely to be back. Are you doing this one, or should I do it?
Go on then.
As you're doing something else. McIlroy comes in bowls, and that's just pushed nicely onto the leg side by Tom Prest, and they scamper through for a couple as Zain Hassan, who got some big runs in the first innings, obviously not as big as the captain, Kieran Carlson. How was that? Was that good viewing from a Hampshire fan perspective?
Well, listen, I think if you just admire a youngster who really hasn't got great numbers in the game, let's be honest, to play the way that he did and get a first 100, I mean, terrific. You've got to admire it. You
do. It's the left armour. McIlroy in again bowls. It's full on the leg side, and it's just defended well by Prest. He looks solid. He's he batted well in that first game, the last game that I did with you, which was Essex. I think he's done all right, hasn't he, in the interim period?
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's had a couple of half centuries.
Yeah.
But only a top score so far of 55, which was that second innings.
Yeah, it was.
Against Essex. Got 53 in the second innings against Yorkshire.
McIlroy again then, striding run up to the wicket, full again, and it's I thought that was a caught and bowl, but I think it was a bump ball back to the bowler who took it well. It's difficult in his in a follow through, isn't it, Kev? Someone of your pace, even though Tim Tremlett does say you swing the ball, which you were pleased about. It's difficult with the follow through, isn't it? You've seen a number of cases where the ball's come back to bowler and you think they should have caught it, but it's tough to do so.
Yeah, it is. You're not actually set up on your follow-through to take catches. And of course, in the worst-case scenario, what was it, Fletcher at Nottinghamshire a couple of years ago got hit on the head, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. McIlroy again, shorter. And it's nicely played by Prest, but well fielded at cover for no run. Yeah, that's right. That was hard horrible as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was horrible.
You see somewheres at the, is it in the Big Bash that the umpires wear crash helmets?
Oh, do they?
Yeah, because it's a dangerous game umpiring. Apparently, they call this kit nowadays, haven't they? They've got cameras and they've got,
they have.
They've got all the paraphernalia, but they haven't got an orange towel like Sean Dixon. I think he's nicked that from Beefy's downstairs. In comes McIlroy again to Prest outside the off stump and leaves it. Lots of oohs and ahs. They're getting some shape, aren't they? The two opening bowlers from Glamorgan.
Well, they're asking different questions, aren't they? Which again, just watch that ball. I mean, that's a really good leave, and it's a great line.
And wobbled.
Yeah, I know. It's both these bowlers are testing the batters in different ways. Van der Gooten off the pitch and McIlroy in the air.
I guess when you've got such a big lead of 460 odd, you can be at them, can't you? And the Glamorgan bowlers have certainly started off that way this morning as the sun attempts to come out here at the Utilita Bowl as McIlroy up again bowls and well defended again by Prest, up on his toes a bit. That's the end of that over from McIlroy. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 18. Hampshire 75 for 1.
Yes, that's a good line. That last couple or so deliveries there. That's the perfect line for a left armour. Just outside off stump, let the ball come back into the right hander. Prest so far is playing him really well because he's playing him quite late.
Yep.
You don't really want to be looking for the ball too much. That's when you start getting into problems. Prest is allowing the ball to arrive to him, playing the ball basically under his nose. And that's the way to play swing bowling, but it's not easy out there at the moment, and the more the sun comes out, theoretically the easier it will get for the batters. Here's Van der Gooten then around the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes out 2 points. So you can see the shadows on the pitch now, which shows that the sun is beginning to break through the cloud. At the moment it's still just about full cloud cover above, which is what's given us the movement both off the pitch and in the air. I can see the odd pocket of blue, but it's not very much.
It should be an exciting day's cricket here at Utilita. So if you've got a spare Sunday on your hands, come on down.
There's Van der Gooten, 2 slips and a gully for Gubbins, who bounces. Ooh, and getting a little bit excitable behind the stumps as that's bounced and straightened on Gubbins.
How long do you think these two will go for? I mean, you've got Ryan Hadley to come as well, but after that I think you're into the spinners, aren't you?
Generally, yeah, that's a good delivery. That's making him think about it. Yeah, I mean, it's, you've got a bat, and you've got to wear the bowlers down. That's the only way you're going to get through this game from a Hampshire point of view. But 3 good seamers. They'll be doing a lot of bowling today, that's for sure. Gubbins pushes that one up towards mid-on. Whether the spinners get anything out of this, I don't know. I mean, I can't see. I mean, even on a pitch which is less grass here, spinners get very little.
Yeah.
So I'd be surprised if there is anything to really get excited about. I think the scoreboard pressure will probably be about as exciting as it gets from that point of view, but you just never know. Leg spinners produce something a little bit special from time to time, as we saw when Mason Crane was here. And Glamorgan fans will know in the couple of years that he's had there. Van der Gooten bowls, good line that one, good leave.
And good carry.
Yeah, which has been a feature of this pitch.
Yeah, interesting to see whether Kieran Carlson bowls both of the spinners in tandem. You know, one as a more, maybe Mason Crane, more attacking option of the two, and Ben Kellaway sort of keeping that line and length, keeping it tight and forcing the Hampshire batters to go after either one of the two. We'll see what happens, I guess.
Well, the longer Hampshire bat, because that's a very real possibility. That's played up to mid-on. And there's no run. You've been a busy man, haven't you, over the last few weeks? You've been telling us you've been up at Lord's and God knows what.
Yeah, been driving up and down the country. Yeah, Lord's was good, actually. It was myself, Geraint Jones. I think I've mentioned before, I've got a YouTube show with him called Close of Play. Anyone wants to have a listen. Yeah, and Gus Fraser. We did a lunchtime show for Middlesex, who are currently playing Durham at Lord's. Beautiful day on Friday as well. Great fun. Yeah, we did a lunch and tea time show that was good.
Look at you. It's Van der Gooten again. Gubbins' late decision to leave that one outside of the off stump. That's a maiden over, 75 for 1. Hampshire trail by 461.
Yes, we did that, and actually what was really good was the with a combination of a media pass and the pink Lord's armband, actually wandering around the outfield of Lord's before play. That was quite special, actually. It was, yeah, it was.
You were on the
good.
outfield?
I was on the outfield, yeah, wandering about aimlessly, looking like I knew what I was doing and I should be there, which was very nice. But yeah, we did the show. Very good it was. Gus was engaging as always, good fun. We chatted cricket and reviewed the game. It's McElroy in again from this media centre end then to Prest, who's up on his toes and just pushes it to cover for no run. Yeah, so we did that. Then we did a tea review, and yeah, yesterday I had a day trip up to Cheshire, my daughter's 21st. So when I did that, then drove back down again because obviously here I am here at Southampton doing this. So yes,
clocking the miles.
Certainly got the car going. Giving the oil price a run for its money. As McElroy turns at the top of his mark, left armour in, bowls full and Prest just pushes it back to him. And McElroy displays some good football skills as he flicks it up and catches it and passes it to the captain, Kieran Carlson, who's fielding at mid-on. There's a sort of a bit of a chat going on. I remember seeing a young Tim van der Houten bowling in Dubai about 15 years ago when he was playing Shield cricket and state cricket in Australia, and then started playing for the Dutch, and yeah, he was in his early 20s and he was rapid in those days. There's McElroy again, full, and he's keeping the ball up full to Prest here, who just on the inside half of his bat, I suppose, just squirts it out onto the leg side, but no danger. I was surprised when I was doing my looking at the notes for this. I was surprised he was 35 now. Shows how time goes, eh?
It's been around a while.
But he must have been. There was an Associates Nations Cup thing in Dubai a long time ago, and so it's probably talking, I don't know, 2010, 12, those sort of days. So 14, 15 years ago was McIlroy again, bustling run up full, and again he's getting some. He must be getting some shape here to Tom Prest, because he's sort of pushing forward, but it's hitting the inside sort of half of the bat and squirting out the leg side. When he was bowling to the left arm of Gubbins, the left-hander Gubbins, he was shaping it away, I think. So that's obviously the same shape into the right-handed Tom Prest.
Yeah, and he's keeping the ball up, so he's giving the ball a chance to. It's kind of straightening now rather than swinging. First over or two, it was swinging. It's more straightening now.
Angled run out from McIlroy again with that shape, and this time a bit of bounce and appeal, but more in hope than anything else. But they're both the bowlers are keeping the Hampshire batters interested here. They're not giving him anything outside the off stump to have a go at and just see the ball, just always on the leg side high. Nothing particularly there, was there?
No, that's not the line to bowl, that one.
No, you've got to give it a chance, I suppose. Where is that line then? Pushing it across the right-hander and giving it a chance to shape back?
Yeah, well, you've got to be bowling, looking to aim probably between keeper and first slip. I think if that was me, and I'm sure McIlroy's doing the same, that's the line you're looking for, and then letting the ball to come back into the right-hander.
There are two slips alongside the keeper as McIlroy again, and this is a bit leg-sidey again, and it's gone to the man with the orange towel, fielding Ben Kellaway Sean Dixon at mid-on. That is the end of that over. Maiden over for McIlroy. Well bowled again.
Yeah, and he's still getting that. I mean, I'm just looking at Chris Cook's quite wide, so I think really you'd aim that sort of line towards the keeper, and then allow the ball to come back into the right-hander. What you don't want to be doing is bowling it too straight, because then it straightens and then it's either leg stump or just outside leg stump, and that's easy. That's easy runs for the right-hander just to pick off. So here's Tim van der Guten to continue. 24 overs gone of the Hampshire first innings, as Gubbins pushes forward up towards mid-on. We lost effectively half a day's play yesterday, which will help Hampshire. They will be the ones that won't mind that.
Well, I think it's pretty clear what Hampshire's strategy is here. I mean, they're going to have to bat time, aren't they? But what do you think Kieran Carlson will want from his bowlers this morning?
Just got to keep it there or thereabouts.
Yeah,
just
that's wear the batters down.
Yeah, you can't do any more than that.
Will they try and force wickets, do you think?
Oh, yeah, it depends how many wickets they get, but I think you're right. It just depends. It depends what happens with the conditions. As Gubbins pushes up towards mid-on. I mean, at the moment, you just bowl line and length. If batters get in and the sun comes out, I mean, I think we're going to have one or two showers around the lunchtime period. Okay. So, we might have, challenging conditions for the batters for a while yet. But, it depends how the day sort of progresses. I might see Hadley sort of try and rough up the batters a little bit, but I think we're a bit of a way off that. Got an email here from Ian White. Come to that after this delivery from van der Guten, who's continuing around the wicket to Gubbins, who works that and steers that out to point no run. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ian says, good morning. Are Hampshire in danger of a points deduction if they don't bowl again? Their over rate towards the end of day one was -4. Well, that's right, but they did pick up yesterday. And I think I got a message, actually, if I remember off the top of my head, that I think they're okay. I think by the time the Glamorgan declaration came, they were back to pretty much level, so I don't think we need to worry about that. But you're right, at the end of day one, it was a bit of a worry. Here comes van der Guten again. Gubbins has edged through to the keeper. Second wicket of the morning. It's the perfect delivery again. It's made Gubbins play at it, and it's straightened, and it's caught the outside edge of the bat, and Gubbins goes for 38. Both openers have gone now. Just watching that again, yes, he had to play at it, and it's just the right length. It's just nibbled off the pitch. And 75 for 2 now, Hampshire.
Yeah, the set batter's gone. Nick Gubbins gone for 38. The ball angled in from Tim van Houten, and yeah, he did have to play for it. Nick Gubbins outside the off stump, and just straightforward catch to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Hampshire have lost both their openers this morning, 75 for 2, and as you can imagine, the Glamorgan players are gathered in a group, cock a hoop as to how their bowlers have started this morning. Van Houten and McIlroy have been certainly at the two batters. As we look at the replay again on the live stream, yeah, he's just moved away off the pitch and then elated Tim Van Houten there, getting the wicket, and that's paid off for his persistence that him and McIlroy have both applied this morning.
It's just the line and the length that you've got to keep banging away on, and you will eventually get rewarded. And it's probably at times, as we've been mentioned, and as was said at the end of day one, that perhaps a line and length that Hampshire didn't quite hit enough at times. But yeah, that's 2 good deliveries from Van der Gooten, and he's earned those by being persistent. So the new batter is Fletcher Middleton, playing his first game of the season. We've been used to him, haven't we, Sanjay, coming in as an opening batter, but lost his place during the winter. He has been getting runs in the second team, got 100 against Notts recently, back in mid-April, got runs pre-season as well, 40 odd in one of the pre-season matches on this ground. And yeah, he's in because Jake Lehman has returned to Australia for personal reasons. Hopefully he's back for next week's game. We'll have to wait and see. But
what will Fletcher Middleton have to do to adapt his game from the normal role of opening to what he's got to do here?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I suppose you could say, well, he could have come straight back in as an opener, but this will be interesting. As Van der Gooten comes in and bowls, that's left alone. Good carry through to the keeper. Some bowlers will bowl just a little wider of the crease, which again will upset the rhythm a little bit, something you're not used to doing.
And what will that mean for him? What is the umpire's warning or the official warning?
Well, I guess another warning will mean that that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this innings.
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, he'll have to be careful, and he's in such a good rhythm, and he's picked up both wickets this morning. So, you know, when you think, you know, that's assumed Hampshire back a large part of today in this innings, and here we are at 20 to 12, and Van der Gooten's already had an official warning for running down a wicket. Not ideal.
What is ideal, I guess, for them is he's taken those 2 wickets. So Preston Middleton have got to dig in, as they say, as McIlroy continues from this media centre end. Big appeal for LBW there, certainly in strip. It looked high, looked leg sidey. The umpire certainly didn't think so. Tom Press certainly didn't think so, but you can imagine that the Glamorgan players are up for it here. We're just having a look on the team. Yeah, high and leg side. There was nothing much going for it at all. Exuberance, Kev.
We've only got to see Chris Cook behind the stumps, and he's taken a big jump to his left. I mean, that's a giveaway. Once a keeper does that, it's always going down the leg side.
Needs to just adjust his line a little bit, McIlroy here. He's getting a bit leg-sidey to the right-handed Tom Press. Bowls again, and this is again on around the sort of the middle and leg stump, and defended by Press. It rolls to Tim Van der Houten, who's fielding at mid-on for no run. Hampshire 75 for 2.
I can't emphasise how well Tom Press is playing him at the moment, because these, you know, some of these are dangerous deliveries. You know, left armer swinging into a right-hander is not easy to play at all. If I was McIlroy, I would still put it another couple of inches outside the off stump than he's doing. He's bowling. For me, he's still bowling a fraction too straight.
As he approaches the wicket again, and he bowls, and again, this is on repeat. He's bowling it full. It's ducking back in again. Press is trying to use all of his bat, but he's hitting the inside edge and squirting out Sean Dixon at mid-wicket. I guess the temptation there is if he puts it outside the off stump, that Press is either going to play outside it or inside edge, and just because he's used now, Press, isn't he, to playing it, kind of turning his hands a little bit, because that's what he's doing. As McIlroy is at the top of his mark. What's he going to do here as he approaches the wicket? Bowls, and it's on middle and leg again, straight to Dixon.
You know, middle and leg's all right, but it needs to be arriving at Prest at about middle and off. Yeah, it's just still a fraction too straight, but it's still good bowling. What he's doing, he's bowling a really good length, because he's given the ball a chance to swing, and it is. In fact, if anything, it's probably done a little bit more this over than it did the previous one.
We're 4 balls into this 8th over by Jamie McIlroy as he in again bowls, and this time is a big appeal, looks straighter, but the umpire's not giving anything this time either, and hands on his knees, Jamie McIlroy Let's have a look at where this ball pitches in the first place. Yeah, it's that would tell you that is straighter. That's
Well,
still
it is,
leg sidey, but it's still.
And it's probably pitching just outside
as well.
but
Yeah,
it's too straight.
Yeah, it's got to any value in him going round the wicket. Do you think?
No.
Because if his angle of his run up as well, he's very. He's got to sort his line out.
He's just got to bowl a couple of inches further over to the offside.
Let's see what he does on the final ball of this 8th over, Jamie McElroy, and this is outside the off stump and well left, but it's a no ball given by the umpire, so he's got to give that a go. But that was interesting. It's outside the off stump, but no swing.
And that happens. Sometimes you find that it's easier. The ball swings a little easier when you're bowling it straighter, and then when you actually bowl it more across the right-hander, it doesn't swing as much. So, but to me, that was a better line. But the ball didn't quite dip in as much as he would have liked.
Because you're tempting Tom Press to play a shot outside the off stump there, if and potentially nicking off as McElroy in again, and bowls outside the off stump, and that's a better line, because Tom Press was trying to play outside the off stump, and the ball squirts to Sean Dixon. That's the end of a good over for McElroy, threatening Hampshire 77 for 2.
Sanjay Murthy is going to stay on, and Rob Phillips from BBC Wales is back in alongside him.
Good start this for Glamorgan. 2 wickets in the opening 40-odd minutes, both to Tim van der Hoogten, who, though I would say, I had an email from Duncan on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk, a near perfect start for van der Hoogten and the bowlers. Not good, read the official warning. Here he comes again over the wicket, this time from the pavilion end. That goes past the bat of Middleton, no run, and Hampshire, who started the day on 58 without loss, are now 77 for 2.
How many overs does Van der Hoogten normally bowl in a spell, Rob?
Oh, he could 7, 8, something like that.
Right.
He's used to long spells, and sometimes just keeping it tight at one end. He's an old warrior. Ah, that's a lovely ball which went past the outside edge. I think Middleton thought about that, but I think the ball was just too good for him.
Yeah, they've been threatening this morning, these two bowlers. Ryan Hadley, what can Hampshire's batters expect from him when he comes on?
Before he arrived, Glamorgan said that he would ruffle a few feathers. He's done that.
Is he the quickest of them all?
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah. He's not express pace, I wouldn't have said, but it's quick enough. As Van der Hoogten bowls from the pavilion end, Middleton plays that with a straight bat. 3 dot balls so far for the Dutch international, 2 for 32. He's bowling really well today, and McElroy from the other end is giving him good support. Kevin say just has to get the direction slightly altered. But they're not giving much away either, are they, while they're bowling like this? Trying to make the most of the overcast conditions as Van der Hoogten runs towards us once more. Cook goes diving to his left, but it was a good leave from Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, he's getting some shape here, Tim van der Hoogten. That must have come back in off the pitch, and it does. And Cook dives a long way to his left to take that, which when the ball moving in both directions, both on and off the pitch, both of the Hampshire batters have got to be wary and watchful here. They're a long way behind. They've lost 2 wickets early this morning, and they've got to just make sure that these two build a partnership to get them through towards lunch.
It'll be interesting when the first change is made as Van der Hoogten bowls again, and Middleton crouched up that time, but gets the bat behind it. Middleton actually had a really good day in the field yesterday, a couple of catches and a brilliant run out of Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, 1 stump to hit.
Yeah, really good run out.
Yeah, and that's going to give him some confidence. I guess I asked Kev, normally he's an opening bat and he's come in batting at 4, but given the time that he's come in the course of the day, it's only 11:45. It's virtually like coming in as an opening bat, isn't it? And the role he's got to do is one of that.
Just stay there for a while. Blunt this attack as Van der Hoogten balls punch through with an off drive, and Kieran Carlson is in hot pursuit, makes the dive but dives into the ropes. 4 runs for Fletcher Middleton. Be very happy with that.
Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, it was a beauty. Carlson, keeps saying he's an energetic cricketer, and he gave that everything, as you might expect of a captain, leading by example, but to no avail. 81 for 2 now.
Yeah, that's Middleton off the mark with a beautiful looking 4. Everything was in the right place, foot, head, full face of the bat, and that travelled along the ground. What's the outfield like? What was it like yesterday and the day before, Rob?
I think you get value for your shots. I will say that. The big partnership, the big Glamorgan partnership, they were playing some lovely shots, and the openers last night for Hampshire were getting decent value. Some lovely drives by Gubbins in particular.
It will be Jamie McElroy to continue from this media centre end, bowling, bustling, and outside the off stump, and no run. I just called it the media centre, and that's because I was at Lord's on Friday. That is not this is not what this end is called. This is the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. McElroy has been listening to Kev James. He's adjusted his line. Kev James was listening to Tim Tremler and got the ball to swing apparently. McElroy, though, when he's outside the off stump, the ball not swinging as much. So it'll be interesting to see what he does, whether he keeps it out there and try and forces a shot or brings it back in again. And we're going to find out. It is a bit straighter. It's kind of in the middle of the 2, and Press just defends onto the offside for no run. 81 for 2. Is this pretty much what McElroy does?
It is, yeah. He's you've seen it, he can move it around, and the conditions are conducive. Yet to make a breakthrough. But he's
go on, sorry.
coming in quick enough, and he's delivering it to the most part where it should go.
Yeah, true. As he comes in again, bowls, and this one now, Press leaves it and it just ducks back again, and Cook takes it, just diving to his left, means it's ducked back in again. But
oh, that was really close, wasn't it? Yes, that's a brilliant leave.
I'm going with good leave by Tom Press there. He's definitely got the wood on these batters at the moment. McElroy, he's been economical. He's gone for 2.4, and again Van der Hoyten's only going for 2.6 runs per over. I'm going to ask you a question about McElroy in a minute, Rob, as he comes up to the wicket again, bowls, it's full and drive, and again the inside half of the bat, and it's fielded at mid-on for no run by Tim Van der Hoyten. I heard that he was he's no spring chicken.
No, he's 31 now, is he?
Yeah, and he's not played that many first-class games.
No.
So what has he been playing second team games? Or does he play more the shorter format?
He does play the T20 format as well. You got to remember that they lost James Harris, who retired just before the season started. Hadley came in.
McElroy again bowls a lot fuller this time, and nicely driven down the ground by Prest. No need to chase that. That's crossing the boundary rope now for 4. Attempted Yorker, I think, there by McElroy, but straight onto the full face of the bat from Tom Prest. Good shot. He moves on to 19. Yeah,
that was further up, wasn't it? Pitched up by McElroy, but in the zone for Prest. Yeah, so I said it a few times in the games I've watched, the feeling before the season start was, without James Harris, who's been a great servant.
McElroy again, he just drops a length back and he just tries to chop that away, and he just chops onto his pads, but no run. End of that over, 85 for 2.
And the worry was that they may be a seamer light going into the season. We shall see what happens here. Because, as you said, I heard you talking to Kevin. You know what happens when these two, because they can't keep going all day.
No, exactly.
In fact, it may be Hadley. Is that Van der Hoyten?
Still Van der Hoyten with the ball.
Yeah, I think it's Hadley running in now.
Yeah.
So it will be Ryan Hadley. Your first look at him.
Yes. Yeah, I'm excited to see. He's Australian overseas.
Australian, yeah. New South Wales. He's from.
Is he thereabouts internationally, or what?
I think he's been on Australia A.
Okay.
and he's made a good impression. He best of 5 for 38, and he's done okay so far for Glamorgan. As I said, he's often better when I've seen him in his second spell. So we shall see what happens here as he runs in from the pavilion end. That's played down to backward gully, where Ben Kellaway, we shall see whether we see him bowling. I'm sure we will. Kieran Carson was saying yesterday that his exact words were, we're going to play it hour by hour because Glamorgan haven't played here for a long time, and he said we don't really know what to expect, and we certainly don't know what to expect with this pitch. But he was saying if the sun's out, then you know, maybe it'll break up a bit, and that's when Mason Crane and Callaway will.
Yeah, May 2014 last time Glamorgan played here.
Never won here either. As Hadley bowls. Quick enough, but easily played by Middleton, who's on 4. Prest on 19, and Hampshire 85 for 2.
Yeah, haven't beaten Hants at home since 1991, which is the old Northlands Road. And I don't know if you guys spoke about this over the last couple of days. Kev might have played in that match. We'll have to ask him when he's back on, see how good his memory is of games that he's played in the dim and distant black and white past that was 1991.
Hadley generating some pace from the far end. That's quickly down on that was Middleton. Bit more pitched up. Cliff Jones has been in touch on X saying good luck Glam Cricket, and you know where to find us. Any of your thoughts? Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. One of the things I love about doing this is the feedback you get from supporters who are watching, whether on the Hampshire stream or the Glamorgan stream. So we're always happy to hear your views as Hadley comes in again. Hasn't conceded a run so far. He will do now though, as Middleton knocks it up wide of mid-on, and they amble through for 1. 86 for 2.
Does he get much shape, Hadley, or is he pretty much up and down?
He's pretty much up and down, yeah. He's as I say, he's quick enough. Quick enough.
Must have been good fun the last couple of years. Last year watching Mark Labuschagne
Labuschagne
turn out
has
for
been
Glamorgan.
fantastic.
Yeah,
a lovely guy to interview as well.
Bet.
Really nice guy. Hadley over the wicket, bowls from the far end. It's cut down to gully, but on the bounce from Prest. Yeah, I had the pleasure of interviewing him a year or so ago, and I mentioned it before, but you know, why do you keep coming to Glamorgan?
Yeah.
And he said he just loves the coffee shops around
nice.
Sophia Gardens and the area he was living. And as you probably know, it's his coffee brand that is in the Australian dressing room every game. So, and again, I mentioned before, but I'll tell you, Sanjay, that when I first got to Australia in January, first time I went on the metro, there was a big advert featuring Marnus Labuschagne flogging a phone. Hadley in from the far end, played straight back to the New South Walian, and that's the end of his first over today. Just the 1 run from it. Yeah, he's well, cricket is huge in Australia anyway, but he is one of their foremost, and if you're advertising phones, then your face clearly sells a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Phones and coffee, Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, absolutely obsessed with batting though.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Him and Steve Smith together, you can imagine, can't you?
A couple of batting badges, I think they could be called. If they ever go into music, I suspect that would be what they're bound to be called.
I mean, Glamorgan loved having Marnus Labuschagne, and
it was good value, I bet.
He was good value. The problem is, though, when you get good Australians, and they end up going off for Test cricket, you don't see them.
No, that's right. It is Jamie McElroy to continue now to Fletcher Middleton this time, and this time it's just pitched up a bit. He's drops it down into gully for no run. Yeah, I've done a couple of games recently in start of April at Sophia Gardens, commentated on the Glamorgan ladies playing in Metrobank matches against Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. It was good fun, great setup down there, lovely people. Remember the drive in, you drive as you get towards, I think it's, what's that main road called?
Cathedral Road.
Yeah, Cathedral Road. There's some nice coffee shops on the right hand side, as I remember.
Yeah, do you know, you're the second person to mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loved the play. Pontcanna is the area where it is, and he loved it.
McElroy again bowls and defended by Middleton. Yeah, lovely. And it was very sort of London-esque, I think. You know, people out running and stuff. Because obviously you've got the big park there. Is it Butte Park? Is that right?
Yeah, Butte Park. Yeah.
And I was just because I was reading up on how Sophia Gardens got its name with Lady Sophia and the Cardiff Castle and being the people being denied access to it in the 1800s and Butte Park.
Some good concerts there now as well.
There?
Saw Stevie Wonder there last year.
Nice.
He was brilliant.
McElroy again bowls outside the old stump. Best one I've been to like that was in a sort of an arena, if you like. We were in Rome, my wife and I, a few years ago, and just doing the normal sort of sights and stuff. And Bruce Springsteen was playing at the Circus Maximus, and there's some coffee, there's some bars and restaurants and stuff. And so we booked a table in this restaurant on the upper floor, so we had a great meal watching Bruce Springsteen, because you can see over the top of it. It's fantastic.
Fantastic.
So not paying €100 to go see Bruce. I was watching the boss whilst eating a carbonara, which was nice. As McElroy, and again he bowls and defended stoutly and resolutely by Fletcher Middleton, who's looked solid so far for his 5. Yeah, it's no, I loved it down there. I thought it's a from Winchester a bit of a drive, but going over.
It's a really nice setting for a cricket ground. It's fairly easy to get in and out of. I must admit, if you have to leave there in the evening, sometimes you've got a job to find your way into the city centre because all the gates are locked. I had that experience a few weeks ago after watching a day's play against Yorkshire, I think it was.
Steady McElroy. And again, that's a beautiful delivery that's flashed through the off stump of Fletcher Middleton and taken by Cook, and he just gets one or two to do something here.
He does. You
McElroy.
can't take your eyes off him,
no,
can you?
This one's, it's pitched on middle and off stump and just left Fletcher Middleton, and he did well actually not to nick it, to be fair to him. I mean, it's just
seen it from behind the stumps now on the stream.
He's been unlucky. He's wicketless so far, McElroy, in this match, but he's not bowled like that as he comes in again, and this time it's just kept a bit low and well defended by Fletcher Middleton. And yet another maiden over for McElroy as Hampshire are 86 for 2.
So I'm going to a bit of self-indulgence now. There is and I say this only because it's an email which has just arrived at Glamorgan cricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm loving hearing Rob Phillips commentating on the cricket. You put a smile on mine and everyone else's faces. That's Nick Sims from Tongwynlais.
Well, Nick Sims, if you're standing next to him, you wouldn't be thinking that, I'm telling you.
Thank you, Nick. They used to listen to me on football, and we never get feedback like that. Hadley comes in from the far end. Glad you're enjoying it, and hope you're enjoying couple of wickets for Glamorgan in the opening hour, because the clock is approaching noon on the third day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 encounter. Glamorgan posted a formidable total of 536 for 7 declared. Hampshire 86 for 2. Their first target is the follow-on of 387. Hadley bustles to the crease. That's straight through, pressed.
They're doing well not to nick these, the Hampshire batters. Tell you what Kieran Carlson is doing well, I think, is he's not getting overly attacking with his field. I mean, his bowlers are bowling brilliantly and they're beating the Hampshire batters all ends up, but he's just kept that same field. You know, he hasn't sort of gambled really and brought sort of funky fielders into catching positions, because I guess most of the wicket opportunities are actually behind the stumps.
Yeah.
And he's kept the two slips there. He's kept the gully there, and there's a backward point as well, which is Zain Al Hassan.
No, I think that's a really good point, Sanjay, as Hadley over the wicket, and it's turned into the onside by Press. No run, 86 for 2. There was a time last night where he had 4 slips, but that was understandable given the rain breaks, and it was a lot darker then than it is today. But it is quite cloudy today, and the ball is doing a little bit, you have to say.
Yeah, atmospherics, I think. Bit of movement. There's no wind at all that I can see. So I guess what we've got for cloud cover is what we've got for the foreseeable future. So the Glamorgan boulders are certainly using those conditions well. And this is getting to the interesting part, as I said to Kev, Rob, is that is it just a short break for Van der Hoogten, and he comes on from this.
Well, he'll have a different umpire this end, won't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's annoyed the one at the far end.
Yeah.
So, or will it be that it'll give spin a go in the hour before lunch?
I thought Mason Crane might get 1 or 2, as Hadley in from the far end, pressed straight back to that one, back to the bowler.
The obligatory 1 over before lunch for the spinner.
Yeah, and the one thing, and I'm sure Hampshire fans will realise this, he doesn't need great conditions because he's a leg spinner and he can make things happen. So we shall see how Kieran Carlson goes about it. But he's Crane has been among the runs and among the wickets as well.
Do either of Ingram or Dixon bowl?
I've not seen them, I have to say. That's cut away behind, wide of the second slip. Talk about not over-attacking. If it had been a 3rd or 4th slip,
straight there,
might have been into their hands.
It's interesting to see whether Prest actually did guide that, or whether it was a genuine edge. And so we look at the live stream from behind, and
I think he did guide that, didn't he?
Yeah, I think actually was a good shot.
Gets 4 runs. That's all that counts.
Yeah, I think he's well. Yeah, he's seen there is a gap between backward point and gully, and that's exactly where the ball went. So well played, Tom Press. He's looked good so far for his 23 or 44 balls.
So I wonder whether that will. Kieran Carlson is up at mid-on at the moment, isn't he? He's actually. Ingram is walking back now. I don't think it's going to. There's a bit of chat going on, isn't there? Ben Kellaway who's a backward gully, but there's a big gap between him and second slip, and that's where that ball went to.
There's always a bit of chatter after. Especially when the boundaries are rare. And there's only been 3 I think this morning, 2 or 3, 3 I think, and so it just don't do anything. I think Carlson. I think you'd say the first hour has been Glamorgan's, and there's no need to panic or do anything now. You wouldn't think.
Actually, Zain Al Hassan is warming up as well as Hadley comes in, pushed into the offside, into the covers, no run. And Hampshire have got to 90 for 2.
I'm off for a cup of tea, Rob, and I shall hand over to Kev James.
Cheers, Sanjay. Kevin James returns. Kieran Carlson in conversation with the umpire. I think he showed him the ball, and it will be Zain Al Hassan. Ironic, really, because he was saying after his maiden century on the opening day, when he was talking to myself and a few other pressmen, that he actually trialled as a seamer with Glamorgan. Has developed his batting. I'll have to look up his averages.
Well, interesting, all the chat about the ball is that when that ball was hit down below us, there's a green cover on the concrete area that is holding water from the rain yesterday, and the ball landed in the pool of water. So they are furiously trying to dry it, or were, ahead of that last delivery from Hadley. So that might just affect the ball a little bit in terms of hardness. So Al Hassan then with his right arm medium pacers bowls, and off the back foot is Middleton, plays it out to point.
Yeah, 31 first-class matches. Gone for 1,400 odd runs, 23 wickets, best of 2 for 18. Average 62.2, an economy of 3.05.
62 apiece.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of light-hearted relief, you never know, though. As Hassan bowls, it's outside the off-stump and just about carries through to Cook.
As the chat has been, James Harris goes.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, this is now where you're crying out for a, well, a second change bowler that, you know, again, you know, hopefully has better numbers, but we saw that in the first innings. Hassan didn't have great numbers batting, and he ended up going to get 100. So
could be his week.
Yes, as I say, who knows what he's going to produce here with the ball. This forward is Fletcher Middleton. Again, that goes out to point.
The way the conditions are, they can't take liberties, can they? Because the other bowlers are certainly asking questions. Hadley has been fairly accurate without being too threatening. Van der Hoogten has got 2 wickets. And McIlroy is plugging away, and the ball is doing a bit for him, despite him being wicketless so far.
Here's Hassan again. Forward is Middleton. Ball trickles up to mid-on. Yeah, well, the danger here is that you've sort of kept out 3 frontline seamers, and then the 4th one comes on, and you think, oh, okay.
You get a bit cocky.
So so you still got to be careful here.
Yeah.
I've just been sent an email here. Come back to that. Actually, I'll read it at the end of the over. Excuse me, at the end of the over. Sorry, it wasn't the end of the over. It was just wide of off stump. Tim Tremblay, former Hampshire all-rounder, has sent me a note saying something to get the Glamorgan commentators reminiscing, although they're probably too young to remember. I was on a summer contract in 12th man, slightly different pitch. However, Malcolm Nash, remember him? He was a left-arm swing bowler.
Gary Silvers does.
Yeah, well, yeah. Left-arm swing bowler of yesteryear with Glamorgan, was a really good exponent of left-arm swing bowling, as he was. Here's Hassan bowls, and forward is Middleton. End of the over, 90 for 2. So the game he sent me, Hampshire Glamorgan, 1975 at Mays Bounty in Basingstoke. Glamorgan won by 66 runs. Glamorgan were all at 207. Hampshire all out 132. Malcolm Nash 9 for 56.
Wow. Well, any memories of Malcolm Nash, or that game in particular? When did you say that was?
70, and he got 5 wickets in the second innings. That was back in 1975.
Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk, or at Rob Phillips here on X, as Ryan Hadley runs away at the far end again. 7 overs for 29 so far. Prest is on 23, Middleton on 5. Hampshire 90 for 2, having started the day on 58 without loss. Lost the first wicket of Albert in Tim van der Hoogten's first over. He went for 21 LBW, and then Gubbins, who played really well for his 38, was caught behind off the same bowler. That was 75 for 2. It's moved on for 90 for 2. It's fair to say, other than the odd splendid shot, it's tough going out there. As Gubbins almost floated a bat at that, I think.
Yeah, Malcolm Nash sadly passed away back in 2019. Played 336 first-class matches. 993 first-class wickets at 25. Of course, everybody does remember him for those 6 sixes.
They do, yeah, yeah.
That were hit off him.
Down the Mumbles Road. So Hadley, it's been a decent morning for Glamorgan so far. I think they anticipated a tough day trying to get wickets. Hadley on the money again. Straight back to that one. I've got to mention this one to you, Kev. I know you probably get it every game, but somebody who I know you will remember, Kevin Lyons has been in touch.
Oh, yes.
Do you know where we're going with this?
He's probably hit me out the ground somewhere, or he's probably turned down a very plum LBW when he was umpiring.
No, I think you're just being modest. Reference the above game, Hampshire against India at Southampton in 1996.
Oh.
I was umpiring with John Hampshire at this match.
Oh, was he
says
the other
Kevin.
umpire? Was he?
Yeah, when Mr. James bowled 25 overs, 4 maidens, hold on, as Hadley beats Prest again. So he bowled 25 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 75, including, here we go, 4 wickets in 4 balls, including Tendulkar and Dravid, and scored 103 batting at 4, including the Hampshire innings. A Sobers-like performance, says Kevin Lyons. Regards to him, please. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, that's really nice.
There you
It's
go.
good to know
And you
Kevin's-
didn't remember he was...
Well, because I was bowling at John Hampshire's end.
right.
When that
okay.
all happened. It was actually 5 for 75, by the way. So I got
Kevin,
the
get it
foreign
right.
bowling
If you're going to
yeah,
praise
that's right.
him,
Come
get
on,
it
Kev.
right.
But no, well, I didn't realise it was Kevin the other end because simply all the decisions were being given by John Hampshire, so that was the end he was bowling. But oh, fantastic! It's nice to hear. God, I've heard from him for ages.
Yeah, he's a regular on. He listens and watches the stream. Watching Hadley come in now, and that's played away on the onside by Prest. And in fact, it's done better. No, it just dribbles towards the mid-wicket boundary, but it's cut off. So just the 2 runs of that. Prest goes to 25. Hampshire edging towards the 100 mark. They are 92 for 2.
Sorry.
444. Go on.
Sorry, Rob. I was getting excited now. He's 79 now, Kevin Lyons. Good grief. Wow. Played 62 first-class matches, 41 List A games. I remember when he
umpired
umpired.
for years. Hadley into Prest. Lovely cover drive. Really nice. Carlson again, not for the first time this morning. Hearing towards it this time, he does keep it in. And Dixon, with the orange flannel hanging out of his trousers, completes the fielding. That's really energetic from Carlson. And they dash through to 95 for 2 now. Good shot that.
Was.
Probably deserved a 4, but Carlson, well, he doesn't duck anything in the field, the Glamorgan captain.
Kevin Lyons, the last first-class game was in Swansea, actually, or at Swansea, against the Australians in May 1977.
There we are.
I remember him when he umpired, actually. He used to do, before the day's play, he used to run some laps around the ground.
Did he?
Yeah, always before
I'm
the
sure
game.
he used to do some summarising for us as
Did he?
well. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
He used to put us all to shame. The umpire running about 20 laps. Here's Hassan with his right arm medium paces and bowls to Prest, who quietly plays that out.
Well, in football now,
onside.
Kevin, you regularly see the referee and the 2 linesmen trotting up and down
Do you?
before. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I do smile. It's almost obligatory that they've got to show that they're doing the
That they're
putting
fit
the
enough.
hard yards in before they actually have to make decisions. I suppose you've got to be fit to be a referee.
100%. And an umpire standing
And
in
an
that
umpire.
hot sun all day. That's pushed up to mid-off. You think them just standing around is easy, but it's not when he's standing out in hot weather for 6-7 hours. Remember, the 2 teams, you get time off the field. The umpires don't.
Mm.
And of course, you have to keep concentrating every single delivery.
Not least in case the ball comes straight back at you.
Well, these days it seems to come more often down, doesn't it? More players seem to hit the ball harder and harder. Hassan then bowls, runs away from us. Oh, he's had a little nibble at that one. I think that's good shape on the ball. He did withdraw the bat, but I think it was a little late. Let's watch this again on the picture feed. And oh yeah, he does. Yeah, that's a lovely shape. Just bouncing and straightening as he goes through to Chris Cook. So, we've had, what, an hour and 15 minutes this morning. Still 444 runs behind, a long way behind. And forward is Prest. I think I've just reminded Rob of something there, saying that. I might have done him a favour. So Prest is 28 and Fletcher Middleton is 5. It's been good bowling from Glamorgan here this morning. They've kept it there or thereabouts, made the batters work hard for every single run. It's been good cricket, actually. There's edged, oh, just fallen short of first slip. Didn't quite carry. No, Rob wasn't needed.
No, they did copy instead.
Ah, there you go.
Actually, I didn't hear them calling out on the other line, so
Don't worry about it.
there we go.
Yes, just didn't quite carry there to first slip. Colin Ingram. Score remains on 95 for 2. Remember, we're going through till 1:10 today to make up for some of the time lost yesterday. We lost effectively half a day's play. Hassan runs past the umpire again and bowls, and rather wisely this time Tom Prest leaves that one alone. End of the over. That's a good one. That's a maiden.
2 maidens in a row.
Yeah. Score remains at 95 for 2. So McElroy was impressive this morning, got some swing in the air, and Van der Gooten was getting some nip as well. That first 45 minutes or so was very tricky, and both those wickets falling in that period. Still a little bit out there for the bowlers, but you feel now with this ball into its 35th over, it's going to require a little bit harder work.
Dave Jones on X says, Rob, I was at St Helens in August 1968 when Gary Sobers hit his 6 sixes. Nash was bowling experimental slow left arm. He took 4 wickets. He was a fine all-round cricketer and one of the best with a new ball. That was from Dave Jones. Thank you, Dave. Rob Phillips here on X. As Hadley bowls and punched to point where I think it's Mason Crane was waiting off Middleton. He's on 5. Edward Cooper says Ingram used to bowl leg spin. Sanjay was asking about Ingram and Dixon. Ingram used to bowl leg spin but hasn't done so for many seasons. Best of 3 for 90. Dixon hasn't bowled for Glamorgan, and Hadley comes in. I'll continue with that. Bit high, that one. Shot. I think it came off the bat anyway. The handle of the bat of Middleton. It sort of got up on him a little bit, but half-hearted shout. And Edward makes the point that Glamorgan hadn't taken 20 wickets in a county cricket fixture this season, hoping for a change today stroke tomorrow. I think they're going to have to be patient, but it's been an encouraging start for them, I'd say. Rob Phillips here, if you're interested in contacting us on X. As Hadley moves in from the pavilion end, straight back to him from Middleton. And as you're aware, there were plenty of rain breaks yesterday. Stephen Pepperell says, hi Rob, in between the weather breaks yesterday, did you get the chance to see Newport County? Yes, I did. And he says, never in doubt was it. Well, you could have fooled me when they were still in the bottom 2 with about 20 minutes to go in that game. But all's well that ends well. Well, you were watching the cricket. I mean, you weren't going through half as many nerves jangling moments as I was, Ken. Hadley in from the far end. Punched into the offside. No run. Crane is there again. I'm sure he will get maybe an over before lunch. For 1:10 as you were saying.
Yes, we were watching Emily Windsor bat for Durham in their game against the Blaze. Emily Windsor, formerly of this parish. She made 40 before she chipped one to extra cover. Durham losing that one.
Hadley still waiting for a breakthrough. His 9th over. Decent enough pace past the umpire now. Balls over the wicket. Again, it was an attempted punch through the covers, but went to Crane at backward point. Dixon is in the covers, and Kieran Carlson, the captain, at mid-off. I'll be relatively happy with the way things have gone so far. It's been tough going for Hampshire, 95 for 2. It's the sort of conditions where you just got to see it out.
Yeah.
As Hadley bowls, and again Middleton gets everything behind it. 5 runs to him, and it's 95 for 2. And I'll hand you over to Sanjay Murthy. I'll get your name right this time, Sanjay. I'm okay with Welsh names.
We'll have to think of a Welsh name for Sanjay. A Welsh equivalent. Yeah, it's been a good hour and 20 minutes play this morning. There's been some good bowling out there. There's been some good batting as well. They've worked hard, all the batters this morning. Stephen Clark has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, going back to that famous game of the 6 sixes in Swansea. Does anyone remember the 5th ball of that Malcolm Nash over to Sobers? It was caught on the boundary by the fielder. It was caught on the boundary, but the fielder stepped over the rope. I remember seeing there was some controversy about that. That's nicely played off the back foot. Started a new over from Hassan. Prest will pick up a boundary backward of square, and he moves on to 32, 99 for 2. He stepped over the rope. I seem to recall that the offending, in inverted commas, Glamorgan player may have been Roger Cook. Can anyone confirm my memory, says Stephen. I'm sure somebody can help us out there. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, Sanjay.
Marvellous.
You're too young to remember all that. Even I'm too young to remember that.
Well, okay, then I'll say nothing.
Here's Hassan. And just get squared up a little bit there, Prest. I've seen it on black and white.
Okay. Pathé News.
Yeah, I think it probably is actually. Yeah. I think one of the balls went down the road.
That's quite
and went
famous,
miles,
that,
didn't it? Really? Yeah.
I was looking at your talking of games in the past. You were chatting about it earlier. I was just looking up your Hampshire versus India business because I was looking to see that orange towel that Sean Dixon is wearing reminded me of something.
I wasn't wearing it at the time. Lovely straight drive. They'll take a quick single to mid-on. Press moves on to 33, and the 100 up for Hampshire in the 36th over.
Shrishant, remember him?
Yes.
Yeah, he wore one in. He liked Alan Donald with the big towel, so he sort of took that and added some colour to it, and that was a big orange towel. And I was looking up to see whether he was playing in that game that you were talking about earlier. It's a bit early for him, but then I saw that you got rid of Tendulkar and Dravid for Ducks.
Yeah, just one of those things. As Middleton pushes forward.
Yeah, I've done a bit of work with Rahul before, and when he's up on stage talking, he mentions the great Kevin James.
I bet he does.
He does. He says,
I bet he
Kevin.
does.
He said, I remember Kevin.
I bet he does.
He comes in flowing blonde hair, like a pop star.
Ball doesn't quite arrive.
But apparently, according to Tim Tremblay, it swings.
Yeah, you wait for the ball and it's never arriving. Yeah, I know. I've heard it. Son's still trying to get through this crowd. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Yes, he's gone. And Hassan picks up the 3rd wicket of the morning. And Middleton gets one that just looks as though it nips back on him a fraction. And he's out LBW for 5. Just watching this again on the picture feed, angling in. Yeah, and he's stuck on the crease there a little bit. Just a different angle of the ball arriving to the batter. And Hassan's got his man.
Odd shot, though. It looked like it came to him a bit quicker than he thought it was going to, Fletcher Middleton, because the shot he was trying to play wasn't where the ball ended up hitting him on the pads in front of the leg stump. So he's gone for 5, and Hampshire are 100 for 3 now with what have we got? We got 45 minutes to lunch, and these seamers are keeping they're just keeping at Hampshire, aren't they? The 3 main quicks, and then Hassan, who he knew that was out straight away as soon as he hit Fletcher Middleton on the pads.
Just watching that again from front on. It looks more out front on behind the bowler's arm than it did actually behind the batter, but definitely nipped back, and the angle as well, and he just got stuck on the crease. Alex Swatridge has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.uk as we watch young Ben Mays, the 18-year-old making his way to the middle. He says, just tuning into my first game this season, so apologies for the delay to this email being sent. No problem. I don't know if you recall, but at the end of last season I wrote in to remind you that Hampshire survived relegation back in 2015, with Yorkshire doing Hampshire a favour by beating Sussex. I remember that because Hampshire were up at Trent Bridge and it looked like they were down because that game finished a little earlier than the Sussex game and we had to wait about an hour. Yes, Hampshire got, again, were close to going down. I'm just writing in this time to say how strange that lightning strikes twice, albeit 10 years apart. I presume that was last year, of course, with Durham helping Hampshire out as well. What have I got now? Rob's handing me something here from Dave Jones. The fifth ball was caught by Roger Davis but fell backwards over the boundary line. This was back in the game at Swansea, the 6 sixes and over. Although there was some protests, I think the not out decision was correct, says Dave Jones. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rob. Thank you to Dave as well. Right, so we're all excited about young Ben Mays, who's made his championship debut this year, made his first team debut last year. And a chance to shine here again once more outside of the off stump, and that is left alone. Remember, he's only 18. In fact, he only turned 18 during the winter. Made his name during the winter with that huge score for England under-19s in that World Cup game against Scotland. 190 odd he made, highest score by an England youth player. A steady start for him, but this is a year where he's just learning. This is all about learning. You don't worry too much about the numbers this year because he's been given a chance. He has all the credentials of being a top-class player at some point, and yeah, at some point he'll break out and confirm his potential, but in the meantime we'll enjoy some of the shots that he plays, because he does play some beautiful shots when he's at the middle, but we don't ask too much of him.
And is 5 where he normally bats?
Yes, around about there. I'll just double check that actually.
It will be Hadley then from the far end, bowling to press, and he's on the back foot. He chops it behind square, and the ball runs down to Mason Crane, is just fielding down here. The third man, and it goes through for 1.
No, it's 6 normally. Ben Brown normally comes in at 5.
Right, okay.
So
changing the order.
Yeah, for some reason.
Is that a technique thing, do you think, or Ben Mays?
Well, Ben Brown's having a perfectly good season.
Yeah.
I obviously at the moment I'm probably as surprised as anybody else that Ben Brown's not out on number 5.
Ryan Hadley's bowled 9 overs so far, 0 for 35. He's been the most expensive of the Glamorgan bowlers to date this morning. He's bowling to Ben Mays, who's facing up to his first ball. They put a third slip in now. Sean Dixon comes in with the orange towel, 3 slips in a gully as Hadley comes in again, bowls and outside the off stump, and just defended by Mays, looking solid there as he just plays the ball under his eyes.
Yes, very important.
Technically, yeah.
Presta's been doing that very well this morning.
I was watching, when I was at Lord's on Friday, I was watching Amelia Gay and Ben McKinney in the nets, and I was amazed just how solid they were, how straight they were playing. Even balls on leg side, they weren't, they were playing it through the leg side in the nets, but they were just a full face of the bat every single time. And it was sort of shot that Mays played here as Hadley comes again, bowls it short and pulled away to Al Hassan, who's down at fine leg, and he comes through 1. It's the first short ball I think this morning.
Shortish, yeah. Well,
yeah,
no,
shortish,
it's not. You haven't needed to really, have you?
No.
I mean, where Glamorgan have been successful is because they've kept plugging away at that good line and length. Yeah, but you're right.
Yeah, looked very good in the nets. And Stokes was in the nets,
right,
as well on Friday. Yeah,
he got that horrible ball in the eye, didn't he? Does he look all right?
He looked all right. I tell you, he's lost a load of weight. He was skinny.
Was he?
Yeah, I think lack of eating is a lesson in that for all of us. I think not necessarily getting hit in the face bit, but the lack of eating bit. Yeah, but he was looking good. Good to see him in the nets with the first test. A month away now. In fact, a month away today, 4th of June. I think the first test is. As Hadley in again in bowls, and this one keeps it low and sort of now. Well, that's not a good sign for Hampshire's batters. That kept low. They hit the bottom edge of Tom Press bats. He ends up on one knee. Just have a look at this on the live feed here from the back of Hadley. Yeah, that's not good news, is it?
No, don't like to see that.
No, and what are we? This is day 3 of this match. Hampshire what are they? They're 434 runs behind, and the ball's keeping low. That's going to put some doubts in the minds of Prest and Mays here. As we look at it again from the back, and yeah, that's unless that's just hit a foothold outside the off stump. That's the only thing I can think of, and that's not because it's quite dusty around. There's a lot of marks around the where the boulders have been, especially with the left armour of McIlroy as well as Hadley in bowls, and this time bowls bounce and this flies through to the keeper. He's put some effort ball, that, as they say.
That is the first bouncer of the morning.
Yeah, it is, and I think having that left armour of McIlroy bowling from this hotel end has created some extra rough, and this is probably where the spinners are going to have a lot to aim at. They've got the leg spin of Mason Crane, and they've got the off spinner Ben Kellaway to come, and so yeah, they've got a lot to go. So things are looking good for Glamorgan here, as Hampshire are 102 for 3 as Hadley bowls what should be the last ball of this 10th over, in and outside the off stump, and guided down to third man where Mason Crane is fielded by Tom Prest. That's the end of that over. Prest goes on the 35, Hampshire 103 for 3.
Stephen Clark back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Rob Phillips was referring to coffee earlier.
We were talking about Marnus Labuschagne.
Oh, right, okay. Glamorgan aren't the only ones to have their own local coffee. Didn't we have Neil in Gosport? Yes, we did. Yes, remember, Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, of course, offering us coffee by email. Yes, having said that, I haven't heard you mention him recently. Is he okay? Now, interesting you should mention that, Steve, because during the winter, I and a couple of members of my family actually popped down to his place in Gosport, actually, one Saturday morning, and he's alive and well, and had a chat with him. Yeah, he just doesn't email in as much. I don't quite know why, but he even sent us a load of coffee a couple of years ago. Sanjay, you unfortunately joined us too late when that happened. Here's Hassan, start of a new over. There's a lovely shot through extra cover from Tom Preston. That's going for 4. And he moves on to 39, 107.43. Hampshire in their first innings. Yes, about a year before you joined us, Neil came up here and brought some lovely coffee, personalised coffee, can I say, for the commentators at the time. And there was about 3 or 4 of us, and he had these lovely coffee sachets, and it's beautiful coffee. Yeah.
Well, Neil, if you're listening, then a repeat performance would be welcome. Tom Prest is looking good here, 39 of 65.
Ooh, steady. Here comes Hassan again. Bowls, and Prest leaves that one alone outside of off stump. You can tell Hassan's sort of growing in stature, really. It feels like that wicket of Fletcher Middleton's has just given him a little extra spring in his step. So the 3 wickets sort of fallen. Second ball of the morning. Toby Albert, LBW to Van der Gooten, one that nipped back. He was out for 21, didn't add to his overnight total. Nick Gubbins got one that pitched and straightened, and he edged behind off Van der Gooten for 38. And Hassan, just a few moments ago, picked up Fletcher Middleton, LBW for 5 in again, and again that's left alone by Prest.
As an all-rounder, Kev, and we've spoken about your prowesses previously. Zain al-Hassan, 143. And now he's taken a wicket, bowling well. What is the cumulative effect of runs on wickets or wickets on runs, if you can do both as well?
In terms of individual?
Yeah, in terms of
it does. It helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So if you've got a stack of wickets, does it help?
Oh yeah, you feed off everything. Yeah, definitely. And it's nice to be in the game. You know, as you know, sometimes if you're just a batter, lovely straight drive, it'll be picked up or half picked up at mid-on. Socked to 4 anyway. Preston picked up 1, moves on to 40. I mean, if you're in the field and you're just a batter, you can be in the field for a day and a bit, you're out of the game.
Yeah.
You're not in it. Whereas at least if you're in a bowl, and vice versa, you know, if you're batting long periods and you're only a bowler, then, well, most bowlers would probably say that's great, not being involved. But no, I loved it. I love being involved in both aspects, for sure. And lots of people would say that, I think. Hassan runs away from us and bowls. And Mays pushes forward out to point.
But if you didn't get runs, did it affect your bowling? And, you know,
Well, it just keeps you going really, because if you don't get any runs and you got a few wickets, then at least it's probably keeps you in the team, and vice versa. If you didn't get wickets, then you got a few runs, then you're okay. So yeah, it's because if you're just a batter and you don't score any runs in a game, that's a whole game gone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And equally
I've been out
so,
first ball of the match before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not nice, is it? Because you're not doing anything.
No, it's very boring.
I would struggle just to be one or the other. Well, would have been. Mays works that to mid-wicket, and that's the end of Hassan's over. Doing a good little job here for Glamorgan. 4 overs, 1 for 10. Hampshire 108 for 3, and on the first innings they trail by 428. What's your top score in cricket then?
173.
Oh, look at you. You bet you were waiting for me to ask that, weren't you?
No,
Who was that
I was
for and against?
No, it was just so the story of that was I was in a pub and I was playing league cricket up at Hook at the time. So I'm talking late 90s, I reckon. And I was in a pub, and this guy came up to me and said, "Are you Sanjay Murthy?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you fancy a game for us on a Sunday?" And I said, "Yeah, when is it?" He said, "It's whatever the date was." And so I did. And on the morning of the match, this guy comes up to me and says, "Do you know what this game's all about?" I said, "No, I've got no idea." He said, "They're two brothers who haven't spoken to each other, who don't speak to each other because there was a land dispute after their father died. They were farmers. And the only time they come together is on this match." So there am I, this ringer that's turned up. There's a change of bowling as McIlroy is going to bowl his left armers from the far end bowls, and he bowls to Press, who just sort of repeats what happened the last time I was on commentary when McIlroy was bowling from the hotel end. Bowls it to the leg side and it's just tucked away for no run. Yeah, so he says to me, I always open. He said, "Where do you want to bat?" I said, "Look, I don't care, it's your game," type of thing. I knew it was a grudge match. The last thing I wanted to do was sort of enforce anything that I couldn't do. So anyway, he said, "Do you want to bat 3?" I said, "Fine." First ball of the match, the opener gets castled. So I put down his beer as McIlroy comes in again, bowls and outside the off stump, and Press drives, but it's fielded by Castle. There's a shortish mid-off. So I'm in second ball of the match, and the guy bowls me one, and I just have a big sort of I don't sweep. I couldn't sweep. I only had a couple of shots, and I top edged it when miles up in the air. And the guy on the boundary, a bit like you were saying earlier, we're talking about Roger Cook, I think it was, caught it and then stumbled over the boundary, went for 6. Anyway, the long and short of all of that is I got 173. I put 3 balls on the A33. I broke someone's leg. We'll come to that as McIlroy comes in, bowls and outside his off stump and driven quite pleasantly, but picked up in his follow through by McIlroy for no run. Yeah, there's a bloke fielding a bit too short, and I said to him, "Listen, you need to probably go back a bit." Anyway, I piled into this off drive and hit him straight on the shin. He went to hospital, broken leg. We didn't have any tea because I put the ball through the pavilion window into the hatch and scattered the tea everywhere.
No, what, the glass was in the food?
Yeah, the food, everything. So we had absolutely no tea. Broke someone's leg, no tea. McIlroy in again from the Rod Bransgrove end, bowls and inside edge, squirty. But a good tumbling stop there. Just come through for a single.
That could have been a risky single
if
that was picked up cleanly.
Tumbling stop here, and
just watch that. Look.
Interesting. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, does it? But hands on his haunches, hands in the air. Yeah. Anyway, so that was it. That was 173. Never got asked again.
Eventful.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I should imagine everybody, whilst they would love to have congratulated you on your 100, would have been hacked off because they were all hungry.
Yeah, all hungry. Bloke's got a broken leg and they're wondering why this bloke's turned up to play.
Yeah.
So
I
ruined the match, one guy told me. So McIlroy in again, bowls and outside the off stump and left alone by Mays. He's faced 6 balls for no run. Hampshire 109 for 3. Yeah, that's the problem with sometimes if you're you never know with these sort of ringer games, do you? What could happen? You can get a first baller and people saying, "What the hell is this bloke doing here?" Or you can get you can play a Brahma and never get asked again.
And play too well.
And play too well, yeah. And
so you should have worked it out and retired on 50, or just walked past a straight one.
Yeah, but you know what it's like. Once you're in, you need to, it's like we were saying earlier. You get some runs. You just want to bat as McIlroy in again bowls, and May just pushes it to Mason Crane is fielding behind point on the offside. End of the over. Hampshire 109 for 3.
Right, Sanjay's going to stay on.
I'm gonna
Rob
stay
Phillips is coming on as well. I'll just read this email out as we change over. This is from Steve, who's in Newcastle upon Tyne, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, just moved house, no TV or radio, but entertained by your commentary. Thank you very much. I took my wife to her first Wales Rugby International a few years ago. A really good watch, or a really good match, I recall. At the final whistle, I asked my wife if she enjoyed it. She said she really enjoyed watching the referee, Wayne Barnes, doing his warm-up routine. Every match since, the ref's warm-up is watched intently and commented upon. Keep up the good work, guys. Come on, Glamorgan, says Steve. All yours, Rob.
Thank you. And Sanjay, I've got to say, I'd much rather watch cricket with you than play against you. So, Ulasan gets cut away to the offside for one more run. And it's 109 for 3.
My mates who are listening to this will be thinking, where did he pull that story out from?
Right.
Because we don't remember him getting any runs.
As I said, I'd much rather be talking about cricket with you here than playing at silly mid-off or whatever.
And having no tea.
And having no tea. Oh, I bet that was the real
that was the crux of the matter.
Don't mind the broken leg.
No, exactly.
As Hussain in again. He's already got a wicket today.
Yeah,
LBW Middleton.
But a busy bowler, isn't he?
Yeah. We've had another email. David Davis this time, who confirms that the fielder who fell backwards in that Sobers sixes game against Glamorgan with Malcolm Nash bowling, fielder who fell backwards over the ropes was Roger Davis. Remember, he was badly injured fielding later in his career, being struck while fielding at silly mid-on. Oh. You know how dangerous that can be, Sanjay.
Exactly,
As
yeah.
Ulasan straight through Mays then.
Yeah.
He's bowling really well, I've got to say.
I've been impressed with Glamorgan this morning. Actually, when I asked you about Sean Dixon and Colin Ingram, I was just looking down at my notes and wondering who else would bowl. I knew that that Carlson didn't necessarily bowl, but I didn't figure in that Zain Al Hassan bowled, and he's been impressive.
He has. As I said, he was talking to us after his century on the first day and said it's ironic really that I trialled around as a bowler. And he's shown that now. That gets knocked into the leg side and they scramble through for a quick single. So Mays is off the mark. Ben Mays, he'll feel better for that. The 10 balls, he's up to 1, pressed on 42. And it's 111 for 3. Our fans in the hotel who were just down to our left had a perfect room overlooking the pitch. Gareth Hill, that would be the Reverend Gareth Hill, has been in touch on Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Ulasan is played short on the offside to Sean Dixon, identified easily by his orange flannel hanging out, a towel hanging out of his back pocket. Reverend Gareth says, hi Rob, you may have noticed the Welsh flag has gone from the balcony. I did. We've made it back to Pont Rhydyrin after a great couple of days of the game. On the Sobers 6-6s game, it's funny how old games prompt such a reply. Ulasan in, punched down to mid-off where the captain Carlson collects. That's the end of it over. Oh no, yeah it is. 111 for 3 after 40. Reverend Hill says, on the Sobers 6-6s game I was 9 and on holiday from Pontypool in Swansea. So he's on holiday from Pontypool in Swansea.
Okay.
Okay. Because Pont Rhydyrin is not far away from Pontypool. My father and grandfather, who were both decent cricketers, debated going to the game, but were persuaded that the beach would be better. They never let us forget. Thanks to everyone for the commentary. Now sitting comfortably with a cuppa and on YouTube.
McElroy in now on the leg side, and Mays just tucks it into mid-wicket for no run. Is Swansea a typical holiday destination?
Well, the Mumbles and the Gower just beyond that. It's amazing, as you know, my proper job was football correspondent when I had a job, and the number of players who moved to Swansea and stayed afterwards from outside because of the mumbles and Gower.
Down the leg side this time from McElroy, and Mays tries to get something on that but doesn't, and it goes through for Cook for no runs. The first time that McElroy has really sprayed one down the leg side there. He needs to just get his line back a bit. He was bowling well earlier from this hotel end. He started well from the far end as well, but that one a bit stray.
The Gower is beautiful. Lovely beaches, Caswell Bay, Rothesay Bay. Plenty of others as well. It's a really desirable area to live west of Swansea.
McElroy in bowls and just defended by Mays. Yeah, my trips to Wales have been very few and very far between. I think I was trying to work out. So obviously I went a couple of times in April for the cricket, and driving over the very impressive.
For the coffee.
And for the coffee, yeah. The very impressive Prince of Wales Bridge, which is quite a dangerous bridge as well, because actually some great views off it, but when you're driving over it, it's probably not a good idea to be doing both of those together. McElroy's at the top of his mark then, a good steady run as he comes in and bowls, and again he's just at them. He's at Mays, and they've got to be watchful, these two Hampshire batters, because McElroy's not giving him anything particularly to drive at. He's in his 12th over, he's only gone for 25 so far. He's been wicketless, but he's doing a job for his county.
He is, certainly.
So that was that. I've been to Snowdonia once. I sort of helped to marshal a cycle race, bizarrely at 4 in the morning. So that was
as you do.
As you do, yeah.
It's much easier on the train, you know.
Yeah, it was a work thing back in the day. In he comes again, McElroy, and this time Mays just covers up again and fielded for no run. That was out there. I think there was another time as well that oh, that's right, no, the other time actually, that is actually the most interesting of all of those things. Again, a work thing in 1999. So we had an ad agency here, and tailor-made golf for our biggest clients, and we sort of did golf days for the England football squad as part of that. But in 1999, when Tony Lewis was the MCC chairman, as McElroy comes in to finish us over off and bowls, and nice looking drive by Mays, and a diving stop by Hadley at mid-off, but Mays goes through for 1 to end that over, and Hampshire are 112 for 3. Preston on 42, Mays on 2. So I'll tell you the rest of that story.
Go on, then.
Yeah, so Tony Lewis had organised a golf day for the Australian cricket squad at Celtic Manor.
Right.
So we went off and organised that. So that was my second trip to Wales. Great day it was, great golf course, and got to know a few of that Australian squad, which is how I ended up actually owning a sports marketing business with Shane Warne's brother, Jason.
Oh,
so there you go. That was my So Wales has played an infrequent but quite a big part of my life.
And you stayed at the Celtic Manor. You must have been doing well. Well, Hassan in from the our end, the hotel end. It's flicked away through the leg side, and it's going to be collected, and Prest will move to 42. Hampshire 112 for 3, still trailing by significant 424.
Yeah, I think Tony was a member there. I think that's why it was chosen.
It's a lovely hotel.
Yeah,
lovely hotel.
Great course. I think it was 3 courses, if my memory serves me right.
As Hassan in again, hits on the pads, big shot from everybody behind and in front, but the umpire is unmoved.
Leg side maybe. Up here I thought that was out, but looking at the replay now, Hassan in. Oh, that's, tell you what.
He's got away with that one, hasn't he?
Tell you what. I think
extremely adjacent, I would say.
I would say, yeah. If any technology was in play there, young Ben Mays would be on his way for 4, but he's definitely got away.
Might have got a life then. Possibly high, but yeah, okay.
Tell you what.
Smile about it now. Al Hassan won't smile as he bowls again, and this time a straight back by the youngster Mays.
He looks like he's on you quicker than you think, Al Hassan, doesn't he? Sort of with that. I don't know. He doesn't look at sort of a. He's not a big sort of. I was watching Matthew Potts bowl at Lords, and he's a burly fellow, Matthew Potts, and he's heavy through the crease, but he's skiddy, Al Hassan.
That's exactly exactly what I was gonna say. I mean, they're certainly not dibbly dobblers, are they?
No.
He's rapid enough. As he bowls again, and Mays can only play a straight bat to short on the offside. Dixon collects. It's been a decent morning for Glamorgan. 3 wickets, okay. A long way to go, but the way Kieran Carlson was speaking last night, as I said earlier, he would have bowled on the opening day, and we saw what happened then, but it looks chalk and cheese compared to that.
Did he expand on why he would have bowled?
Yes, I'll tell you now, as Al Hassan bowls from this end, and that's a extravagant punch through, and a rare mistake by Kieran Carlson. It's gone straight through him, and he can't rescue it because it's gone out for 4 runs.
Yeah, he tried to effect a run out there, didn't he? And missed one of the fundamental rules of that, was to actually watch the ball and try and stop it. And unfortunately, gone for a shake of the head. But yeah, so
He'll have a stiff word with himself.
Yeah, exactly.
With Kieran Carlson.
I think he will.
Yeah, he said would have bowled 100%. His exact quote was 18 mils of grass and green as anything. 100% I would have bowled.
Says the bloke who got 209.
Yeah, quite. Hence his hesitation about how it would play today. Al-Hassan bowls straight to that one. May's getting more confident. 8 runs to him now. Al-Hassan's figures 1 for 18, very tidy too.
Kevin had said something about rain around lunch when he was doing the pre-match chat. Can't see much of it, can you?
No, and I don't see the hover was to our right when it was employed yesterday, and at the moment the groundsmen are sat on a bench, or I think there's a bench there in their tunnel. They got a separate tunnel, don't they? A bit like Wembley, it drops down and
they trot on.
Yeah.
With their brushes and rollers and other groundkeepers.
They're unmoved at the moment.
It is McIlroy to continues 13th over now as he comes in bowls, and is tucked into the leg side by Tom Press just for 1. It's fielded by Al Hassan, who's down in front of the supporters at fine leg.
Now yesterday, Sanjay, my app was spot on, almost to the minute.
What weather app?
The weather app, yes, on my phone, and it says chance of precipitation today. Well, it says 0.
I had 0 earlier, which was quite surprised when the weatherman Kev James came up with rain around lunch. But we're going to see, aren't we, as McIlroy fires one outside the off stump, well left by Ben Mays. Yeah, I had 0, but it's funny, isn't it, with the weather apps? You look at different apps and they've got different sort of readings for the same place, and then you're in that place and you look up at the sky and you think, how have you got to that?
Yeah. Had an email on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk from David Botterill, which I shall expand upon.
McIlroy's at the top of his mark, and he doesn't waste any time. McIlroy here, he's into Mays, bowls outside the off stump, and he slips at the end of his run over as he bowls. Mays defended that, oohs and ahs. There's an interesting field change. We spoke about Carlson not changing the field too much, and on the leg side we have a mid-wicket and a sort of a straighter mid-wicket, I guess, or a square leg that's in front of square, because Al Hassan's down here at a fine leg. So they're expecting Mays to sort of maybe pop one up in the air, because they're both in sort of a catching position more than anything else, as McIlroy in again bowls, and it goes to one of those fielders who just has a little juggle with it. What do you make of that?
And Hadley, when Hadley was bowling, they moved the gully to deep mid-wicket out on the boundary. And so I wondered, talked about a couple of the bouncers that he bowled.
Yeah.
One was certainly after the move, so he had strengthened the leg side field. But this is an interesting move by Kieran Carlson to test Mays on the onside.
McIlroy in and just outside the off stump, and in comes the betoweled Sean Dixon.
Betoweled, is that a word?
It is now.
It is now. David Bottrell says, very much enjoying the commentary from all our contributors over the past couple of days, remembering my New Forest upbringing in a half Welsh household. Oh. So I don't know whether that means half
That's a lot of ponies.
Half of it was built with Welsh bricks, or It was a summer holiday retreat to take the bus to town and walk up the county ground in the 60s with my Ashurst Cricket Club mates.
McElroy again, and this is straightened. It's clipped beautifully off his legs. 4-4 by Ben Mays. That is a crisp shot. That's a classy shot from the young man. Last ball of that over. But he's bowling to his field there, isn't he? That's the field that it's set for. That shot that's mistimed into a catch. But this time it goes for 4. Hampshire 123 for 3.
You could see the thinking. They should have just been back on the boundary a little bit more to stop the runs. David Bottle continues. So you remember he was walking up to the county ground in the 60s with his Ashurst Cricket Club mates. We watched Barry Richards creaming the ball through the covers and the metronomic Derek Shackleton winkling out the opposition.
Winkling's a good word.
It's a lovely word.
I like
and he goes on to say, there's more, as Zainul Hassan bowls from this end, and there was a swish at that from Prest. Hassan had his ruffles his hair with his hands on the back of that. It was teasing and he went for it. It just went over his bat. Taken by Chris Cook, as you'd expect behind the stumps. He says, Glamorgan finally getting a bit of bowling conditions, good fortune this morning. It would be such a triumph to get a win in Division 1. Could this be the performance to install belief in the Glamorgan camp? Now,
the umpire's got the light meter out here, taking a reading.
All right, they did go off a bad light last night.
What's he up to? He's put the bails back. He seems confident that light is okay. The lights are on here. This might be the rain, or this might be the weather change of condition that Kevin was on about earlier. Let's see.
Zain ul Hassan in again, and just prodded out to the offside by Prest for no run.
I'm talking about winkling.
Yes, winkling out. Could this be the performance to install belief in the Glamorgan camp of Division 1 survival? Well, they've been in Division 1 twice and went down after one season on both occasions, so we shall see.
Is this a strong Glamorgan side?
As I say, I think, I mean, they've got some really promising youngsters. Kellaway is highly rated. Asa Tribe is being talked about in all the best circles as Hassan bowls. And Press can only cover up on that one. They've got experience. Are they short of a seamer? Well, at the moment, that's the lie is being given to that. They got Crane with leg spin, who's been among the wickets already early in the season. First match, in fact, took 5 for, which is brilliant for a leg spinner. So early. So we shall see it, whether they can convert the draws into wins. Hassan bowls, trying to do that here with a substantial advantage. The batsman nipped through for 1. Press goes to 44, and they'll score 124 for 3.
Well, this is a crucial day, isn't it? I mean, they've got the runs on the board. You assume, well, they're only going to bat once. And so therefore it does rely on the bowlers now to do the job a couple of times. But so far Hampshire are, they've lost those 3 wickets this morning, but they're going to get to lunch, you would have thought, reasonably happy.
Hassan in again. That goes past the outside edge of Ben Mays. Michael Carberry was saying first that this is a 400 wicket. He thought, well, Glamorgan got 500 odd, so sort of puts it into perspective. But I think they've earned their wickets today with accurate bowling as much as anything.
Well, they have been, yeah. They've not given the Hampshire batters anything really to go after.
Now they got 2 on the offside against Mays, who punches that square. Ben Kellaway, one of the up-and-coming, highly rated youngsters, collects. No run. And Hampshire 124 for 3. Pressed on 44, Mays on 12.
10 minutes before lunch, I'm going to prepare myself for whatever there is to eat and pass over to Kevin James.
I can highly recommend the Ploughman's Lunch here. It's been a staple diet of my 2 days so far, and the same in the third.
Must be good. It's been a favourite of the commentators for the last couple of games. The away commentators, anyway.
Yeah. Here we are.
Well, yes, it's been a tough session. All round, actually. There's been some good bowling. There's been some good batting, I think, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think the batters have been got out. Don't think there's been any airy-fairy shots that you think, no, perhaps not. I think they've all been out to good deliveries. And it's been a good, solid session of championship cricket.
Absolutely, and the first glimpse of the former Hampshire bowler Mason Crane got a warm ovation then when he was announced. Going to bowl from the pavilion end, Mason Crane. He's 188 wickets as he comes in from that far side, cut away for 1. Van der Hookton fields a deep point. Crane took 5 for 55 in the first game and 3 for 99, then had a couple of wickets against Nottinghamshire and 1 against Leicestershire as well. As he bowls, it's played away on the onside this time for 1 run.
He'll be so keen here, Mason Crane.
Yeah,
he'll have looked at this game when he knew Glamorgan got promoted, and he would have looked at this all winter.
Just the 1 slip, bowls, Press steps back that time, plays it down to backward point, no run. He will engender plenty of oohs and ahs, will Mason Crane.
Just over 100 wickets at 39 apiece when he was here with Hampshire in first-class cricket.
As comes in again from the far end. Pressed, is hit on the pads, and he's given. Crane returns to Hampshire and strikes in his first over, and Hampshire have lost their 4th wicket. It's Prest who has to go. And it certainly jagged and kept low, and it's 126 for 4. Prest, wow. Tom Prest, LBW Bowl Crane for 45.
That just looked like a normal leg spinner, that one. That might just have hurried Tom Prest somewhat, but...
What an impact.
Well, I was going to say, he's only had to wait 4 balls, and immediately he's got a player. And again, Tom Prest has got himself in, and again, he's got himself out. A couple of half centuries, a couple of scores in the 50s, now another 40, and it's a little disappointing because he's promising so much after a disappointing year last year, but well done to Mason Crane.
What a comeback. What a comeback. What a return to your previous home for Mason Crane. I did say that he'd looked in the groove from the very first game this season. That was a lovely delivery. And Prest has to walk, and now this is very much Glamorgan's morning. 4 wickets, having got nothing out of this pitch last night, but they've really bowled well today, and Hampshire right on the back foot with a long way still to go. They're 126 for 4. Remember, the follow-on is 387. And you just see the benefit of a leg spinner. The wrist spinners make things happen. Big job now for the captain, Ben Brown. Vastly experienced, of course. Over 11,000 runs. But he's got a real job on his hands here as he faces Crane with a wicket in his 4th delivery. Hampshire trailing by 410, 75 overs remaining today. And Glamorgan now will be looking to push this on before lunch. Crane bowls. Brown just lifts his bat to see it go past the off stump. You cannot take liberties with Mason Crane. He's full of confidence. He's been in the runs as well in the 90s in the last game. 99. Crane bowls again, wicket already under his belt, and this time Brown shows a straight bat. What a big moment for Mason Crane. Returns to his former stomping ground and collects a wicket in his first over. So today Hampshire started on 58 for no wicket. They're now 126 for 4. They lost Tony Albert, LBW, Bowl, Van der Hookton in the first over of the morning. Then Nick Gubbins, the other opener, caught Van der Hookton, caught Cook behind the stumps. Bowl Van der Hookton for 38. Fletcher Middleton went LBW, bowled Zain ul Hassan, who bowls now. He's played back down the pitch on the onside, and the other wicket just now, Tom Prest, LBW, bowled Crane for 45, and the score is 126 for 4. So you've got both ends of the age scale there now. Teenager Ben Mays and his captain Ben Brown. Zainul Hassan bowls from this end. Goes past the off stump. No danger there. Well, Hassan 1 for 19 in his 7.2 overs so far. And the run rate only 2.78. Not that that matters, it's survival at the moment. And you would think that's going to be the same for the next day and a half. Zainul Hassan bowls. There's oohs and ahs there, but went out onto the offside. 1 run for Mays, who goes to 14. And Brown now faces Glamorgan's first innings centurion. Lunch being taken today at 1:10 so it's 7 minutes past now. Zainul Hassan is not rushing, so maybe they think this will be the last over before lunch. Change in the field. Ben Callaway goes to make a 3rd slip. 3 in the covers. Fine leg. 1 at mid-wicket. And Van der Hookton at mid-on. As Hassan bowls straight bat from Brown. No run. 127 for 4.
Do you know, I've just been watching the Tom Prest LBW to Mason Crane, because you can get a great look at it on the replays on the picture feed, and that's about as plumb as they come. 3 out of the 4 wickets this morning have been LBWs, and yeah, that was out.
Which I think shows they're getting the ball in the right area.
Yeah.
Hassan runs away from us, bowls. Brown just stabs down on that one. Will this be the last ball before lunch? Or no, probably 1 more over. Another. I'm sure Crane will run to the far end. Buoyed by a wicket in his first. Although the umpires have been pretty swift in calling for meal breaks, haven't they? They haven't hung around.
Obviously get hungry.
Yeah, quite. Hassan bowls. And Brown just manages to cut it away through past the diving Chris Cook. Just hung his bat out for that one. That was a strange shot.
That's a drop.
Did he get there?
Yeah, that's
Cook
a drop.
Definitely caught it. Definitely nicked it, yeah. Oh, it was, yeah. He went in front of first slip. Ingram probably saying, you could have waited for me to take it. We've got a better view of it here. Oh, Cook got there and dropped it. You're right.
He's taken it right out of first slip's hands.
Yeah.
I mean, great that the keeper's gone for it. If your keeper goes for it, he's got to be committed. He was, but that is a simple first slip catch.
And that would have been some lunch with another wicket down. Anyway, Crane comes in from the far end, Kev.
That's all right. I'd rather you do it, to be honest, the way things are going. There's a sweep shot, which I think has come off the bat. No, it's Byers. Beaten everybody. Beaten the bat and beaten the keeper as well. Ben Brown's lucky single to date. He's just picked up his 200th run this season. He's having a good season, actually. He's averaging 39 which is also his career average. He's been a really good addition here over the last few seasons, but we're going to need another captain's innings from him here. He's already got 100 this year. Here's Mason Crane, looking very dangerous in just the few balls that he's sent down, and that's driven to extra cover, no run. To start, Mason will be, let his tail up Mason Crane, that's for sure.
I think he might be in for a busy afternoon now.
Well, I don't think he'll mind that, I tell you,
No.
the way things have started for him.
Plenty of runs in the bank to play with as well.
In again, and bowls. There's a sweep shot, very full. It's not out the middle of bat by any stretch of the imagination as it trickles away to the man on the leg side behind square. Mason Crane, eh? He was very popular here, I have to say, between 2015 and 2023. Just probably didn't have quite the luck that he would have liked. He's got past the outside edge. Well, he is proving a handful here on a pitch which does have a lot of live grass on it. And yeah, I'm not sure the ball's done that much, if I'm honest, but anyway, it's somehow got through the defences.
Did enough for Brown.
Ben Brown, yes it has. 132 for 4. We've got 2 balls until the lunch break as Crane bowls and all. What's that done? And I think he's caught at first slip. He is. I think it's come off the pad of Chris Cook, and there's a good catch at first slip there from Colin Ingram, and Mason Crane has done it again. And on the stroke of the break, Hampshire have lost their 5th wicket, and it's Ben Brown has gone for 1, and Mason Crane's picked up 2. Wow.
That was some catch by Ingram. I think he went for it one-handed and flicked it up into the other hand at first slip, Ingram.
Oh, it did. It's just gone straight through, low down. You're right.
Mason Crane, as he walks off for lunch, has figures of 2 for 2 from 1.5 overs, and Hampshire, well, let's be honest about it, they're in deep trouble. 132 for 5, and that follow-on target of 387 is a long way off. What a morning for Glamorgan. Hampshire started at 58 for no wicket, but Mason Crane has just chipped in with 2 wickets in his first 2 overs just before the luncheon interval. Tim van der Hoogten started the rot for Hampshire, getting Albert's LBW in his first over. Then he accounted for the other opener, Nick Gubbins, caught Cook behind the stumps for 38. There was a bit of resistance from Fletcher Middleton, but he was LBW ball. Zainul Hassan, the first innings centurion, and then right at the just before the interval, a couple of overs from Mason Crane, and he has dismissed Tom Prest, who top scored so far with 45, and now the captain Ben Brown. It's 132 for 5.
Right, well, another session that belongs to Glamorgan. Hampshire have got, their quest to save this game has just become an awful lot harder.
A range of food and drink options available this afternoon as well, including the Hara Atrium, which is situated within the Rothesay Pavilion. And we also have the Boundary Bar as well, located at the Hilton Hotel end of
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Joe Weatherly, as I mentioned earlier, so first ball was very wide outside off stump. Passes harmlessly through to keeper Ben Brown. So Toby Albert into the side, hasn't...
As Ogbourne bowls, and this is driven and, well, it's angled away down to the wide third man boundary. It was a wide delivery from Archie Vaughan, pitched right up.
Well, there's a little bit more blue above us, but still predominantly cloud. It's nicely played through mid-wicket, Toby Albert. That's nicely timed, and that might win the race, the ball, and it does. Nice clip off his toes. Carry on like this, really. As Ogbourne bowls, that's very wide again, and that's hit through square cover, and that's going for 4. Had to reach for that a little bit, Toby Albert, but he was in control of the shot.
Ball in bowls. This is driven away through the offside. Handsome shot from Toby Albert. Shot of the morning so far. Brings in 4 runs, takes the score on to 19. He's got 17.
Osborne comes in again to Gubbins. That's a beautiful delivery. That's left in, bounced through to that second slip. That was a great catch. That was going decent knots as well. To Prest. Prest uses his feet, and that's a glorious shot down the pitch. Leach comes in again. Nice approach, and again short. And that's hammered. That one, there's the one, the gap from Prest. As Overton comes into press, and that's a beautiful delivery. He's nicked, and he's gone. Fantastic delivery. Great catch from Roux, who had to slightly dive forward.
A couple of days beforehand. Gregory in and bowls. This is edged off a flashing drive down through the slips for 4 runs.
Overton again. Lehman cuts that away through backward a point, powerfully, 4 runs. Just a little bit to width there from Craig Overton.
Somerset were pretty good. Gregory in and bowls. It's a hook shot, pull shot, and it's gone. Not entirely, I think, where it was a top edge, and it's gone down to fine leg.
Anthony, over the next couple of that, look forward to that. That's pulled away. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be at least 4. Short delivery. Picked that up nicely, did Archie Vaughan.
He's done very well for Hampshire since he joined them from Sussex. This again is run off the edge, played with soft hands by Tom Lammonby, and that will bring him 4 runs. He just angled the bat. It didn't come off the face of the bat, but
As Yusuf comes into ball to Vaughan, that's a beautiful shot. Stood tall on top of the bounce, a little bit of width put away for a exquisite boundary.
Here's Abbott in and bowls to. This is edged and caught. Caught by Toby Albert at second slip, and that's the end of Tom Lammonby. He went hard at that ball outside the off stump.
You know, it's very tough to do as a youngster.
Abbott bowls. Oh, and that comes off the inside edge. He was right through James Roux there. He was late on the shot, was James Roux.
Kyle Abbott bowling that testing line.
He's in. This is driven away nicely through the offside. There he is. That's the off drive.
He's back. You know, being able to bat long periods of time. As Yusuf comes in again to Vaughan, again that trademark short arm jab, a la his old man Michael Vaughan, and that's gone for another boundary. I'm not sure that's the length on this pitch. Yusuf should be bowling to the short side. You know, duck it. It's not. That's a great shot again from Archie Vaughan. Beautiful shot. Stood tall.
2 early wickets here has helped. Short, and that's pulled away. It's a top edge, but it's going to fly. And it's gone down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4.
He didn't try and hit it that too hard, James Roux. Just moved his weight into the shot. And played it with minimum of effort, maximum of effect. Here's Eddie Jack in bowls. And this again is turned away through the onside, this time through straight mid-wicket.
It's good to be back from a first day at the bowl this year as Baker's in, pulled away nicely. It's in the edge, could be caught at fine leg, right on the boundary. Got suckered.
Familiar pause before he bowls. Dawson walks in. Table just uses his feet and lofts that one over mid-on for, has that gone all the way?
Yep,
gone all the way
6.
for 6. Terrific shot. Dawson in again to Roux, flighted delivery, and that's beautifully played. That's punched away with control, full face of the bat. And he's looked a little bit off colour in the first home game. I think he's going to want to bowl well here. He comes in again to Root, who again slaps that now the other side of Kyle Abbott, who remains hands on knees, didn't even flinch.
Baker's in, bowls to Abel. This comes off glove, I think. It's going to go for 4.
There's a lot of questions I myself would be asking as an outsider looking in, as Tom Abel whips Yusuf away through the leg side for another boundary. If you haven't got experience to know how to bat on those pitches, it's a very tough place to be. As Abel again works this one away.
Bowls, Rue drives away through the offside. Lovely shot, beautiful shot. The high, I love the high right elbow, as he's a left-hander. This is driven away again beautifully through the offside by James Rue, over-pitched by Abbott, and that is going to beat the fielder to the boundary, and that is James Rue's 50. Abbott to Rue, he turns this away, and that's going to go for 4 as well, I think. Looking into the sun, it's quite hard to see, but it has indeed. Abbott then, last ball of the over, is into Rue, plays this firmly back up the pitch, and it has eluded the fielder, and that's, I think, gone for 4 as well. So 4 fours in that Kyle Abbott over. In bowls, it goes for the reverse sweep and gets it nicely. Well, that's just the shot to play in the penultimate over of the day, isn't it? Reverse sweep.
So here we are, last ball as Yusuf comes in over the wicket and Rue drives pleasantly wide of mid-off. What a shot to finish off the day. He's played a few of those.
Oh dear.
More expensive than we're used to, as Abel works him away on the onside, and we are underway.
Well, as we've been saying, Kyle Abbott is Tom Abel's nemesis.
Baker again. That's clipped away just wide of mid-on past a diving Liam Dawson, and that's going for 4. Didn't initially look as though it had enough legs on it. I'm sure Sonny Baker will test him again with a short one, not on that occasion because it's a length ball and he's played that late with an open face and it's run down to the vacant third man area, and that's 4 runs.
When you're turning up, as Yusuf bowls again, driven, sliced, and he's gone. That's a wicket. Sliced into the gully area by James Rue, hangs his head.
Yusuf in and bowls, and he goes away, hits it away through mid-wicket, just short enough there. Wasn't completely convincing, it's gone for 4. And this is helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary. Not sure that's entirely where Will Smead was intending. So it's just the one slip as Yusuf bowls, and this is pulled away and is caught down at long leg by Sonny Baker.
Well, I don't know, if I'm totally honest. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I said, but I'm not sure I said that. Oh, is he caught behind? Oh, yes, he's gone. Pushed forward, thinnest of outside edges. Abel goes, caught Ben Brown boldly.
Country as well. Overton drives that one up to wide mid-on. In fact, he might get a boundary there. The fielder, Kyle Abbott, sort of thought, well, that's obviously going for 4.
Robin Hill, that's another place. I don't know if that's still going. Do a bit of tobogganing down the wicket. That's hit over Eddie Jack's head at deep mid-on, and that's bouncing away 4 runs.
Here comes Abbott, bowls. Oh, that's a big LBW. In fact, he's bowled him. I thought perhaps he'd appeal for LBW, but it's cannon maybe off his pad and straight into the stump. So a terrible lead that by Lewis Gregory. It's dangerous.
Dawson bowls down the pitch, lofting this down the ground for 4. Jack Leach. Dawson bowls, Overton content to play it defensively. That's the end of the morning session. Somerset going in at 214.
All right, here's Yusuf then, who's got first up this afternoon and immediately beats the outside edge of Jack Leach. Again, the carry is
a little more poetic. Dawson bowls, Leach drives, 4 runs. Only just.
I probably should have done. Here's Yusuf from the pavilion then. Bowls to Overton, who's hooking. He's got a top edge, but he's going very quickly down to fine leg. It's gone for 4. Baker's round the wicket, 2 slips weight. And bowls. Leach cuts that away. Nice shot. Through point for 4. Timed that nicely. Here's Baker around the wicket. That's nicely whipped away. And that's 4 runs through mid-wicket. Wow, he's timed.
Dawson bowls. Overton is caught at short extra cover by Ben Mays.
What Baker's approach to the tail is, and in fact he realised there that was going to be a full one after the short ball. He gets 4 for it. Sliced through the gully region, shortish boundary.
Dawson to Ogbourne. Gives that one a little bit more air, and there's a misunderstanding. Shy at the stumps, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And he has gone.
Yeah.
And that was, there probably was a single there that Ogbourne wasn't coming, and he's sort of apologising to Jack Leach.
Here's Dawson, down the wicket comes Ogbourne. He's hit that nicely over extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah.
As good as anything we've seen for a while. There are just under 53 overs left in the day, so even if Somerset were bowled out, we've got an awful lot of play left. He's come down the wicket again. He hits it high. Is it going over the head of Sonny Baker? Yes, it is. It's 6.
Wow.
At the Oval in the 50-over competition. Oh, yeah, he's hooked that one. He's got underneath it and helped it down to fine leg. That's a scoop rather than a hook.
Experienced hand to try and knock over the last man, and in fact, Jake Ball gets a 4 through the slips. I think that was a sort of fairly airy drive.
Here's Eddie Jack bowls, and that's hit back to him, and that's caught and bowled. And that is the end of Alfie Ogbourne. He didn't quite get hold of that. He tried to smack it back past the bowler, but Eddie Jack caught it two-handed on his follow-through, and Ogbourne goes for 38.
To Gregory bowls, and this is run off a thick edge down towards third man, and we'll go to the boundary for the first runs of the. He's in and bowls to Albert. This is driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Gregory.
Here comes Ogbourne bowls down the leg side. And that's 4 somethings. Leg buys by 4 runs. In fact, must have just got a little tickle on that. Gubbins.
Leach again bowls, and Gubbins is back on his stumps, playing that away nicely through the offside. Just a little bit short there from Jack Leach, and Leach again. Bowls to Gubbins, who gets an outside edge to an arm ball, which runs away down towards the third man boundary. Alfie Ogbourne in vain pursuit. 4 more runs.
Oh, one of those.
Yep.
This one from Overton is turned into the leg side by Gubbins, but no run, fielded at mid-wicket. And that is tea.
Yep. And well, the clouds are melting away, which is very appropriate from a Hampshire point of view, because
it's called Stars on Sunday. As Overton's around the wicket, Gubbins drives down the ground. Beautiful shot. That's 4 runs up towards the changing room.
For Leach to Gubbins, we've got a silly point in, and Gubbins goes for the reverse sweep and nails it. Down to the third man boundary.
He plays some lovely shots, does Tom Prest. It's a lovely weighted back foot drive. And we're into the 3rd innings as it's turned away through mid-wicket. It looks beautifully timed as well. Just erred on 2 straight there over to Gregory again. Bowls, pressed off the back foot, guides that down to third man. There's nobody there, and it's going to be 4 runs. 23, Prest moves on 2.
You know, because he'd be turning it away from the left-hander.
It's Gregory in and bowls. This is cut away down to third man for 4 runs. Short and wide from Gregory, and
now he's bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Bowls again. Gubbins down the wicket, hits it powerfully over mid-on. Good shot, and use to the feet was excellent there. In terms of its marketability, its spreading of the game, etc.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is again his cut, but this time he goes past Smead and out to the boundary for 4 runs. Here's Vaughan to Prest, goes for the reverse sweep and gets it. 4 runs, and that's the 100 on the board for Hampshire. 103. Dave Nosworthy was like that.
Leach bowls, Gubbins turns it into the leg side. That might be 4 actually. He's timed that so well. That's 4 runs off the back foot, and that's his 50.
Here's Jake Ball then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Tom Prest, length ball. Prest gets wrapped on the pad, it looks close, he's gone. Jake Ball has done it first delivery, Pressed, turns around, trudges back, runs in past the umpire once more. And Gubbins cuts that away, and that's gone quickly. He's not run for that. I think it was a bit of a top edge on that one. It's gone very fine. I was looking a little squarer initially.
Bush Telegraph. That's glanced for a boundary by Jake Lehman. Fathers and sons, or cricketers that looked like each other before, and that was very Darren Lehman, that shot.
Proper off drive. Here's Ogbourne to Gubbins in bowls. Gubbins pulls, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Here we go then. Final delivery. Each bowls, and Gubbins just quietly turns that away on the leg side, and that is day 2 completed. A maiden over for Jack Leach. Nick Gubbins is 70 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Jake Lehman 16 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Hampshire 146 for 1.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Here's Jake Ball then around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, who Lehman, who takes his bat out the way. Did he get hit on the arm there? Somerset didn't quite get the innings they wanted. That's pulled away, helped down to a fine leg by Lehman. In fact, it's gone fine, and it's gone for 4 runs. Nicely placed. Moves on to 22, and it's 156 for 1. Ball around the wicket again, short, pulled away by Gubbins, down to fine legs. Gone very fine, good bit of fielding, not quite.
Now here's Overton, right arm over and whipped through the leg side by Lehman, piercing the gap. A brilliant stop. Oh no, it's gone through his hand. It's trickling up to the boundary for 4. Overton past the stumps and an edge through first slip. It's going to run away for another boundary as Overton's past the umpire this time, and a flowing drive through extra cover again through the gap. 3rd boundary of the over.
If we're bringing experience into it. Short ball, pulled away, lovely shot. Jake Lehman, he's played 1 or 2 already this morning.
Jack Leach doesn't take long to hit his mark. A reverse sweep from Gubbins, played gloriously, and I think this is going to beat the fielder in the deep. Yeah, it does. Point just backward of square. Here's Leach again, and an edge and gone. Caught by Craig Overton. The short leg's a good position for the right-hander as he comes down the track, Toby Albert, and clears mid-on. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it is going to trickle its way towards the cow corner bound.
In bowls to Albert. Appeal this time for LBW and gone. That one looked much more like it.
Brown faces up and inside edges. It's gone down towards fine leg, so he is off the mark, and it's bobbling its way down to the boundary and just jumps over. Both indexing. It almost looks as if his grip is red, but he's facing up to Leach and he whips through square leg. Really nice shot there. Beats square leg on his left shoulder, and that's winning the race with ease.
Gregory bowls and appeal for LBW. He's in, bowls a full length and turned away out to deep square leg for 4 runs. Over pitch there. Gregory to Brown, who plays this into the offside, through the offside for 4 runs. Tom Abel dived in vain.
So 69 in total. Here's Leach over the wicket, sweep shot there from Lehman. It's going for 4. Thought it might just have hit the short leg initially.
Approach up to the wicket and bowls, and this is punched away through the offside by Lehman. It will be cut off by Will Smead, and they'll come back for 2 runs, and that is the Jake Lehman 50 from 94 balls. Ogbourne in and bowls to him again, and bowls him! well bowled Alfie Ogbourne. Ogbourne going around the wicket to Mays, who just lets that run off the face of the bat down towards third man, and it will go over the boundary.
As he begins his career, this is Brown on strike, and his edge has gone through the gap between the keeper and first slip, and Root.
Perhaps. Here's Archie Vaughan now down the wicket, hits him high over mid-on. Good shot, that one from Ben Mays. There is a fielder 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. It's gone way over his head.
Mays sets up again and faces Lammonby. It's edge just past first slip, and a diving Overton can't quite get there.
To settle for a draw.
Lamby's in, a nice strong cut shot there by Brown through extra cover, and the mid-off gives up in pursuit. A tricky task. Here's Lamby, final ball of the morning session, and it's a nice punch through cover point, and Ben Brown finishes the morning session with a couple of boundaries.
Surprise sports commentary hasn't been tried on AI.
Well, it's interesting
Perhaps
you
it has.
say that. Oh, he's bowled. He's got through the defences of Ben Mays there. Ben Mays can't quite believe it, just takes his time walking back. Here's Archie Vaughan. Down the wicket comes Brown, drives that nicely through mid-wicket. Nice use of his feet, nice placement, neatly along the ground, and that's his half-century.
Ball in and bowls. This is cut away through the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. To our left, but they've run 2. And Dawson down the pitch, hitting this in the air, and is caught by Tom Abel.
Bowls very short this time, pulled out towards the fine leg boundary, and a good piece of fielding out there. Oh no, it's been parried over the rope before.
Vaughan in and bowls, and a big swing, and not sure whether that came off the inside edge. It's going to go for 4. It's 4 byes, in fact.
Go his way as Overton's running in from the hotel end, and it's just played down towards third man. Quite fine, actually. I think he's beat the man who's very wide down there. He is.
You might see a picture of him somewhere around the place. It's bowled. Done the trick straight away. Lewis Gregory celebrates as well. That's a big wicket. Right, Gregory from the pavilion end once more. This time to Abbott. Oh, it's bowled. Whoa, this is a spell and a half here from Lewis Gregory.
Overton in and bowls, and this is turned down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Round the wicket into Jack. Oh, and another. Oh, now they've gone up for that. Has he got a little nick on that? Or has he actually clipped? He's clipped the bails, I think, and the stumps. I think he's bowled him. Either way, it's 9 down. Bowled by Gregory. Jack is out for 2. That's exactly what's happened there. And I have to say, was that the 3rd, 4th ball he's bowled in almost that identical area. He's just kept at it.
Terrific bowling. To Baker. Oh, and this squirts off the inside edge. He'll pick up 2, and they'll take the 2. In fact, he'll pick up 4.
And goes deeper here on the offside. At a deep extra cover position, really. Into the pads, LBW appeal. Look, the umpire out. LBW, Baker's gone for 4. Gregory picks up another. It's 5 for Gregory. Terrific work from the skipper. 5 wickets means the Hampshire all out for 336. 286 in front. Well, he's led from the front this afternoon. You take.
He's running in past the umpire towards us, and it's a good leave just outside the off stump. Past the umpire, right arm over and tap down towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4 to start the day off for Somerset's batters.
Their second innings, and that's nicely played off the back foot. Width there from Yusuf, and Archie Vaughan puts that away. Yusuf runs away from us, bowls Fuller this time, and that's worked through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
What they're meant to be, isn't it? As Kyle Abbott bowls, and it brings about the outside edge from Archie Vaughan, and that's going to be 4 runs down towards the third man boundary.
Past the umpire and bowls, and that's nicely played by Vaughan into the covers, and that's 4 runs. That's nicely timed. Easy as you like, that one.
It's very reminiscent of his father.
Wasn't it? There's one out there for that. Length ball pushes forward off the outside half of the bat, and that's running down to third man. That's going for 4 more. Useful runs here as Vaughan moves on to 30, which I'm sure most people do. As Baker comes in again, shorter, pulled away by Vaughan, it's in the air, and he's caught at deep square leg for the second time in the game.
What did I say?
Can't resist it, can he?
Quite a brave shot to play against Kyle Abbott. Gets away with it, 38 for 1. Bowls, and this time he's punching that away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot, just a little bit of width from Kyle Abbott. Oh, it takes him on the pad and gone. That's the end of Josh Tom.
It's stuck, that's Cody Youssef. And Sonny Baker has done it again. This time it's Tom Lannonby, he's gone for 9. Colour. Here's Baker. Rue's chasing that one a little bit outside the off stump, but he gets most of the bat on that as he goes out to Eddie Jack at third man. And I was fortunate to sit with him at Shardalow's when I played for Amersham. He was so generous with his time and wisdom. Look him up, a very interesting.
Explained. Dawson bowls. This is slog swept by James Rue for 4 runs. He moves on to 7. He's only faced 11 deliveries. James Rue enjoying the majority of the strike.
As he tries to pull that away, there's an example of him not being in total control.
There you are.
4 for 8. Here's Cody Youssef, bowls, and Rue drives. Again, it's come off the outside half of the bat. It's running down to third man where... No way,
far
Eddie
away
Jack.
from
So they got off to a quick start. They were 33 for none off 7 overs. This time a sweep
That's a
through
good shot.
square leg, and that's already hit the boundary. 104 for 3. As he walks in. A reverse sweep from Rue, and it beats the fielder. It's beaten short third man on the fine side. It's also just gone past the... Here comes Dawson. Again, another sweep shot. And that's just a single as he gets through to 50. It's his 14th in first-class cricket.
Jack bowls. Rue flicks that away down to fine leg. It's going for 4. Wicket. Here we go. Last ball. Rue plays that to mid-wicket, and there we are. End of day 3. Rue finishes 58 not out. Tom Abel 27, and Somerset at 139 for 3 in their second innings. From here, need another 140.
He's bowling to Tom Abel, and that's a full pitch delivery, which is met by a broad Tom Abel bat and played out into the offside.
Still Somerset have 7 second innings wickets intact as Abbott comes in to Rue, edges through, and he has carried this time.
Bowls, and a run here, probably 4 runs.
And Smead hits that off the back foot, lovely shot in the gap, and that's going for 4. Right, here's Abbott. And that's a thick outside edge, but there's more runs, and it's running down to third man, and it's going to be 4 more.
Yusuf bowls. Abel turns this away through the onside, and it's gone for 4. It's in the air for a time.
I think Essex have lost another wicket there, 5 down at Warwickshire. Nice drive through the covers. That will be Abel's 50. Fielded on the boundary by Eddie Jack, and Abel moves on to 51 off 118 balls with 3 fours. I can't see anybody on the roof. That's a bit of width, and that is caught it back with a point. Mistake from Will Smead.
He is now, and he bowls down the track. He's bowled! Liam Dawson goes running off in Alan Shearer style. You know, the man, the man I'm looking for tips, saying that these are not necessarily the the way to do it.
Yeah, 4 runs.
Baker in and bowls. This is cut away down to deep backward deep backward point for 4 runs. It's short and wide from Sonny Baker.
Press final ball of the morning session. Bowls and a defensive shot to finish. 2-2-3 for 6 Somerset. The game stands.
Gregory will take him on the pad, and
Abbott again, bowls. It's between keeper and first slip, but I don't think it would have carried. But he has found the gap.
As Dawson's in, and down the track comes Tom Abel and whips it away through mid-wicket. I can reassure you, as Abbott bowls and a whip through mid-wicket, glorious shot. The new ball races away to the boundary through that straight mid-wicket region.
Gregory hammers this away through the offside for 4. The target goes down.
262 for 6. Baker bowls. He's bowled him, and there's the breakthrough. Into Ogbourne, and Ogbourne pushes forward, and he's down to third man, and there's the 4.
What did I say? Just got a bit carried away there, I think, Alfie Ogbourne. Going for glory. Abbott to Abel. He turns this away through the onside for 4 runs.
To Leach, length ball. Leach off the back foot, cracks that away. That'll be 4, I think. Hasn't quite reached the rope, it has now.
Here at the Utilita Bowl, it's 100 for Tom Abel, 101 not out, and Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 2 wickets in an absolutely thrilling finish to a great game of cricket.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Umpires Mark Newell and Ben Debenham returning for the afternoon sessions.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, ahead of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Glamorgan. This morning, well, it was another session that belonged to the visitors, because Hampshire, who resumed on 58 without loss in their first innings, still trailing by 478 runs, were hoping for a fairly quiet session. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite that, because they lost 5 wickets. So Hampshire find themselves 132 for 5, adding just 74 runs in those 2 hours and 10 minutes, because we played an extra 10 minutes, looking to make up for the time lost on day 2, and they still trail by 404. Ben Mays will resume his innings on 4 not out on the stroke of lunch. Ben Brown was called at first slip off the returning leg spinner Mason Crane, and that was Crane's second wicket in just 11 balls, because just earlier he picked up Tom Prest, who was LBW for 45, the top score in the Hampshire innings. Earlier on, Nick Gubbins made 38, but only added 1 to his overnight total. The Glamorgan bowlers have been on it all morning, making it tough for the Hampshire batters. Toby Albert didn't add any to his overnight total. He was the first to go. Second ball of the morning, LBW to Tim van der Gooten. 21 he made. Nick Gubbins falling after just 35 minutes of play. Fletcher Middleton going for 5. He was LBW to Al Hassan with his medium paces. 1 also nipped back. And as I said there, Mason Crane with those 2 wickets. He's still 1 ball left of his second over. This is tough going once more for the home side. And certainly losing 5 wickets in that session was not on the cards, because we still have an awful lot of this game left, despite losing half the day yesterday. So, Mason Crane really has put the cat among the pigeons as far as Hampshire's resistance is concerned, and the new batter is Felix Organ, and Crane can't wait to get going because he's already been stopped by Felix Organ saying, "I'm not quite ready yet." Here we go then, afternoon session underway under cloudy skies, and Organ works that up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. So Mason Crane has 2 for 2. And that was a wicket maiden. Now, chance to get through some emails here, a couple just before lunch, which I wasn't able to get through. Apologies for that. Commentary team this afternoon when they return from lunch, although Sandy Murthy is already here. He'll be joining me shortly. Rob Phillips from BBC Wales is also here. Ian Hanks emailed just before the lunch break, Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. We were talking about Malcolm Nash. There was a game that Tim Tremlett, the former Hampshire all-rounder, messaged me earlier back in the 70s, where he took loads of wickets at Basingstoke. And then we got on to Malcolm Nash's unfortunate record of being hit for 6 sixes in Swansea. Got a few emails about that. Ian Hanks wrote, "I think you'll find that a week after taking his 9 wickets at Basingstoke, Nash was on the wrong end of Barry Richards and Gordon Greenwich. An onslaught from them at Northlands Road at the old ground. Tim van der Gooten is changing ends. The right-arm pace bowler is bowling from our commentary end, and Mays just works that into the offside off the back foot. Pleasant-looking shot to get things underway. He's looking for 2, sent back by Organ." Greenwich also at Northlands Road, where they broke several one-day records. I was there and remember it fondly. The 2 openers making hay in the sunshine and taking it in turns to knock tiles from the clubhouse roof. Nash had, of course, converted from spin bowling to medium pace after being carted about by Sobers. That's Ian in Hertfordshire. Thank you very much for those recollections. It's been quite fun, isn't it? Going through that. Right, so we have an extra slip for the new batter, Felix Organ, who's playing his first match, first-class match of this season, and he's having a little fish outside the off stump. That was very nearly an unmemorable way of getting out, and there wasn't much in the pitch for him when he bowled. Mason Crane seems to be getting a little bit, but again with the wrist spinners, they tend to find a little bit more, although again on the 2 overs that Crane has bowled, there's only a little bit there, but maybe some would say that's just enough. Yes, Organ bowled 33 overs, 1 for 143. Here's van der Gooten, bowls to Organ, who's forward. And there is no run. Another email here from Duncan Holding. Again, that came in just before lunch. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. Afternoon, great coverage, thank you very much. Hampshire is my second team, says Duncan. You talk about 18-year-old Ben Mays learning his trade. Well, 66 years ago, a certain 17-year-old started to learn his trade, making his debut for Warwickshire. There's van der Gooten bowls, and Organ is in behind that one with a defensive shot. Fast forward to May the 1st this year, and it was announced that the new stand at Edgbaston, due open next season, is to be named the Dennis Amiss stand. And he did okay, says Duncan. He was all right, wasn't he? Former chief executive there as well as being a prolific opening batter. So Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think Hampshire fans are in a fantastically buoyant mood to be emailing all day, but keep me happy anyway. And that's another defensive shot as well. 133 for 5 are Hampshire, and this is the 48th over of their reply. The over rate for Glamorgan, slightly behind. They're just 2 behind, but I'm sure a few more overs of Mason Crane and that will be put right. Actually, there was a query about Hampshire earlier about their over rate. I've got an official response. Oh, that's guided past, I say guided past third slip. There was a slight hint of an open face there. Just watch this again if you're on the live picture feed. There's Van der Gooten bowls, and he's pushing out of that a little bit is Felix Organ, but it kept a little low, which helped the ball run along the ground. So 137 for 5. Yes, you can pick us up on the Hampshire Cricket website picture feed, which is going back to the Glamorgan Cricket website. There's also coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on your smart speaker. Just ask it to play Hampshire versus Glamorgan, and we are also around the ground. Yes, going back to that over rate, I got a message before lunch from Fiona, the Hampshire scorer, who said actually Hampshire's over rate was +1 at the end of that first innings, and I said imagine it will stay pretty much like that because Hampshire still are 399 runs behind on the first innings. Not expecting Glamorgan to do too much with the bat in this game as Mays drives Crane up to mid-off, and Ben Mays is on 15. This is a real test for him. It's a test for anybody at the moment because Glamorgan are all over Hampshire. As Crane from the pavilion end comes in again and bowls, and Mays gets one that just hurries him a little bit. There's the little one that sort of shoots off the deck. Got to be careful here because Mason Crane does have all the ammunition, and when he gets into a groove, and we've seen it here before, that he is very difficult. He's difficult to read, difficult to play. Forward is Mays. He's bowled very accurately in the few balls that he's bowled so far. And he does look as though, even as he strides back to his mark, he has real purpose here. He looks like he's on a mission to prove to his former county that they were perhaps wrong to let him go. Here's Crane. Bowls. Mays is forward. It's another good accurate delivery from Mason Crane, who's now 29 years of age. Hardly seems possible. 137 for 5. As Crane's in again. Bowls, and Mays is on the back foot there again. You just have to be careful with those. Don't want to be playing across those. Tom Press did play across his and was LBW. Still the slip in. Colin Ingram took a great catch to get rid of Ben Brown on the stroke of lunch off Crane. Mays plays that away quietly down the pitch end of the over. 137 for 5, and alongside me is cricket broadcaster Sanjay Murthy. You've got a finger in every pie going at the moment. I mean, you're up at Lord's, you're doing interval stuff on their picture feed, you've got a podcast going, you've got this, you've got that. I can't keep up with it.
You can take me out the corner shop, mate, but you can't take the corner shop out of me. That's that's certainly for sure. I was a bit. I wandered over to get some lunch just now, and I was wondering why there was people walking around the concourse with shorts on and stuff, and it's blooming freezing up here. But it's actually not bad down there.
It's freezing up here and all right outside.
Yeah,
that's about the norm.
Should be the wrong way. It's Tim van der Houten to continue from this Hotel N bowls. It's out the stump and a dabble by Organ. He's looked a bit tetchy so far, just trying to get acclimatised bearings. I think Kev said it's his first appearance of the season, so he's got to get himself into that groove, especially against a Glamorgan side that are bowling so accurately and so well this morning. And big job that these two guys have got to do this afternoon, Kevin, to keep Hampshire from not having to bat again. It's van der Houten at the top of his mark then in bowls and shortish, and Organ just on the back foot, just dabs it into the offside for no run. Are you? Are we unfortunately expecting Hampshire to give it another go this afternoon, or do you think there's enough in the tail, middle order to tail, Kev, that could see them getting to the end of the day without having to have a second dig?
Well, we've still got 70 odd overs left. Well, we've got 70 point something. That's an awful lot of play left today, that's for sure.
And the way the Glamorgan are bowling, we'll have to see what happens as Van der Hoyten. It's a big appeal. The umpire looks unmoved though, and the fielders are certainly confident of that. Let's have a look on the live feed from the umpire's view. That looked. If there's DRS, I think there would be something to say there, but leg side and possibly high, but accurate, you would say. And they're really threatening those pads. They've done it all day so far, Glamorgan. They've honed in at the pads of the right-handed Hampshire batters, and Organ, I think, is lucky to still be there as Van der Hoyten now approaches the crease and bowls. And another appeal. This one, he's gone. He's done him. LBW, and it's a repeat of the same ball, straighter this time. Organ just lunges forward onto the front foot, and this time no doubt for the umpire, that's hitting middle of middle, straight up, and Hampshire have lost yet another wicket. 137 for 6. Felix Organ gone for 4, and Hampshire are in a whole load of trouble here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton.
Well, that's the 4th LBW out of 6 that have fallen today. He's not the tallest, Felix Organ, so it does hit him fairly high on the pad, but he isn't a long way forward, if we're really honest. And actually, when it hits him, he then sort of eases forward after that. I think he knows that he's pretty close. Let's watch this again. Again, the ball nips back. It's actually a really good delivery.
It's the
from
perfect.
Van der Gooten. And again, it's just plugging away, plugging away on that line and length, and something will happen.
Perfect follow-up delivery from the previous one that was given not out by the umpire. We were talking, actually, interesting, Kev, we were talking about this on Friday up at Lord's. We're talking about the slope, about umpires, whether umpires who are given the same ball, the same bowlers, the same batters on 2 different grounds, whether they give 2 different decisions based upon the pitch, based upon the conditions, the slope. Obviously, at Lord's, depending on which end you're bowling from, the slope plays a big part in that. And I just wonder whether here the umpire, having not given the previous ball out, had no doubts and given this one out as a consequence of.
I think there's always a feeling that if there's a close LBW shout and you're batting, don't give the umpire another opportunity soon after. How you do that, well, you work away. You either get a long way forward or bat at your crease or do something. But having survived a close LBW, don't get another close
forward,
decision, a ball or 2 or 3 balls after.
It's got Curry in as a new batter, and this is shorter from Van der Hoyten, and on his back foot is Curry, and he just defends it down. Hampshire 137 for 6. We're into the bowlers now. A bit of the commentator's curse when Felix Organ was still there, and I said that asked Kevin the question of whether Hampshire would be batting again today. The bowlers are out there now, having to do something to get Hampshire to somewhere half reasonable total that means that they've got some sort of chance of saving this game, as Van der Hoyten in again bowls. He's nicked. Oh, I thought he'd nicked it, but flash outside the off stump, straight through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Another great over by Van der Hoyten, 137 for 6.
Well, it invited the prod, didn't it? And that actually ball just left Scott Curry a fraction. Terrific stuff from Van der Gooten, and he's doing no more than just bowl a good line and a good length, and it's hitting the seam, and it's still doing a little bit, even though this ball has been used now for 50 overs. Yeah, Scott Curry, he was on loan a couple of years ago at Leicestershire, actually averaged 30 in the Championship, which is a little bit more than his career, but even so, it's pretty decent. But it's Ben Mays facing Mason Crane, and he's well forward. So 6 down here, Hampshire. They're 399 runs behind on the first innings, and they are still an awful long way away from the follow-on figure, around about 150 if my maths is right. In fact, it's exactly 150, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 150, yep.
Here's Mason Crane again, amazes forward. He's so accurate here, Mason Crane, today.
Will he, Henry of this Hampshire side, or Mason Crane have played with when he was here?
Well, yeah, most of them, not Ben Mays, obviously.
No.
But most of this side, I mean, Ben, yeah, I mean, this is only his second season at Glamorgan.
Oh, yes, true, yeah.
And again, from that pavilion end, and bowls, flighted, and that's worked away, not timed to mid-wicket. Yeah, so, yeah, just about everybody, I would have thought. Just trying to think, really, looking quick down. Oh, Sonny Baker. Sonny Baker, he won it.
No, he came from Somerset, didn't he?
Yeah, last year. So, oh no, hang on now. Last year was his first full year. That's played away fine on the leg side, and he sort of arrived on loan a bit the season before.
Right.
So, yeah, they might have crossed a little bit, not much. But.
And how long's Ben Brown been here since?
Oh gosh, yeah, 2021 I think.
Oh,
it is.
okay.
Yeah, so he's been, yeah, well, they definitely would have crossed a bit off the back foot. Plays that back to the bowler. Maiden over there from Mason Crane. He has 4 overs, 2 for 2, and I do get the feeling that as much as people around the ground, I know there's 1 or 2 Glamorgan supporters here, but just generally they'll be very disappointed. I thought that was the end of the over. It's not with what they're seeing here. As Mays is forward, and again, there's not a lot out there for Mason Crane, but there is just a little bit of the ball just holding a bit, and naturally he's going to get excited out there.
You had Somerset here, didn't you, the last home match? You watched James Rue, a lot's made of him with England. What did you make of him?
Well, I've seen him a few times now. I've seen him score runs as well. I mean, listen, he's got a good technique. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I'm surprised, and who was it who mentioned his name to me a day or two ago? Can't remember. Dominic Sibley's not talked about at all.
Apart from by me.
Well, it might have even been you.
Tim, it's Van der Hoogten again from this hotel end, bowls outside the off stump, and Curry just lets it go. He's got big runs again, Dom Sibley. He was on 160 odd, I think, last time I looked.
You know, there's talk about, maybe Acid Tribe, maybe Rue, maybe Gay,
McKinney,
but everybody is overlooking
the man I think who should
Dom
have
Sibley,
that job.
who's been there,
100%.
Who's been there, so knows what it's about. Yeah, he didn't have a great time, but he's been a consistent performer now for several seasons, and he's banging out the runs, and you think, well, why is nobody talking about him?
Van der Hoogten again, this hotel end, it's shorter, and Scotty pops it up in the air, caught and bowled, he's gone. That's the 7th wicket that's gone down. Van der Hoogten strikes again, that's his 4th wicket. He's taken 4 for 41 so far this morning, and Scott Curry's gone for a 4-ball duck, and Hampshire have lost their 8th wicket, and they're 137 now with that follow-on figure, a long, long way away, Kev.
Well, he's just tried to flick that away on the leg side, close to face of it. He's done it a little too quickly, and it's a bit of a soft dismissal, that one. And I have to say, I didn't really see this coming. I know Hampshire haven't batted particularly well this season so far on the whole, and didn't bat particularly well last season. But I don't know. After last night, I just didn't see where we were going to lose 7 wickets this quickly, and it is a little disappointing, of course it is, but take nothing away from Glamorgan, like they did with the bat. They have just outplayed Hampshire here, and it's hard work, and when you're really so far behind in the game, it is hard work, and so it's proving.
Yeah, did Hampshire disservice there. It's 137 for 7, 51 overs bowled. Van der Hoogten's been excellent so far, ably supported by everybody else that's bowled, even though he's taken 4 out of the 7 wickets. You know, the likes of Hadley, McElroy, Crane and Zain Al Hassan have provided great support. They've been relentless this morning and early into this afternoon against Hampshire, as it's Kyle Abbott who's coming out to bat now. I think I saw that he got some runs. Did he not? Got 40 odd, I think, when I was looking at the score, either the last match or the match before.
First game here, first innings, got 35.
Right. So he can obviously hold a bat, Kyle Abbott.
Oh,
yeah. doing him a disservice. Actually, it's interesting going back to our Middlesex game. Seb Morgan, who's from Winchester College, was batting at 10 for Middlesex as Van der Hoyten comes in bowls and has a big appeal. Umpire shakes his head. It's an appeal for caught behind, but no feet movement there at all from Abbott, and the ball just goes down the leg side. If it's flicked anything, it's thigh pad.
It feels like there's a winner of a wicket every ball here for all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Hampshire, last 4 wickets have fallen for 11 runs. 2 before lunch and 2 after it, and 5 wickets now for 37.
Yeah, not what you want when you've got such a huge deficit here to try and close that gap as Van der Hoyten approaches the crease. He bowls, and Abbott, that's a nice looking drive through the leg side. Al Hassan's after it, he slides, and he's just going to pull that in about 20 feet, 15 feet short the boundary, and Abbott's off the mark with 2, 139 for 7. Yeah, going back to Dom Sibley, Kev, I know he's played before, and he didn't move his feet that well, and whatever, but he's a different batter now. And if you believe what Key et al. Say about county cricket, then you've got to go on form, and he's the form horse, Dom Sibley, without a doubt.
He is, yeah, definitely.
In comes Van Houten again. Bowls is a big drive from Abbott. He's given it the long levers here. There's no messing around. You can see what he's trying to do. Why hang about? 1 bounce 4. Kyle Abbott is going to entertain this crowd that's here. He's not going to defend.
No, well, it probably needs a bit of this really, just to lift the gloom in lots of ways. Thank you to Chris Drew, who reminds me that at the time it was 250 away from saving the follow-on, not 150. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chris. I was just trying to sort of, I don't know, make everything not sound such big numbers.
It's certainly a big number that Glamorgan have posted with their 536. What would Van der Hoyten try and do now? Is he going to try and put one shorter to Abbott? No, he bowls full, and Abbott this time again pushes down where Al Hassan fields. That's the end of that over, and Van der Hoyten 17 overs so far, 4 for 47. Hampshire 143 for 7.
Yeah, he's been terrific, hasn't he? Just put the ball on the spot. He got some movement off the seam this morning with the ball nipping in, and he's got a couple just to slide away from the bat, but he's still getting a little bit of seam movement, and it's just honest seam bowling.
Yeah.
Just put the ball in the right spot.
One of the what I'd like to have seen, actually, and I know you guys would have seen it, was Sonny Baker bowling to Asa Tribe, and to see how that battle went. Because keeping with the England theme, there's obviously 2 more players who are linked with the international honours, and we'll come and to see what you thought of that in a minute.
Crane comes in from the pavilion and bowls to Ben Mays, who prods forward.
How did that battle go?
Well, I'm not sure how many balls that Baker actually bowled at Asa Tribe, really, but I mean, Tribe looked a good player. I'd not seen him play before. My first look, Michael Carberry was looking
in a minute,
first. Yeah, he looked all right. Looked more than all right. Here's Crane, quicker ball. It's worked on the onside, and Crane's quickly across. He really has got the bit between his teeth here.
Because the guys have got runs. Okay, McKinney got that big double 100, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I think he got 50 odd today. But Gay, Tribe, and who else? One more.
Crane in. It's worked away on the onside where there's 3 men out on the boundary, actually. Big gap on the leg side for Mays. He moves on to 16. Yeah,
Gay, Tribe, Rue, they're the 3. They're all middle order batters, or they're high, batting at 3 or 4 type thing. So top order batters. But the only true opener who's getting runs is Sibley.
Has McKinney not opened?
McKinney does open, yeah. But he's got that big double 100, but he's been not. There's a 50 or 60 today, but apart from that, not much else, I don't think. But Sibley done back-to-back hundreds now, and so either they're going with someone like that, or they're going to have to turn someone who doesn't open into one to fill a gap.
It's true. Crane into Abbott, who pushes forward. Yeah. Well, I don't know how long we wait for the announcement of. What did you say the first test was a month away?
4th of June, yeah.
So we weren't here for a while, will we?
But we've only got, 2 more rounds of county championship matches, have we?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Good question. I don't know. Let me have a look.
It might be 3, 2 or 3.
So Crane's in. And bowls. Abbott gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. So after this, there's the following week, and then the week after. Yes, you're right. And then the T20 start end of May. So there's 2 more rounds, and then there's a couple of rounds in June.
Yeah.
It's a bit more sort of spread out this time. Crane in again, and Abbott drives pleasantly. Mid-off is quite deep, so he will get 1, and he moves on to 7, 145 for 7.
What's also interesting with that, I was looking at the Surrey side. Jamie Smith is keeping because Ben Folkes is injured, so he's batting down at 6. But they've rested, because of the central contract stuff, they've rested Gus Atkinson, and he hasn't actually bowled that much. I think he's only taken a wicket or 2, which strikes me as a bit strange with only 2 more rounds of county championship matches left. Why you wouldn't want, you would think that someone who's going to shoulder a lot of the burden of bowling this summer to actually get some more overs under his belt. But that's the way of the modern cricketer, Kev, is it? None of this play every single day business.
I don't have any of that.
No, it's Van der Hoogten again from this Hotel N in bowls, and Kyle Abbott just defends solidly. First ball, he stays on 7 of 8 balls. Van der Hoogten's getting through his workload here. He's in his 18th over and bowled very well, as we've said all along. It's a bit of a, it's certainly a no-win situation for the Hampshire batters here. For young Ben Mays, it's a chance to bat, to get time out in the middle, and Kyle Abbott, it's a chance to have some fun, you would have thought, and see what he can do before he's out. It's a great looking shot from Abbott, but there was a fielder posted deepish on the leg side, and Jamie McElroy just sweeps up, and a good looking shot from Abbott only goes for 1. They certainly know where to place a field for these batters, and Van der Hoogten's experienced enough to bowl to it.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting defensive field on the leg side for Abbott. I mean, 146 for 7.
He's given that single because he's come in now, Jamie McElroy, to Mays, who's facing up to Van der Hoogten, who approaches the crease bowls, and leading edge, but just drops into the offside. It might have hit his thigh pad. Thigh pad from Mays there. Yeah, they're obviously giving Abbott the single, which is interesting. You'd think you'd want to keep the bowler on strike, but what would you say as the former pro?
Well, I'd look at the scoreboard and I'd think, well, it doesn't matter whether Abbott's played 1 shot over the top or 10 shots over the top. I mean, you don't need to go too defensive, do you?
No, that's true. He's been quite defensive so far. Carson, as in comes Van der Hoogten outside the off stump and just left comfortably by Ben Mays. So I was talking to this about fielding positions with Rob earlier this morning, where regardless of the wickets that were falling, Kieran Carlson didn't seem to make any sort of fielding adjustments, and kept the same field over and over again, and just the bowlers bowled to it. And I guess that scoreboard pressure, the pressure from the bowlers meant that he was proven to be right. I mean, Hampshire 146 for 7, and what else do you need to do? Just patience. Sometimes you can force the game, can't you? And that's never a good thing. As Van der Hoogten in again, full, and just guided nicely down to a vacant gully area by Ben Mays. That's a nice looking shot from the young man. He moves on. He moves on to 20, and Hampshire onto 150 for 7.
Yeah, he played it late, didn't push at it. It's been a hard-earned 150. It's come at some cost as well. Yes, this is another situation for young Ben Mays to experience. Tough one, another tough one.
Yeah, has he batted with the tail a lot?
Well, he hasn't really got in yet.
Right.
Not really sort of made a telling innings yet.
Van der Hoogten again bowls, and it's well left. Good line outside the off stump, and Hampshire 150 for 7 after 53 and a bit over, or 54 overs now, and Glamorgan certainly have got the bit between their teeth there. A bit of a chat between captain and keeper. Mason Crane's been operating from that Rod Brandsgrove end, and he will continue to operate without any change. He's bowled, what's he bowled so far? 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4. He's pretty much got most of the numbers on that board there, which is impressive. And you would think maybe, Kev, that he just hold an end up with the way that he's bowling so far.
Well, he seems to be doing better than that at the moment. Look at those figures. Ben Mays, top score, 39 in the first innings against Yorkshire up at Headingley. So yeah, it's Abbott to face. I got an email here from Stephen Clark, which is quite an interesting one actually. As Abbott drives him out to extra cover. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's already emailed several times. I'm desperately trying to defend our boys against all the habitual naysayers on social media at the moment, but unfortunately the moaning minis are winning the battle. It often happens, doesn't it? Look at that article about Kent and Adam Hollyoak, as Abbott plays and misses outside of the off stump. I think that barring a miracle, this game may be gone, but there are solutions, or are there any solutions? And any short and long term that you or any of your colleagues are prepared to air? Well, actually, I'm not sure the full interview has gone out on the Hampshire Cricket website, but we spoke to Shane Berger last night, the bowling coach, assistant coach. That's a nice drive, well stopped by Mason Crane. And at one point he did make, and remember that this side is in transition, that it is a long-term project. It isn't going to happen overnight. Well, Mason Crane's hurt himself actually in fielding that shot by Abbott previously. He's down on his haunches. I'm not quite sure what it's hit. Oh, it's hit him on the hand. I think we might get a little break in play here where we wait for some treatment to Mason Crane. And I thought that was the most telling sentence of last night's interview after the game. He did make the point, you know, this is a bit of a long-term project. And it's a little easier, and I think we've sort of made this point, it's a little easier to transition in Division 2. It is not easy transitioning in Division 1, so it's tough. You get punished a little bit more for any mistakes you make, and when you're into a transition you are going to make mistakes. And yeah, I think we just have to be a bit patient. There are signs from one or two players that they have moved on a little bit from last year, which is good news. That's positive. Hampshire have won one game so far. No, they've lost 2, but they have won 1. Yes, they sit bottom of the table, which is also difficult at the moment. And I suppose a lot of people will look at it and say, hang on a minute, Glamorgan are playing in the top division for the first time in 21 years. So we should be doing a bit better. But Glamorgan are not up here for no reason, really. You know, they didn't get promoted because they're an average Division 2 side. They're better than that. So, you know, all those things are in the mix. And it will be a very up and down season, and it might be more down than up. But we just have to take the positives where they are, and hopefully before not too long, Hampshire will be back where they were for 2 or 3 seasons after COVID, where we were challenging at the top end of the table rather than worrying about the bottom. Mason Crane will carry on. Shall I do this ball and then we'll do a change? Oh, he's forward and he's gone, and there's another LBW, and this time it's Kyle Abbott, and he's gone for 8. Mason Crane has picked up his 3rd wicket, and Hampshire finds themselves 150 for 8, and I think it's a very opportune moment for me to make way. Sanjay Murthy is going to continue, and Rob Phillips, who I should think can hardly contain himself from BBC Wales, will be in alongside Sanjay.
Well, I've got to tell you, Kev, I bumped into an acquaintance of mine. Well, actually, he texted me last night and said he's here, but he's also a Hampshire member now. He used to work in the media in South Wales, and he said to me, you may be on your way home tonight. And I said, no. He said, well, not sure it's going to be a long day tomorrow, because I mean, I heard you say that the naysayers have been out on social media. He was suggesting that they are prone to crumbling under pressure, although you have to say Glamorgan bowled really well, just put it on the right mark. Afternoon, Sanjay. I've got to tell you, I'm going to have to leave you in about 2:30 to impart the good news to our rugby listeners who have listened to the Dragons lose to Montpellier in the Champions Cup.
The one thing about you would say about the order of the dismissals, I can't remember actually a false shot. You know, and I think that's testament to how well Glamorgan have bowled. There's been like a huge booming drive and nick off to the slips or any of that stuff. It's just been accurate bowling. I think is that the 5th LBW I think so far.
I think it is, yeah.
Of this innings, which just shows stump to stump and the you know, and the rewards you get, I guess, as a bowler if you are bowling with that level of accuracy. And yeah, fair play to Glamorgan. They've been exceptional today.
And without the benefit of hindsight, I have been saying that Mason Crane has looked in the groove ever since the season started. Obviously got runs in the last game, 99. He wants a recount, as he said. But you know, in the first game against Nottinghamshire, weren't conducive conditions. First innings, not to a spinner, he took 5 for, and clearly he's enjoying his return to here, and he's got the wonderful figures of 3 for 4 of 5.4 overs, and he's coming in from the far end, the pavilion end, and Cody Youssef drives comfortably into the offside. Yeah, both him and Van der Hoogten have just shown the benefit of putting it in the right spot.
Yep. And even those who didn't get wickets, the Hadleys, the McElroys, you know, they or didn't get as many. They bowled very well so far, and you know, it's a team effort, isn't it, bowling?
It is. So that's his 6th over out of the way for Mason Crane. Brilliant. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 4.
It's a bit of a round of applause for Mason Crane. I'm assuming they're coming from the Glamorgan fans.
Well, no, I think he's quite again.
Popular.
My Hampshire member was telling me that he was quite a popular guy here, and he made the point that when he went out to bat yesterday, he had a warm ovation from the crowd who were here then.
Yeah, if you go back to what you were saying about Kent, you know, with the having to turn off the social media, it's nice to see actually the Hampshire supporters giving a former player such a good welcome. It will be Van der Hoogten to continue from this hotel end bowls, and Ben Mays tucks it into the leg side, trusts Cody Youssef enough to come through for the single. He moves on to 21 and the score 151. But yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, isn't it, Rob, that Kent have felt the need to do that, but then they've been bottom, they're not very good this year. I don't know what I do a podcast with Geraint Jones, and obviously Kent is close to his heart, and he was telling me yesterday about this before the statement came out, and it's interesting to see what towards whom those comments are being aimed.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say the social media on the football front is far more abrasive than most cricket.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
social media.
Van der Hoogten again now. Cody Youssef, and just covers up for no run.
But it can change. I will raise you Cardiff City, relegated from the Championship last season. Plenty of doom and gloom around the place, and they've bounced straight back.
Yeah.
So it can. There can be a turnaround, and I think you've got to say Hampshire are going through that transition phase, aren't they? Glamorgan have got the spring of getting promoted last season. Not sure too many expected that, but they did get promotion. That does give you impetus.
Van der Hoogten again to Youssef outside the off stump, and just pleasant looking drive off the back foot from Youssef, no run. Hampshire 151 for 8. I'm a Luton Town fan, so I'm very used to the trials and tribulations of supporting a football club. I don't think I've ever felt compelled, though, to send anyone any abusive messages. But in typical Luton fashion, it came down to the last game of the season, last minutes of the season, and Stevenage bundled. They say it's over the line. I've seen it.
I watched
I'm
it
not
back
entirely
today,
sure,
actually.
But we haven't gone up as Van der Hoogten bowls it full, and it's beaten pace. Cody
we could have done with Hawkeye.
Yeah, we could have done with winning some games actually early in the season. But
I mean, you've got a trophy this season.
Yeah, we did. Won the Virtue Trophy. Yeah, it was a good day out. But I can. And actually, what a great result for Lincoln City, winning that league as well as they did.
Astonishing.
A couple of ex-Luton players, and Sonny Bradley and somebody else come out who it is plays for them.
Yeah, no, they are astonishing. They're on we're on an unbelievable run, and we'll see what they do in the Championship next season.
Van der Hoogten again, full and well left by Youssef. Bit of late swing for Van der Hoogten this late in the day. 55 overs this ball, so it's it might be some time for it to do something, to do some talking, although it's talked quite well so far.
Well, we haven't seen Ben Callaway yet either, have we? But difficult to compare him with Mason Crane, because obviously he's a finger spinner, and Mason Crane definitely a leg spinner. I noticed Kieran Carlson doing a couple of bowling exercises there. He has bowled this season and taken wickets.
Full for Van der Hoogten and just dug out by Yusuf into the leg side, no run. Yeah, so he bowls as well. I mean, anyone else? Or you would think if they're going to bowl to anyone now that's new, it's going to be Kellaway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Van der Hoogten will... How many overs has he bowled now? 19 overs. He's probably not far away from it. He's done the damage, hasn't he? Yeah.
Well, and also, if, as we expect, there's going to be a follow-on enforced, I would assume.
They'll need to...
Then they need to rest. Yeah.
I don't think they can take a chance, can they,
No.
on the weather, just in case it does
Blue
curtail
skies
the
up
amount of
above.
time. Yeah. Crane in from the far end. Pushed away by Ben Mays, who I've been very impressed with. Good technique, hasn't he? The youngster, 18-year-old. And he's going to learn an awful lot from this.
Yeah, impressed also in the Under-19 World Cup over the winter. That big 100 that Kev said.
Crane looking for a third wicket. Mays, well, he tried to drive that away. It squirted off his bat behind square on this offside. It's collected on the boundary. He's skipped through for 3 runs.
There's a few instances so far, the commentators curse. I said before lunch that Hampshire will be reasonably pleased. It was 123 for 4, bang bang, then they weren't. And yeah, just said about Ben Mays then.
It does happen.
Yeah. Happens a lot, doesn't it?
It happens a lot to me. Mays is on 24. Yusuf yet to get off the mark. Crane comes in from the far end. Clipped down to the short mid-wicket.
We were talking about football. Obviously, Cardiff have done well. Wrexham just missed out on the playoffs. So what's the general feeling in Wales about the Wrexham project?
The Wrexham project sort of divides opinion, but I don't think you can sort of take anything away from the owners. They have been almost the perfect owners, and we were talking about it earlier, their global recognition is funding the club.
Yeah.
And they don't have the money to go Premier League as Crane comes in. I mean, but they do have access to those funds. So they've always brought in players from a higher division, and that's worked. And it's been a brilliant success this season, even missing out on playoffs yesterday. And after this ball, I will have to leave you,
no worries,
Sanjay, to mind the ship as Crane bowls. And it's pushed back by Cody Yusuf, who's still yet to get off the mark. Mays 24 and Hampshire 154 for 8. I shall go and impart the good news to BBC Wales.
Yeah, I'm sure they're looking forward to the glee that's going to be in your voice, Rob, as you tell everybody how well Glamorgan are doing. Huge deficits yet still of 382, and no bowling changes so far. It's fun, or there is a bowling change, I think, at this pavilion, at this hotel end. It's going to be Ryan Hadley, the Australian quick, the overseas player, who's going to come back in. They've given Van der Hoogten a well-earned rest. He's been outstanding so far, the Dutch international bowler. Between him and Mason Crane, they've put Hampshire on the back foot here as Hadley turns at the top of his mark. He's bowling to Ben Mays. He's at the crease now, bowls, and Mays on the back foot just drops it into the offside for no run. It's going to be definitely an interesting afternoon for Hampshire. I mean, they're still stuck between two stools here. Kyle Abbott tried the long handle once or twice, and before he fell. And Cody Yusuf certainly looks a lot more organised as a batter. I mean, he's coming in. He's a bowler predominantly, but coming in here, and he's played some good defensive shots. And I think his role is to give young Ben Mays some company, who's on 24 of 57. There's Hadley in again, bowl short, and he's on the back foot, Mays, and just cloths it really into the leg side where Zain Al Hassan fields, and they come through for one. So Mays a couple of times now has trusted Cody Yusuf with the bat, and he's done that again. That prompts a bit of a chat and some direction from the captain, Kieran Carlson. Is fielding at mid-off. He's bringing a third slip in now alongside Ace Tribe and Colin Ingram, who've station there. All match so far, and points come in off the boundary, and he's also got an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as Hadley turns. Bustling run up, orange soles on his shoes, bowls a bit shorter, and it's nicely tucked away on the offside by Cody Youssef, who rode the bounce brilliantly, and the ball runs away in the Hampshire sunshine for 4. Hampshire move on to 159 for 8. Cody Youssef for 4 off 12 balls. He played that really well. He just waited, rode the bounce, and all along the ground that ball travelled to 4, which has prompted a field change where they've dropped the man who's fielding just a backward point out onto the boundary now, just to cut that shot off from Cody Youssef. And Hadley has bowled 10 overs so far, 0 for 41. He's been the most expensive. He's probably the quickest of the bowlers, so you kind of would expect that maybe. Bowls, and this time Youssef on the back foot again, just punched down, and Hadley just flings it annoyed, in an annoyed fashion, to his captain Carlson. Probably annoyed at the last ball that went for 4 there. He's certainly trying, he's giving it all, his all here, Ryan Hadley, but so far Youssef and Mays are resisting everything that he's throwing at them, as the sun is definitely shining. There's still clouds up there, but they're more broken up now, and certainly to the left, where I believe the weather comes from, it's sort of pretty blue really, and the clouds are white as opposed to the darker ones that were here earlier, as Hadley in again bowls, and well defended by Youssef for a no run. One ball left of this over, so one thing I'm definitely not going to do is trust Kevin James for any weather advice. I mean, he was there boldly saying that it was going to rain around lunch. Well, all I can see is a bit of fluffy clouds and sun, so that's something to tick off from that list. Although Rob did look at his app, and he said there was no chance of rain, so I think he's going to be a lot closer to the truth, as Hadley's got 1 ball left in his 11th over, bowling it to Cody Youssef, approaches the crease now, bowls short, and he just sways out the way, Youssef. Bit of pace in that, and end of the over, Hampshire are 159 for 8, Mays is on 25, Cody Youssef is on 4. There's a bit of a chat between captain and various bowlers to see what's going to happen here. The fielders are marching out to their various points. Hadley seems to be walking towards possibly just his fielding position at mid-off. It's Mason Crane who is going to continue here. He's got the fantastic figures so far of 7 overs, very symmetrical. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 7. So fairly symmetrical, not exactly 4 for 7 would be good, or 3 maidens, as he bowls again, and this time Mays pushes forward onto the offside, and Ace Tribe fields, who's just at a short, a backward point kind of area. It's a very orthodox field here that Kieran Carlson has set. A couple of sweepers on the leg side at square leg, and just around the mid-wicket area as Crane approaches again, gives it some flight, and nicely driven along the ground by Ben Mays, and he thought that Mason Crane was going to field it and sort of stop-started as far as a single was concerned, but no dramas, and he goes through for 1, and Hampshire are 160 for 8 as Cody Youssef looks to face up to the ex-Hampshire leg spinner who bowls, and he just defends well, gets through his overs quickly. Mason Crane, he doesn't give the bowlers any chance to sort of settle or to get into any sort of rhythm of their own in terms of little foibles or habits they might have before each ball is bowled, and he's already on to his 4th ball now as he bowls flatter and down the leg side, and Youssef tucks it just behind square, and they trot through for a single. Youssef, who's looking organised, takes Hampshire to 161 for 8. Hugh moves on to 5, and Ben Mays, this is a good knock by Ben Mays. He's got spending time in the crease here. It came in at a difficult time. He's moved on to 24 as Mays bowls, and he's on the back foot, and he just forces that through the attempts of a tumbling Zain Al Hassan, and they go through for 1. Hampshire 162 2 for 8. There's a ball left in this 8th Mason Crane over. They're dropping the fielder out onto the long off boundary here as a long on boundaries. It bowls and has gone through everybody as an appeal, but it's gone through everything Cody Youssef had to offer, and the ball squirts out to fine leg 4-1. The umpire, I think, gives a leg by, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire 163 for 8. Youssef on 5. Ben Mays is on 27. Crane 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10. Hadley, who is bowled at this end, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 41. I'm going to give my voice a bit of a break. More tea, I think, for me. Rob's joining Kevin James here to take you through to the next set of overs.
Sorry about that, Sanjay. When they say 234, they actually mean about 237, 238. So a valiant effort. Welcome back, Kev.
Thank you.
Not much has changed.
Fortunately.
3 for 8.
Yeah, fortunately.
But Ryan Hadley is on, relieving Tim van der Hoogten from this end, the hotel end. And he runs in now to Cody Youssef. Crane fields energetically, but they go through for the run. 164 for 8. Been really impressed with Ben May's technique for an 18-year-old. He's coped really well, and saying to Sanjay, he's going to learn an awful lot from facing the likes of van der Hoogten and Crane.
Yeah, it's all about learning for him this year. He's got the nod ahead of several still youngsters, but maybe a little bit more experienced. But he's been given the nod at the start of the season, and yeah, this is a year about just him learning the game, really.
Testing conditions these, still cloudy overhead. Ryan Hadley runs away from us, bowls over the wicket. He clips that into the onside. Oh, direct hit from Zainul Hassan, but I think Mays was in. He goes to just having another look on the monitor. It was great throw, one stump to aim at, reminiscent of who was it, Fletcher Middleton yesterday.
Great fielding.
Who removed Hassan, actually.
Yes. That's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah, Mays has gone to 28 though from 62 balls, and he's surviving. He's more than surviving, really.
He's batted well, bowled well, fielding well, Hassan.
It's amazing what a century does for you in runs, isn't it?
It does.
Hadley looking for his first wicket. Bowls flicked away again. This time by Cody Youssef, who's on 6. And they've made steady progress this afternoon of Glamorgan. The wicket of Organ, LBW bowled van der Hoogten. Then Curry caught and bowled by the same bowler. And then Mason Crane again got in on the act, dismissing Kyle Abbott, LBW. One of, was it 5 LBWs now, isn't it? I think it is. In the innings, as Ryan Hadley runs away from us, bowls, and a swish outside the off stump by Cody Youssef. If that had connected, that was going well over the slips, but probably fortunate for him he didn't touch it. But he may as well go for it, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know what, I thought Kyle Abbott had the right idea, if I'm honest.
I agree, you do sort of get to the point where, yeah, I mean, Kyle Abbott's batting over the last couple of years has sort of got to a point where he is more positive than he used to be. And I think sometimes in these situations it's a breath of fresh air for however long they're out there. I mean, the damage, you know, is already done.
Hadley in again. That's clipped away down to fine leg, very fine. And it goes through for 4 runs. It's a good shot by Youssef, that off his hips. Hadley gone for 6 runs in this over so far, but that was a nice shot around the corner, and it gave the fielder down there no chance.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, out of all the seamers, Hadley looks the least effective because he's bowling a little shorter. He's hitting the deck, so he's, you know, his length is a few inches further back, and I think in large parts of the Hampshire innings that was the same.
Yeah, he's probably the quickest of the bowlers, but it's not a pitch that reflects that really. Touching to the onside, Hussain dashes for that, Hassan dashes for that, but again they get through for a quick single, 170 for 8. And that's the end of Ryan Hadley's over. So this pair have put on 20 runs in 32 balls.
Yeah, Hadley's bowling that sort of Australian length, and you know, on this pitch it actually just needs to be just, you know, 2 or 3 inches further up. And yeah, he's quicker, but it doesn't look quite as effective. I think same Cody Youssef. You know, I think Cody Youssef was guilty of bowling that sort of, you know, South African length that you know, here in England it does need to just go a little bit further up, and we're only talking, you know, small margins, but it does make a difference. Keith Allen has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's getting a little disgruntled with things. It's easy to do, but remember that this is a side in transition. He says the batting's not good enough. When will the Hampshire hierarchy realise that? Well, I think, you know, they are trying to make changes. They have made changes. And then it sort of comes down to the players. Here's Mason Crane, start of a new over, bowls, and that's driven back by Youssef back to the bowler. You can't keep saying that several of these youngsters have potential. At some point they need to go and realise it. In all probability, 1 batting point out of a possible 20 this season, to go with a 12 out of 70 last season. So 13 out of a possible 90, as Youssef tucks it away quietly for a single on the leg side, 171 for 8. In the last 18 championship games, something needs to change, and quickly. Well, don't forget Jake Lehman. I know he's not around today. He's normally in the side. He was the 4th highest run scorer in Division 1 coming into this round. Not here for personal reasons, so that's a big chunk of the batting gone. So Hampshire have, you know, gone out there and made what we all know is a decent signing there, but he's just not available for this one. Youssef's on, Mays is on the back foot, pays it out to point. But we just have to be patient now, you know. It's not easy. Crane.
No.
3 for 11, eh? 8.5 overs. There's off the back foot there is Mays.
Can I play here every week, he says. Oh, sorry.
Well, he wanted to do that. That's the reason why, you know, he left for Glamorgan. He wasn't playing every week. You know, it's difficult when you've got Liam Dawson who's your main spinner. How often do you play 2 spinners? I know there were times when Hampshire did. And to be fair, you know, Mason wasn't always in this groove. That's turned away on the leg side. You know, you know, when he's like this, he's great. But as with most leg spinners, and just about every leg spinner, maybe Shane Warne apart, you know, they do go through periods where they are not that accurate, and when they're not on it, it's difficult to justify them playing.
Yeah, quite.
Crane bowls. That's turned away by Mays, out through square leg. He's going to keep the strike. 172 for 8 at the end of that Mason Crane over. Hampshire behind by 364 on the first innings.
So 172 for 8. The Glamorgan fielders are running to their positions. I mean, they'll want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, obviously. Not because they're short of match time, but because their bowlers won't want to be bowling a lot today in this innings. If they can quickly get it done, and they'll be sort of fresh, should they, which you'd expect, and force the follow on. I can't see Kieran Carlson batting again in any circumstances. Anyway, Ryan Hadley trying to get it done. Mays facing, and he pulls that, and he's pulled it hard, but there's a fielder down on the mid-wicket boundary, and it's hoisted back in. It's gone through for 2 there as Mays. He moves up to 31, and the score is 174 for 8. It's gone for 50 now as Ryan Hadley in 12.1 overs. Not a half century, you'd appreciate.
I think it's difficult as an overseas player when you see some of the other bowling figures in your team and yet you haven't picked up one yet.
Yeah, which probably makes him try to bowl even quicker, which, as he bowls now, is probably not what's required on this pitch.
That's a good length. And he hasn't quite bowled too many that length. He's not used to it. But that on this pitch, that's the right length. Just short of a length, bringing the batter forward.
And a quick chat with the umpire then at this end. 2 slips for Ryan Hadley. Captain Kieran Carlson in close attendance. As Hadley turns. Again, a decent number in the ground. Sunday afternoon. Hadley bowls now, and that's pulled again. This time Zainul Hassan gets there and off balance. He launches it back to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Gone through for 1. Mays up to 32. Yusuf 12 not out. 175 for 8. It's a bit of a quiet spell, this, compared to what we had straight after lunch. Hadley bowls, and Yusuf straight back to that.
Yeah, we haven't had a wicket for half an hour. Should be grateful.
He's not exactly testing Yusuf too much, is he? It's fairly up and down. He's putting everything into it. So, but it's a very comfortable position for Glamorgan. 175 for 8, and that follow-on total of 387 is looking a whole world away. But you never know. Stranger things have happened in cricket, that's for certain. Hadley into Yusuf again, harried that time, but out to the busy Zaid Ul Hassan at mid-off. Collects the ball, has a little wipe on the extended sleeve on the one arm. Ruin the shirts. They don't worry about that. The lights are still on. They have been all day so far. It's probably as bright as it has been all day. So the lights are having a little effect so far. And Hadley's in no rush as a seagull comes to visit. Flies over Zainul Hassan. Quick look at Ryan Hadley and then flies off over the boundary. Yusuf waits. Hadley bowls. Hurried him into that, but safe defence by Cody Yusuf. And there's no wicket. It's 175 for 8. He put on 25 of these two. And Chris Cook, the Glamorgan wicketkeeper, is already in his place. Do wonder whether we might see Ben Callaway at some time this afternoon, maybe before tea. Remember, there are still 58 overs remaining today. It's a long day today. As we try to make up for some of the lost time yesterday. Lost 42 overs with the rain. As Crane comes in. Flicked away by Mays. Dives over it, does Ben Callaway. But there's a man behind him. I think that's Van der Hoogten down there at deep mid-on. So there's just a 1 run for Mays. Yusuf comes to the strike on 12. Mays on 33. Crane looking to add to his 3 wickets. Bowls now. Bat was away from the body then, but no danger. Down to Zainul Hassan. Backward gully. There's one slip. Colin Ingram, who's already pouched a catch. A juggling catch, you have to say, just before lunch to remove Ben Brown, the captain. Crane comes in. Flicked around the corner by Yusuf. They nip through for 1 as Cook has to leave his stumps to retrieve the ball. Actually, it was a leg by signalled by the umpire. Crane's already back at his mark, waiting for the ball. He's eager for work, is the former Hampshire player, and he's thoroughly enjoyed his return so far. 177 for 8. Crane bowls. This time it's allowed to drift past. Mays is off stump. Mason Crane has been miserly, to say the least. Not only is he bowling well, he's hardly given a run away. As Yusuf can only play a forward defensive to that one. Mason Crane eager to get back to his mark. Ben Calloway, the off spinner, yet to be used yet. Returns the ball to him. Now he bowls, and Mays drives that one to mid-off, but there's no run. And that's the end of Crane's 10th over. And he's got great figures of 3 for 13 with 4 maidens. Now I think there's going to be a change at this end, maybe, as Zainul Hassan coming back to bowl from the hotel end. Took a wicket this morning. LBW shout against Fletcher Middleton. So the centurion of Glamorgan's first innings, and part of that big second wicket stand with Kieran Carlson, the skipper. He's trying to turn his show the magic with the ball again.
Well, it's still overcast skies, isn't it, really? We didn't get the rain that I was saying was going to come, a couple of showers, so apologies for that. I can only go on what my app says, which I frequently say is useless, but it's still overcast, which is not ideal from a batting point of view, and Glamorgan have exploited the conditions perfectly today. Hassan bowls, nice drive from Cody Yusuf, in fact a lovely drive from Cody Yusuf. He's picked the gap in the cover, so he's gone for 4. 181 for 8. Yusuf moves on to 16. Ben Mays, 18-year-old, 33 not out at the non-strikers end. 73 balls he's been in. He's looked comfortable enough, but then 1 or 2 of the batters have looked comfortable enough, but
then got out.
And there's been a ball that's has got them out. Unfortunately, only Tom Press with 45 has been the top scorer so far. That was before lunch. That's nudged down to fine leg by Yusuf. He moves on to 17, and then 38 from Nick Gubbins, although he only added 1 to his overnight total. I have to say, when you watched both those openers bat last night, you thought, well, Hampshire are going to show some fight today. There's going to be, a decent first inning score. It wasn't probably necessarily going to expect 536, but I don't think, if I'm really honest, anybody was expecting 182 for 8. Not on last night's showing, anyway.
No, they just showed how well they batted last night, didn't it?
Didn't it? But today's another day, as so often is the case. As forward is Mays to Hassan.
Well, again, I'll quote you what Kieran Carlson said. He said, tomorrow will be hard graft. He said it's turned into a pretty nice wicket. It's true, and they've got some good batters. Sort of said, hope to take some wickets and see how it goes. But he was very much of the mindset that you just go hour by hour. So he didn't have massive expectations of a collapse.
Wrapped on the pad there as the ball makes its way down to fine leg. Going to run 2. Now that again is good aggressive running. That ball just trickles away, probably where a 30-yard disc would be if we were playing a one-day game. And that'll be 2 runs to the Hampshire total, 184 for 8. As Hassan turns. Comes into bowl now. That's a nice on drive by Ben Mays, but no run. Just finished the over. 1 more ball left.
Radio Wales duties call.
Oh, have you got? Oh, you're doing one of those. Okay. Oh, you better go then. Yeah, of course. Working Rob hard, they are down there. I have an easy life. 184 for 8. As Hassan's in and bowls, and that's nicely clipped away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Just strayed a little on the leg side there. Hassan, and Ben Mays has put that away with a lovely confident shot. And he moves on to 37, 188 for 8. And before we welcome Sanjay Murthy back, I was hoping to say that was Ben Mays' top scorer of the season, but he's 2 away from it. Hello.
You can welcome me instead. That was shot of the day for me so far. A beautiful clip through the leg side. This partnership moves on to, what is it, 34 I think it is so far. Second highest partnership of this innings so far. Not surprised to see a bowling change here at the Hilton Hotel end. Ryan Hadley, I heard you say he bowled Australian lengths. Yeah, the lack of movement as well. I think not the right conditions for him. So good captaincy from Kieran Carlson, but it is still Mason Crane to continue from the far end. And these two have been busy. Good run, good single from Cody Youssef there. They've batted well so far, Kev, haven't they? They've played the ball very straight, no real risks, and they've turned the strike around well.
Yeah, because there's no real venom in this pitch at all. Mason Crane's bowled brilliant, but there's only a little bit of something, nothing much. The ball, I watched the ball against he got LBW Kyle Abbott. I mean, that was a good ball. It did sort of, it was the googly.
Crane again outside the off stump and left. I was saying to Rob that the batters haven't got themselves out. There's been no flashes outside the off stump or sort of big hoorahs and got stumped or whatever. They've been the bowlers have bowled well, and they've got their deserved wickets as Crane and again bowls stump to stump, little bit of bounce, and Cody Youssef calls Ben May through for a single. Hampshire move on to 190 for 1. Crane 10.3 overs, 3 for 15, good figures. But yeah, they've just bowled accurately and relentlessly, and Hampshire have it's not even a patience thing. They've just been better bowling against the quality of the batting, I guess, as Crane again bowls and pushed forward by Youssef, who's looked very good so far for his 18. Ben Mays is on 38, Hampshire 194.8. This partnership is on 38 now, I think, and there is just a couple of balls left of this Mason Crane 11th over, flighted, pushed forward by Youssef, showing all of the patience and reverence of a man who's played. How did he play one test? Mason Crane. He took one wicket, didn't he? He took a wicket in that test.
Yeah.
I think he's played a test.
Just Australia.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Exactly. Last ball of this over, then bowls, and again Youssef just defends it. No run. 190 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare in spin for spin here, often here Mason Crane wasn't always accurate, and when he was, and as we've seen in this game, he's hard work and he's devastating without being too over the top. But what he's doing here is, even though there isn't a lot in this pitch for him, and there wasn't a lot in the pitch for him really, even though he's taken 3 wickets, he's actually keeping it quiet at one end. Now you can argue that the match situation here is not helping the batting, and you're probably right, but he's bowled 11 overs, but he's included 4 maidens in that. Now when you look at the other way, as Hassan bowls, and that's flicked away behind square, he may look for 2 here, Ben Mays, and he will do, comfortable 2. And when you look at, and admittedly there's no Dawson in this game and he was injured, but Felix Organ's bowled 33 overs and only bowled 1 maiden out of that 33. Now you are looking for your spinner even in unhelpful conditions, and there was nothing there for, and being an off spinner as well, finger spinner, you're never going to get as much out as a wrist spinner, but you would expect to have a few more maidens in that as well, and that's not easy. So the score is ticking along, and you're never really having a control of the game as forward is Mays to Hassan, whereas it's a bit of a quiet period now all of a sudden, which is welcome from a home point of view. But there's still not that many runs being scored, and it's because Mason Crane is still keeping it tight, and that's what you want your spinner to do, and it's difficult. Dawson does a really good job at that. I'm not taking away anything from Felix Organ, because he's not really a frontline spinner, and that's not being unkind to him. And he's got a good record despite that, but you do need something else as that's pushed towards mid-on, and just to keep control of the game, and Hampshire never really had control of it. when they were bowling.
It's a testament to Mason Crane that Kieran Carlson hasn't turned to their own off spinner in Ben Kellaway, who, as you said, would as a finger spinner is likelier to keep some control rather than the leg spinner. But Mason Crane has
done well.
yeah, he's done really well. Yeah,
He's done a perfect job so far. Hassan bowls, and in behind that nicely is Ben Mays.
Mason Crane won't be the only sports person to have shown some early promise as a youngster at Club A, had to move to Club B to improve, and you just never know what will happen to him now, do you? But he's certainly a different bowler, I guess, to the youngster, because he was young, wasn't he, when he was here? What did you say he was now? 27? 27 or 29?
He's 29.
Okay.
Chris Cook is standing up now to Hassan, so he's got the helmet on. Oh, that's bounced at Mays. Oh, that's a wicked one. He does well to keep it down. That's hit high up the bat.
That's not Chris Cook wants, is it? Stands up for the foot, and for the first time, there's a bit of lift.
Just watch this if you're watching the picture feed, and oh yeah, it's just surprise ball into the 66th over with his ball. That's unusual with a softish ball to get that sort of bounce from nowhere. So 192 for 8. Hampshire are behind by 344. Still big numbers as that's played into the ground over the head of Hassan. Ball bounces away to mid-off. Oh, it's fielded by Crane. He'll keep the ball. Won't get that ball out of his hand at the moment.
It'll be interesting to see what Kieran Carlson does, because it is drifting at the moment. And so does he let it drift, knowing that actually all along all he's got to do is just keep these two bowling, and at some point bring back Tim van der Hoogten and Jamie McElroy, and you're back to forcing pressure on the bowlers, and then you're hastening this Hampshire second innings? Or does he let it go for a while, knowing there's got so many runs, and giving the main bowlers more of a break, more of a rest, and they're likely to bowl again today, but just to go to that tactic. So it's interesting what decisions he's got to make.
Conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You'd hope there's still some life left in this innings, yeah.
It is going to be the impressive Mason Crane to start his 12th over now. Bowls flatter and choppy outside the off stump from Cody Youssef there. No feet, just throws a bat at it. Just a leg spinner, bit of turn, not much, but Cody Youssef just needs to go back to what he was doing before. A bit of patience, and this is what accuracy brings. It brings that sort of type of shot. Crane a bit more air, and Youssef flatter, and more of the face of the bat, and no run. I think when he there's that one where it is outside the off stump and it's flatter and spins that Youssef seems to chase after. It'd be interesting to see what Mason Crane does now. Bowls and just push forward by Youssef for no run. Hampshire remain 192 for 8. Will he just bowl? Is he the sort of bowler that just keeps going and going and going, Mason Crane, or will he at some point need a rest?
I remember a game here against Surrey.
In again, Crane bowls and flight and defended.
And I think, off the top of my head, he bowled something like 52 overs in one innings.
Did he?
And I remember Gareth Batty, who was the Surrey captain, being interviewed after the game. I think it ended in a draw.
Crane again, bowls and flighted and defended.
And somebody asked him, it wasn't me, because I don't speak, to the opposition, but somebody asked him what he thought about Mason Crane. And he said, I wouldn't have bowled him anywhere near that many overs in that innings. So he can, of course he can.
Yeah. Which is a leg spinner, it's quite rare, isn't it? Last ball of this over, then Crane, a bit more flight, and again, Cody Youssef defends quite well. 192 for 8, apart from that one loose shot by Cody Youssef. It's been a very defensive and compact over by the Hampshire overseas all-rounder. Another maiden for Mason Crane, his 5th of his 12 overs so far. He's taken 3 for 15, 192 for 8. And what's going to happen here? Well, Zain Al Hassan has only just come on to replace Ryan Haddon. He's bowled a couple of overs, so he's going to continue whilst the bit of warmth out there. So some jumpers being shed by the Hampshire batters. They're going to shirt sleeve order only. That's given them a well-earned rest and a chance to have a bit of a a bit of a chat, bit of a drink, but some water. Even though it's sort of cloudy out there, it is quite humid conditions here in Southampton, so the batters are warm, and that's given them a chance to just have a little bit of a rest. They've been taking some sharp singles here and there, running twos, turning the strike around in this partnership between the pair of them, which it must be approaching actually on the 42 so far. 58 is the partnership so far of the innings.
Stop. Go on.
No, you do.
Okay, they've turned away on the leg side for a single off the inside half of the bat. I found the game actually.
Oh, okay.
July 2016. Actually, I didn't realise Surrey won the game by an innings and 13 runs. In the Surrey first innings, which was 637 for 7 declared, Mason Crane bowled 51 overs, 3 for 210. So that was the game I was referring to.
That's a good memory as well, Kev.
Well, I've been around that long, unfortunately. A lot of people would say that. I'm going to try and see if I can find the exact comments that Batty made in that game. While I do that, it's 193 for 8. Hampshire behind by 343. Remember, 387 is the follow-on target. That is an awful long way away. Here's Hassan, right arm over and bowls, and Yusuf takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes out into the covers.
Isn't it interesting that you'd say that Zain Hassan is a few kilometres an hour slower than Ryan Hadley, yet he's the one who's got the ball to pop a couple of times now from this end. If you look, Chris Cook has gone back to more of an orthodox keeping position after standing up for a couple of balls towards the end of the last one.
Yeah, I found those comments. Yeah, well, because if he's, oh, that's close. LBW, yes, he's gone. And Hassan has done it again, and it's Cody Yusuf who's gone for 18. That's another LBW in this innings. Just watch this again, and that ball darts back. It does, it darts back. It's a good delivery, and it is that length, what we've been talking about. And because he's slightly slower, he has to pitch the ball up. He has no choice.
He was looked disappointed there, Cody Yusuf. He was sort of gesticulating to the umpire that he wasn't out, and yeah, maybe he's trying to kid the umpire because he knew it was, because that looked pretty adjacent to me. And that is the 9th wicket to have gone so far. Cody Yusuf, who along with Ben Mays shared a partnership of 43, the second highest of the innings, and he batted well for his 18 off 44 balls, but he's got to go, and that brings the last batter in for Hampshire, Sonny Baker, and Hampshire are in a whole load of trouble here as Kev tries to find what Gareth Batty said about Mason Crane all those years ago.
Yeah, it's a local newspaper article actually, and the headline is Surrey captain Gareth Batty has criticised Hampshire for over-bowling Mason Crane. I mentioned the figures. Veteran off-spinner Batty said, I thought he bowled really, really well, but you hear Warney talk a lot about how spinners are used, and I thought he was thrown under the car, to be honest. For a young fella to be bowling 50-odd overs and senior bowlers only bowling 20, that wouldn't be happening under my watch. I look after my young fellas, particularly if it was a spinner. He's got a lot to offer, and he showed a lot of heart. Credit to him to bowl 50-odd overs when we were in the ascendancy, pretty much the whole game. Fair dues to the lad, and hopefully he goes well in the next game.
See, I had this discussion with Geraint a lot about the role of a spinner when we talk about the England side make-up. He's a Dawson fan. He thinks Dawson should be batting at 8 and England's leading spinner, and I'm more of your Rayan Ahmed, batting at 8 and being more of an attacking spinner. Do you have a preference at all? In terms of the role of the spinner, not necessarily the individuals.
It's match to match, isn't it? And it depends on the actual spinner. I mean, it's, you know, I'm not sure one size fits all, if I'm really honest. It's a difficult one, I think, to put it in a box. Here's Hassan then. Sonny Baker is the number 11 out there, and it's down the leg side. There's a little bit more to that article, actually. Hampshire captain at the time, Will Smith. Will Smith was captaining that game. And when asked about Crane's workload, Smith said, I couldn't get the ball out of his hands.
Which is a good sign for a bowler, young bowler.
But Batty then went on to say, I get that, but at times you have to do what's right for individuals within your group. I remember at the time, yeah, it was quite... Hampshire lacked spin options because Liam Dawson was on England Lions duty at the time. Smith just said Mason just wanted to bowl. Here's Hassan and bowls, and Baker plays and forward and misses. He saw it as an opportunity in dry conditions and knew it was his job as the main spinner to bowl as many overs as he could. I'm incredibly proud of the effort that he put in.
I don't see what Gareth Batty's problem is there, do you? I mean, obviously Surrey also won the match, but if Mason Crane wants to bowl that many overs and his captain is happy to entrust him with it, well, I don't see where the issue lies, personally.
Field scatters for Baker. They want to bowl at him the next over. Last ball of this over. Hassan bowls. They could take a single as he goes out on the offside, but Ben Mays says no, and that's the end of the over. Hassan has the lovely figures of 11 overs, 2 for 33. And Hampshire are 193 for 9.
Ben Mays, youngster, 18 years old, has got an interesting sort of decision to make at the moment. Does he play for his 50? He's on 41 so far for 86 balls. He's got the number 11 Jack, Sonny Baker, to accompany him, or does he try and play a bit more circumspect and try and get Hampshire closer to whatever that deficit is? It's an interesting choice for the young man, but it's going to be Mason Crane who continues his bowled. 12 overs so far, 3 for 15, 5 maidens within that as he starts his run up now. Bowls is a busy action, and Mays pushes that into the leg side. Now there's a very, very spread field here. That ball has rolled all the way along the ground to long on, and Ben Mays and Sonny Baker is just leaning nonchalantly on his bat at the non-striker's end, turned down a single. In fact, the closest fielder, apart from the slip and the keeper, is probably in Bedfordshire at the moment, and Crane in bowls, and this is more of a Yorker dugout well by Mays. Yeah, they've got a deep mid-wicket, someone deep square leg behind, behind square on the leg side. They've got a sort of a deep mid-wicket square, sort of more straighter on the leg side as well as Crane in again. Bowls. They've got a deep long on, they've got a long off, they've got Carson himself is a very deep extra cover, they've got a deep cover, deep point, they've got deep absolutely everything, and yet Ben Mays turns down the single off the first ball as Crane comes in again, bowls and pushes forward, and Sonny Baker wants to go stop start, and they've gone for the single in the end, and they take it, which gives now Mason Crane 2 balls to bowl at Hampshire's number 11, who's faced 3 balls so far for no runs. Not surprisingly, everyone comes in, not more attacking. Yeah, they're going to have they've got someone that they're going under the lid on the leg side, I think. The lid's been thrown to Asa Tribe, who puts it on, and he's going into just behind square, silly mid, sort of what's that? It's a short leg, isn't it? Short leg position, catching. Is the only one catching apart from the slip, but everyone else is stopping a single as Crane against bowl drags it down a bit, and it does go to Tribe, but it goes past him, and Baker scampers through for 1, and he's been coming through for 2, stop start, bowler's end, but in the end there's no danger, as a bit of lack of communication between Sonny Baker and Ben Mace a couple of times here. Not sure what they were trying to do, but in the end they do run through for 2. Baker is on 2, and no danger here, and he's got Ben Mays actually on the right end for the last ball. Kev's not impressed with that at all.
Well, no, that's a little bit unfair, but I think you've got 2 inexperienced players out there that haven't been in these situations too often.
They probably haven't batted together that often either, have they? It's Crane again. Last ball of the over flights it, and well defended by Baker onto the leg side. End of the over. Hampshire 196 for 9. Mays on 42, Baker on 2.
I think it's a little difficult as well. You know, you've got 2 young players out there, and trying to work out a situation where, you know, very easily, even if they don't get out now for a little while, the innings just stops. You could argue that maybe that's not a bad thing, because it just keeps Glamorgan out there for a bit longer, and you know, when Hampshire come to bat again, then I don't know, just take a little bit of time out of the game, which is quite important. But yeah, it's not easy. I think if a Kyle Abbott was out there and helping one of these 2 along, it wouldn't look quite so. It looks messy at the moment, but hopefully they'll sort it out. Hassan comes in, Looking for his third. It'll be his best in an innings. Oh, that looks out. Oh, that looks very close indeed. Wrapped on the pad as the ball goes down to third man. He's trying to whip that away. Was young Ben Mays. We'll have a little look on this one on the replay. And that looks close.
It does look very close. Yeah, there's a few times there's been a couple of decisions that I think we felt that are probably more out than not, but they've gone in the favour of the batting side. But he's still there, Ben Mays.
Sarnian. Mays flicks that away on the leg side. They could take a single, but don't. Stephen Clarke on the subject of the spinner. We mentioned earlier about the comparison between Crane and Felix Organ in this game. Stephen Clarke just says, would there have been merit in playing Andrew Neil for Dawson? Well, that certainly would have been like for like. Left arm spinner for left arm spinner. I think the batting was maybe a thought, because Felix Organ, to be fair, coming low down the order is a better player than that. Hasn't worked out today, but it might work out in the second innings. Here's Hassan bowls. Mays drives pleasantly up to mid-off.
Toby Albert and Nick Gubbins, how will they be feeling now, do you think? Is there preparation? Because when you don't know if a side's going to declare or not, it must be a bit of a strange sort of situation to be in.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be surprised if Glamorgan don't put Hampshire straight back in.
Yeah,
but you've got to thought so. But you've got to think about, it is a long day, and you would hope, and the bowlers, of course, won't come into the second innings as fresh as they were in the first innings. So, it only needs a couple of the top order batters to get in, and then it'll make it very hard for Glamorgan. But they're still a long way away from even thinking about saving this game. As Hassan bowls, Mays drives, finds extra cover.
Yeah, I'd be amazed if Kieran Carson gives his batters another go, because there's no real point, is there? I mean, they're so far behind 340 at the moment, Hampshire, that apart from taking time out of the game and giving his bowlers a bit of a rest, but they've only bowled 69, 70 overs now, and so they've rotated the bowlers well, and Mason Crane has bowled 13 overs of them.
Hassan in again, bowls. Mays whips that away through mid-wicket. Lovely shots. It's going for 4, and he moves on to 46.
He's played 2 of the best shots of the day. In fact, they've both gone to the same place. He's really composed off his legs, doesn't he? If you look at where his head is compared with his feet and everything, it's all aligned. 200 up for Hampshire.
Loudest cheer of the day. Well, whatever happens to this first innings, I think it would be nice if young Ben Mays can at least get a half century before it finishes. Last ball of the over coming up. Mays has 46 now.
Fielders all in.
They are. Stopping the single. What's he going to do? As Hassan bowls, Mays goes over the top. No, he doesn't. He whips it to square leg along the ground. I think he was trying something slightly different. Anyway, end of the over. An end of Sanjay Murthy for now. Not the end. Rob Phillips is coming back in alongside me. Kevin James, 200 for 9 then, 336 runs behind.
6 LBWs.
Well,
which is a testament to the accuracy of the bowling, I think.
100%. It's been the right length all the way through.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kev. I don't see there's any need for Kieran Carlson not to enforce the follow-on.
No, it just...
He's not had to work overtime yet to get these 9 wickets. I mean, see how long these two last. Ben Mays, 46. I think he's top scorer now, isn't he?
Yeah.
As Crane comes in from the far end, it's Yusuf who takes a stride and lets the ball go past. Baker takes the stride and lets the ball go past. And Mason Crane wheels in again from the pavilion end. There is a man, Asa Tribe, who's at a very short square leg. Literally, what, 4 yards, 3 yards away? As Crane looks to And this Hampshire innings, that went past the edge, did it? Crane has his arms on his head.
It's not missed by, it's just bounced a bit.
Yeah, it has, yeah. So the score goes past. It's 200 for 9, 201 for 9 now. Crane 3 for 18. Now, what are they doing here? Tribe is going back to the very short square leg. As Mays on 46 faces. Straight bat, dribbles down the pitch, no run. Lovely sunshine now though. Bluest sky we've had. So it may not have so many terrors in the second innings, but it's scoreboard pressure and all that, isn't it? It's game situation pressure. Crane. No, they're bringing in a mid-wicket closer, about 20 yards from the bat, and the mid-on comes up as well. Trying to keep Mays there. Reverse sweep from Mays. It's going to go down for 4 runs, is it? It is, and that's his 50 for Ben Mays. Really good innings. He's shown really good resistance, and the 18-year-old looks a prospect on this performance.
Well played,
glimmer
youngster.
of light for Hampshire, you'd say, in this innings.
Yeah, well played, youngster.
205 for 9.
When those of you around you are falling, that's a really good half century. Things aren't in his favour out there at all.
Not at all. So he faces Crane again. Another attempt at a reverse sweep, and actually it tickled it around the other side, under the leg side, and that's gone for 4 as well. But it means that Sonny Baker will have the strike in the next over.
Well, there hasn't been much to shout about today from a Hampshire point of view. It's been a little disappointing, but that just gives a little ray of sunshine, seeing an 18-year-old play like that. And 1 or 2 others have struggled, 1 or 2 others who are more senior than him. In fact, just about everybody on this side is senior to him, and he's played really, really well for that half century. Hasn't looked in any trouble. He's got a nice technique, we know he's got that. He's got bags of talent, we know he's got that.
Southampton boy as well, isn't he?
Yeah,
very homegrown.
Now he's starting to prove it.
Zain Al Hassan continues his 13th over. 2 wickets for him, 2 for 37. After his century in the Glamorgan first innings. Runs away from us. Keep doing that, don't I, Kev? Sorry about that.
Right, no, don't worry, mate. It's all yours.
I'm so enthusiastic.
Mate, if I was in your situation, I'd be taking every single ball, and I would be pushing you out the way, saying, "It's all about me."
Over to you.
No, no problem. Right, sunshine, blue sky overhead as well.
They're wasting the electricity with the lights, though.
Sun in bowls. Forward is Baker. We're into the 72nd over, by the way, of this ball, and whilst it'd be very nice to think that these two are still batting come the 80th over, then a second new ball might have to be taken. But again, like everything else in this game for Hampshire, everything is such a long way away.
Yeah, not least the close, which is 48.4 overs away.
Yeah. Here's Hassan again. Baker, I think, gets an inside edge onto the pad. Score remains on 209 for 9.
Yeah, I think he did. I think I heard the bat noise rather than just the pad. Main shot was from behind. And Chris Cook is up to the stumps now.
Hassan in again. Past the umpire, and Baker leaves that one alone. So when was the last time we had a wicket? Only about, well, actually, yeah, about 20 minutes ago.
It was 193 for 9, wasn't it? So
yeah, 20 minutes. We've had 4 wickets since lunch. 2 to Tim van der Gooten, 1 to Mason Crane, and 1 to the man bowling now, Zain Hassan's had a good all-round game. Had a great bit of fielding earlier. Didn't result in a run out, but threw the stumps down. Had 1 stump to aim at. As nicely played, Sonny Baker out into the covers.
Is this the first time we've seen Cook up at the stumps?
No, he's been up there for a little while. I think he called for a helmet a little while ago.
Right.
Yeah. There's an annoying fly around here, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah. It's just buzzing around me.
He's on a raid, if you pardon the pun.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a can of that here.
Right.
That might be something else.
I hope he leaves my ploughman's alone. What's left of it?
Foolish delivery, which Baker works to mid-on. And that's the end of the over. Hassan has 2 for 37 from 13. Hampshire 209 for 9. Baker has 2. And young Ben Mays, lovely to say that he has 54 not out.
We shouldn't really complain about flies because they're a sign of the summer, aren't they? In the warm weather.
Okay.
But we do. I mean, it's fine to complain about them, but when you think about it, they are a signal of cricket weather. Good cricket weather. And Mason Crane is enjoying the good cricket weather here in Southampton. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch, or at Rob Phillips here on X, and all those other things, variations of a theme on Blue Sky and Threads. Basically, Rob Phillips gets you to me, and if it's not me, well, I'm sure people in the other Rob Phillips will enjoy reading your contributions to this cricket. As Crane comes in from the far end to Mays. Dribbles out on the offside, no run. The last wicket can be annoying, mind you. Having made hay, Glamorgan, for much of the day, well, from the very first over when Van Hookton claimed the first wicket. Crane comes in. Dealt with by Ben Mays. 209 for 9. As Crane comes in again from the far side, and it's swept by Mays, and it gets plenty behind that. It's another boundary. Good shot. Once more, 213 for 9. Ben Mays down on one knee and hooked it around. Comfortable for him, no chance of the fielder out there. 58 he's on now. The 18-year-old. Crane will try again, just the one slip. Takes a few steps down the pitch. And it's a deep long on. It's not a mid on, it's a long on. So they easily trot through for 1, which means that Sonny Baker will have 2 deliveries to face from Mason Crane. Asa Tribe grabs the helmet to go in at on the leg side short. Crane bowls. Baker shows his bat to the ball, but is happy to see it go past into the hands of Cook.
Turned.
Did. And Crane will try again. I was asked earlier, have Glamorgan ever enforced the follow-on in Division 1? I've yet to find an example. As Crane bowls, they've only won 3 times in Division 1, full stop. And because you never know, I did make a note of it before I arrived. 2001 against Essex, they won by 6 wickets. Same season, 2001, they beat Surrey by 3 wickets, and in 2005, the last time they were in the top flight, they won by 322 runs against Gloucester at Bristol, but Robert Croft chose not to enforce the follow-on.
Okay.
So unless anybody knows different, when they couldn't force the win on a follow-on, then give me a shout on Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk or via social media.
And we've got a bit of Kieran Carlson, some off spin.
some off spin. I'm surprised he hasn't tried Ben Callaway first, but he's took 2 for 100 against Leicestershire.
And Mays has gone aerial to mid-on, and that's caught. He's tried to go over the top, and he's picked out Ryan Hadley just below us on the deep mid-on boundary, and that ends the Hampshire innings on 214, and it ends Ben Mays' innings on 59, and the deficit between these two is 322. 104 balls, 8 fours for Ben Mays.
I'm tempted to give you the refrain now. Who sung it? Every little thing he does is magic. It was the Police. It's sort of, but 200 runs in his innings, and then the captain puts himself on and gets a wicket with his first ball. So he's got the glorious figures of 0.1 overs, 1 for 0, has Kieran Carlson. This adds to his maiden double century in the first innings. And Hampshire trailing by 322. There's a little meeting in the middle then, but I wouldn't have thought we'll have to wait long during the innings break. It's actually a decent catch by Ryan Hadley.
Glamorgan have enforced the follow on.
There we are.
Yeah. So we'll take a quick break, I think, because we've got a quick 10 minutes. I think we'll make the most of that. I don't think it's tea. Just checking. I haven't heard that it's tea.
No, what time is tea due today?
Well, I think normally when it's 1:10 it's about 4 o'clock, isn't it? Fifth,
so
something like
it'll
that.
still
So
be 12, 15
so
minutes.
yeah, we'll either be back in 10 minutes or we'll be back in about under 20.
Options available throughout the course of today's tea interval, including the Ara Atrium situated within the Rothesay
by 322, and as you probably heard before we took the innings break, the Glamorgan captain Kieran Carlson immediately enforced the follow-on. The two umpires are out in the middle now. Tim van der Hoogten 4 for 53, Mason Crane on his return to Hampshire 3 for 31, Zainul Hassan 2 for 37, and Kieran Carlson, everything he does is magic. He's
is that a song?
Followed up his yeah, the Police.
Yes.
Well, not quite every little thing
No,
she does
well,
is magic, but
I get the
it'll
idea.
do for it.
Yeah.
It'll do for me.
Absolutely.
It's close enough. And Kieran Carlson, after 200 in the Glamorgan first innings of 536 for 7 declared, has popped up with the last wicket off his first ball. So his bowling figures in that Hampshire first innings is 0 for 1 off 0.1.
And the only sort of highlights on the Hampshire innings, Ben Mays 59, Tom Prest 45, they're the only two standouts really. Although the two Hampshire batters that are coming out now, Toby Albert and Nick Gubbins, in the first innings put on a decent opening stand that at one point looked like Hampshire were going to give the chase of that massive Glamorgan score a good go, but the first wicket did fall at 58, and then overall today 10 for 156 in 2 sessions. Great bowling by Glamorgan as the players, as you can see, are back out. What do you think? Is it going to be the same opening partnership, because they really rested Van der Hoogten, and
I can see Van der Hoogten already
McElroy,
warming up from the far end. Of course, he switched ends, didn't he?
Yeah, to avoid the
after
umpire.
getting warned by the umpire.
Umpire avoidance.
Yes,
but he's going to have to bear the wrath. Interesting
Treading
also
on the pitch.
How aggressive Kieran Carlson is this time round. He looks like he's sort of pretty much started with the same field as...
I think it'll be very much as was. It seemed to work, didn't it?
It did, yeah. And yeah, stump to stump, as I said. And
so it's 2 slips and a gully as Van der Hoogten comes in from the far end, the pavilion end, to Tony Albert, who made 21 before he was LBW to Van der Hoogten in the first over of the day today.
Both these sides are looking for their first win in Division 1, and at the moment you would say it's a one-horse race as far as that's concerned. Glamorgan have got 7 points so far due to their great batting and bowling effort. Hampshire just won.
Should say as well, we've got over 45 overs to go as Van der Hoogten comes in again with a fresh cherry this time.
And there's some rain tomorrow, but not until the end of the day, so you would think a pretty full day for as far as the conditions are concerned, but Glamorgan will be hoping to make a major indent into this Hampshire second innings today and finish off the job in the morning.
They will. They bowled really well today, and they've got due reward for really accurate stump to stump bowling as Van der Hoogten tries again. It's parried away by Albert, back to the bowler. There were 6 LBWs in that Hampshire innings, which is a testament to how accurate they bowled. Albert himself, Middleton, Prest, Organ, Abbott and Yusuf all went leg before in that meagre Hampshire total. Van der Hoogten again in from the far end, again met with a straight bat.
And the other 4 wickets, which were all caught, 2 were caught in the slips, 1 was caught by the keeper, and it was only that late Ryan Hadley catch just in front of us down here at long on when Ben Mays was going for it. That was the only sort of wicket that was outside the close proximity to the stumps, if you like.
It was. I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, Sanjay.
Got important duties to perform.
Pass on the good news back to the home nation as Van der Hoogten is parried away again. I'll let you end this over, and I will go impart the good news to listeners in Radio Wales.
I've never known anybody to impart good news, such good news on such a regular basis. It's got to be said. I mean, I know you sort of do these reports, but one every 10 minutes is ridiculous. It's Van der Hoogten who has started off with 5 very straight and very accurate balls so far. He's got 1 ball left in his first over of the second innings as he approaches the crease again. Bowls and defended well by Albert. So maiden over to start with for Tim van der Hoogten. Hampshire are underway in their second innings in terms of time, not in terms of runs, and Glamorgan are sticking with the same opening attack as last time, as Jamie McElroy is unsleeving, taking his jumper off. He actually bowled really well, I thought, in that first innings. Was unlucky in terms of the number of wickets. He bowled 13 overs, 0 for 31, but he was the foil to van der Hoogten at the other end. Van der Hoogten finishing off with 4 for 53. Hadley also was wicketless, but he didn't look threatening at all. Was the most expensive of the 6 bowlers used, as Carson bowled a ball and took a wicket with it. But yeah, the left arm of Jamie McElroy proved to be a useful weapon for Kieran Carlson, and he starts from this Hilton Hotel end to Nick Gubbins, left armour to left hand. Batter bowled in, first ball, it's a lead by Nick Gubbins, and the first ball of Jamie McElroy has taken Nick Gubbins off stump out of the ground, and that's a terrible start for Hampshire. They are 0 for 1. McElroy. Yeah, 0 for 1. Nick Gubbins' first ball just totally misjudged that. The ball just nicked in slightly off the seam and took his off pole out of the ground. That is the end of, actually there's more than there's more. I was doing Nick Gubbins a bit of an injustice there. The ball's coming quite a long way off the seam of Jamie McElroy, and Gubbins goes back. Hampshire trying to get anywhere near that deficit of 3-2-2 and 0 for 1. And it's certainly not the start that the home side wanted here, as the batter to come out and join Toby Albert is Tom Press. And it doesn't seem that long ago that Tom Press was walking back after being LBW to Mason Crane for 45 in the first innings, and he certainly wouldn't have been expecting to come back out this early. But Jamie McElroy, wicketless in the first innings, has taken a wicket with the first ball, and you have to say that is well deserved by a bowler who's bowled so well so far in this match, and he will be very pleased with his effort, as will the rest of his Glamorgan side and his captain. Congratulations, Mesa Tribe. Just walks over and pats McElroy on the back and probably tells him to keep going. Rob's looking to finish his report now, which seemed to get louder and more exuberant as McElroy took Gubbins' pole out. Well, the Principality happy, are they?
I think they're very happy. A bit disappointed the Dragons were beaten in France in the Champions Cup.
They can't have everything, can you?
Newport survived yesterday. Wrexham just missed out. Cardiff lost, but they're promoted. Swansea finished with a win. So all is well with the world.
In the world of Wales. Oh, McElroy false start because Prest wasn't ready.
I was sort of half concentrating on picking up from the newsreader.
And I started shouting at you.
Yeah, quite. Was there a mistake by Gubbins? Did he leave it?
I'll tell you what happened in a second. As McElroy in again bowls to Prest, he leaves it outside the off stump. It came in a long way off the seam. It pitched about a foot outside the off stump and jagged back in. Gubbins has already decided to leave it, and I think once he saw the ball shape back in, I think he knew that it was Castle's for him. So yeah, it was with the shape that McElroy has bowled. It's mainly been swing, hasn't it? And I don't think Gubbins expected it to hit the seam and jag back in like it did. And he comes again. McElroy bowls and shorter, and Press just covers up, and no run. Hampshire 0 for 1. McElroy 1 for 0. A deserved wicket.
Well, I was going to say we felt he was unlucky not to get a wicket. Had a couple of good LBW shots, didn't he? Close LBW shots. Went for 31 runs in his 13 overs. Didn't bowl badly by any means.
No, and the shape he'd been bowling in the first innings, bowling big induckers to the right-handers and therefore leaving Nick Gubbins. I think he was surprised when that ball came back in again as he approaches now. Fuller, it's a great looking drive by Prest on his front knee. The ball is slowing up as it reaches the boundary. Great fielding down there. Tag team throw it back in. The skipper running after the ball. They come back for 2, and I think Tom Prest probably thought that that was going to go for 4, but it didn't. And Hampshire are off the mark. They are 2 for 1. And Prest as the man with the runs. Bit of a chat between Ryan Hadley, who's giving, not Ryan Hadley, between Tim van Hoogten and Jamie McElroy. Bit of advice being passed across as he comes in again. McElroy over the wicket, bowls, and Prest covers it up and he just jabs it into the offside for no run.
And we welcome Sport Extra listeners.
Welcome to everybody listening there as you join us with Hampshire in a whole load of trouble here at the Utilita Bowl. 2 for 1, being asked to follow on by Glamorgan with a deficit of 320. They've started particularly badly. It's Tom Prest at the crease along with Toby Albert. Prest is on 2. Albert yet to get off the mark, and it's Jamie McElroy coming in from the Hilton Hotel in bowls. Full his bar's just gone straight through Prest. This is an impressive start from a bowler who was unlucky in the first innings. He finishes his first over. It's gone for 2. Hampshire 2 for 1.
Yeah, if you recall, Glamorgan declared on 536 for 7, having been put in on Friday morning. To be fair, Kieran Carlson, the captain of Glamorgan, said he would have done exactly the same as Ben Brown. Carlson hit 209, a career best. So did Zainul Hassan with 143. And then starting today, Hampshire were 58 for no wicket, but Van der Hoogten struck in the first over and wickets tumbled regularly afterwards, and Van der Hoogten looking for his first wicket in the second innings, and that goes past the outside edge of Tony Albert, who's the first to perish this morning, LBW, to the Australian-born Dutch international, who has been on the money from ball 1 this morning. He's got a smile on his face as he walks back. Why wouldn't he be happy? His first over in this second innings was a maiden, and it's been really impressive from Glamorgan. 3 slips, wait, as Van der Hoogten bowls again. It's a slice through the offside. There's a chase by Zainul Hassan, but even he can't get that, so Hampshire get their first boundary. 6 for 1.
Interesting to see the shot when we see it again.
I thought it came off the outside edge.
I think so as well. Squirty, I think, is the way you describe that. It wasn't fullest control, but it did go all along the ground, so no real danger as far as the wicket. But again, Van der Hoogten, he's causing all sorts of problems for these top order Hampshire batters. He's on the money yet again. Bowled well in the first innings, 4 for, and he started well again here.
He has. He comes in now to Albert, right-hander. This one goes through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Colin Ingram at first slip. Took a really handy catch off Mason Crane, who's enjoyed his return to Hampshire with 3 for 31 in that Hampshire first innings. 6 LBWs in the Hampshire collapse.
And apart from that late wicket of, I'll tell you in a second.
Van der Hoogten balls from the pavilion end. That went over the top of the stumps. It was a very good leave by Tony Albert, I think, although it did come in after it went past the batsman.
Yeah, apart from that late wicket of Ben Mays, who was going for it, every other wicket was really the bowler. The bowler, I mean, apart from those LBWs, who was a caught behind and a couple caught in the slips, and there was a caught and bowled as well. You know, so it was all there. It was all for the bowlers. It wasn't the case of the batters really getting themselves out. Just good bowling.
They just asked questions. Van der Hoogten bowls again, and Albert plays this back down the pitch. No run.
A lot has been said of this Hampshire batting lineup, how young they are. Gubbins obviously is an experienced player, but Albert, Prest, Middleton, Mays and Organ a little bit further down are all young players, and this is a difficult situation for them to find themselves in. What do you do when you're 316 behind at home You've got 9 wickets left and a long time to play. In what sort of strategy, what do? You don't have the experience really to sort of, you know, to dig out and play the long innings, but you've got to do something, haven't you?
Well, you asked Ben Mays, the 18-year-old, who top scored. Played a really good innings for holding out as Van Hookten in again, and that went past the outside edge of Tony Albert's bat. And that's his 2 overs for 6 runs, Tim Van Hookten. When he's not taking wickets, he's miserly and has been for a number of years for Glamorgan. Looks a happy bunny as well as he slaps hands with Ben Kellaway, heading down to the slips, and Van Hookten will take up one of his regular positions at mid-on. Have a quick word with Jamie McElroy, who's in the wickets in this second innings, the left armer, born in Hereford. He's got figures of 1 for 2 at the moment.
He starts his second over from the hotel end, bowling to Tom Press. Bowls it short, and there's a flying attempt at a stop by Cook. I thought he got a nick on that, but he hadn't. He must have lifted and seamed off the pitch, because Cook was flying towards first slip and just got some gloves to that. Yeah, just wide and just bounced as well, lifted on Tom Press there. So he's getting this ball to talk, Jamie McElroy from this hotel end. Just Van der Hookten at the other end. I thought Albert was playing for all eventualities on that last ball. He didn't move away, but he sort of came in with the arm, and he just thrust his bat at Albert to try and defend it as McElroy in bowls. And this is a better defensive shot from Prest, who was the second highest scorer in that Hampshire first innings, getting 45 of 83 balls. But Albert looks tetchy, I guess, and just not knowing what Van der Hookten's going to do, which I suppose is understandable.
And yet he and Gubbins, in worse light than this last night, looked imperious, you have to say, getting to 58. They were barely troubled, batted really well.
McElroy in again, bustling run, full of ball, and well defended by Prest. Yeah, they batted well. Maybe the younger and the older, more experienced, less experienced batting combination was what happened there. But he's he's got to learn his game, as they all have. You know, these young Hampshire players, and there's great conditions to do it in, with a bowling attack that's testing, that's probing, that's not going to give you much, and you're going to find out a lot about your game.
No, these Glamorgan bowlers don't have express pace, but they do have accuracy.
McElroy in, that's full, and that's a nice looking drive to the leg side by Press, but it's gone straight to Tim Van der Hookten, who's fielding at mid-on. Yeah, but you don't need that. We talk about that a lot in the pod, where
it's nice to have, Anderson, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was one of the things about England down in Australia, with Wood and with Archie, and then Cart as well. Yeah, you need your best bowlers of all time, your McGraths, your Andersons, weren't express pace. They were just relentless accuracy, as McElroy in again bowls slightly shorter, and on the back foot goes Preston, just covers up, and no run there. Hampshire are 6 for 1.
It tells a tale now that Jimmy Anderson is still in the wickets.
Leading wicket taker in the country.
It's
23 before this round of matches.
Give somebody else a chance, James.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, he brought himself back to say, right, you boys can't do it, I can do it. Weather's looking all right, isn't it? Cloudy, but patches of blue sky everywhere, no wind, so I think that's not going to be a concern for anyone for the rest of today, as McElroy comes in again, busting run up bowl, slightly shorter, it's punched off the back foot by Press, that's running away, and the captain Carlson's after it, puts in another slide, but the batsmen are through for 2, and it's the end of that over from McElroy. He's gone for 4 off his 2 overs, and Hampshire are 8 for 1.
Just loves being involved, Carlson, doesn't he? You can see every opportunity.
Looks busy, doesn't he?
He's the skipper, he's from Cardiff. This has been his one club. He's so proud. Was beaming yesterday.
I'm not surprised.
His double century. Been close a couple of times. 191 when he was a real youngster. 192 after that, but never past the magic 200. Oh, Glammy podcast, to mention another one, says, could it be over within 3 days? Well, a friend of mine who I was talking to at lunchtime joked about that, as Van der Hookten comes in, Slice to point, good stop by Ul Hassan. I think they'd have to, it would be some collapse again for me to be heading back to God's country tonight. I'm quite happy to stay another day, provided it doesn't rain all day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the only rain is later on in the day, so I think it should be all right, Rob.
As Van der Hoogten tries again from the pavilion end. That came off the edge, but there's wide of the 3 slips, and that goes through to the boundary for 4 runs again.
I'm going to give Albert a bit of credit here. I think he's played that soft hands and played
turned the bat around then, didn't he?
And going back to Carlson with his double 100, have there been many recent double centurions for Glamorgan?
I will look that up for you, but
to give you some warning on that question.
Yes. But you just, with him, you just get the impression that he wouldn't want to be anywhere else because he's the hometown boy and feels that. Van der Hoogten bowls. He's almost Welsh. Born Australia, Dutch international, but we'll take him.
Well, New South Welshman, I suppose.
New South.
You can just take the bits out you don't like and go with the Welshman bit. I think that will probably do it. But like I said to you before, I can't believe he's 35, Tim Van der Hoogten, because I remember watching him bowl 15 years ago in Dubai in an Associates Nations Cup match where I guess he was he was 19, 20, and amazing he's 35 now.
He's into bowl now, and that's again just opens the bat, and it goes down to the fine leg bar at the 3rd man boundary for another 4 for Albert, who's dealing with boundaries at the moment. 16 for 1.
Yeah, nicely guided by Toby Albert there. I wonder if they'll try and plug that gap in any way, or just leave it open for him, because it's a fine margin, isn't it, between that shot and nicking off.
They don't have to worry about runs, do they? Talking of the double hundreds, I'm reminded, of course, that in Southampton, not here, but at the Northlands Road Ground, Matthew Maynard scored a career best 243 in 1991, as Van der Hoogten is played away in the offside, this time to Ul Hassan. They go through for 1. It's 17 for 1.
We should ask Kev if he played in that game, shouldn't we?
He did talk about it, actually. It's their win in Southampton, because they've never won on this ground.
No, that's right, yeah. In fact, that's the last time they won against Hampshire at home.
And Hugh Morris got 131 as well. Nice. But Maynard was a lovely batsman when he was in flow. Van der Hoogten bowls. And that goes straight through Prest. In fact, Cook went diving across. It must have moved after it went past the off stump, because he went flying to his left. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, that's a horrible ball to see this early.
He's got no chance of that, has he, Cook?
That about a 2 inches to the right, and that's taken the off stump out, because that's not only kept low, but it's jagged back as well. And as Rob said, Chris Cook flying to his left and taking it as it dribbled through.
And you'd have to say the trajectory of the ball was a fair enough leave by Prest.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, absolutely. But then what it did afterwards was anything but. It's going to be McIlroy then to come in again to bowl. It's full. It's on the leg side, and that's a great diving stop by Chris Cook, and that goes through for no run. The score remains 18 for 1. As McIlroy is bowling particularly well so far this afternoon, sorry. We bowled well this morning as well, but this afternoon is where we're at now, as he's in again. The 3rd ball of this over. Comes in now, bowls, and down the leg side again. That's flicked away by Prest. The keeper's chasing after it, but Hadley's position down at fine leg, and 2 leg byes signalled by the umpire there to add to the total, which has moved on to 20 for 1 now, as Kev James joins me. Kev, how are you? Any good?
Better. Well, I've been better.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Better. Yeah, but it is what it is. And while you're playing, say you've still got a chance, but you've got a chance of trying to make things a little better than they look.
Yes, as McIlroy bustles in again, bowls, and this time that just jags up, hits pressed on the glove. He takes his hand off the bat. Bit of variable bounce now. It's when the bowler's bowling from the far end, from the Rob Bransco's end. The ball's kept low a couple of times, and it's jagged up a little bit when the bowler's been bowling. We said that about Zain Hassan when he was bowling. Remember, a couple of bounced up, and this time it was from Jamie McIlroy. Just hit Tom Prest on the glove, but no damage. He didn't need any sort of intervention by anyone medical. There's a bowler in now. McIlroy bowls full, and that's nice looking drive by Prest to the leg side, but Van der Hoogten comes around quickly and just cuts that off before any further damage is done. They go through for a single. Hampshire 21 for 1.
301 behind.
Yeah, what do they do? And what we were talking about it just now, Rob, but as the ex-pro amongst us, I mean, how do they approach it, these young Hampshire batters? Is it just bat and see how you get on, or is there a strategy they're likely to follow, or a combination of the both?
Well, Mohammed Riaz on the emails has asked exactly that question. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
McIlroy in, bowls, and it just jags back a little bit. There's a man stationed at a very short mid-wicket who cuts it off. Sean Dixon, who is sporting a big orange towel, which I suggested he might have nicked from Beefy's in the restaurant downstairs, but he's given it back because well, the sun's out, so he doesn't need to shine the ball, doesn't need to dry the ball this afternoon, as Hampshire are 21 for 1. Mohammed Riaz, he asked that same question, did he?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a batter, you've got to somehow make a position that you've been given. You've got to make it your own.
Last ball of this McIlroy over, bowls, and it's down the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 byes. A valiant effort by Chris Cook, diving to his left, but he's got his line wrong again there, McIlroy. A couple of times he's done it, but Hampshire will be happy with that as it sails to the boundary. They're 25 for 1. After 6 overs, chased with a big deficit still of 297.
No, make no mistake, these guys are trying.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not trying, it's just that sometimes it's very, very hard when you're continually walking out to the crease and you're behind in the game and the opposition is on top and they believe a little bit more than perhaps you do, and but you have to find a way of getting over that and getting through that, and sometimes there's no easy answer to that. Coaches can tell you all sorts of stuff as Van der Hoogten comes in from the pavilion end, outside the off stump, way outside off stump to Prest. But a lot of it is down to your own way of doing things. Yeah, he's been looked at again, but that follow through. He was warned in the first innings, and now the umpire is having another close look at him in the second.
Is there any discernible slope or deviation in this ground?
Not
Because he
that I
didn't
know
do
of,
it
no.
from this end, it's just from that far end.
Yeah, well, maybe sometimes one umpire looks a little closer than the other. You get a little bit of that sometimes, but you're either running in the danger area or not. Van der Hoogten bowls and Prest is forward, but you do have to find a way, and because very quickly the opportunities that you get presented with disappear. We've seen the future a little bit in the Hampshire innings. 18-year-old Ben Mays, he found a way, and got 59. And the only way he was out at the end was because he was trying to hit out, and he's caught on the boundary.
Yeah.
Who knows how many he would have got, but he had to change the way he played because he was there at the end. But he did find a way in the first innings when others couldn't. As forward is Prest. To an extent, Prest did with his 45. And Gubbins made 38, but Gubbins is the more experienced batter out there. But for the others, I'm not going to keep repeating the phrase, but it is down to that. And as I say, some of them are getting chance after chance after chance, and they can play, these guys. There's no doubt about it. That's why they're being shown the faith. But there comes a point where that comes to an end as that's pushed up to mid-on. I don't think we've reached that, if I'm honest. We haven't reached that. It's too early in the season. This is, it's 3rd of May. But the nature of the championship season means after this first block of fixtures, if you are cut off a little bit, then it is even more difficult come the next part and next round of fixtures. So, I mean, listen, well done to Glamorgan. You know, for a side that's not been in Division 1 for so long, to play like this is terrific, as Van der Gooten comes in and bowls, and Prest works that out to point. And you know, they've looked every inch a top division side. Now, how much is that down to the fact that probably Hampshire lack a lot of confidence at the moment? How much is that down to Glamorgan have put together a decent team? It's probably a bit of both.
I think you've scored that many runs in your first innings and skittle a side out for 2-1-4. You know, in their first innings, you're going to look a good side, aren't you? But you know, as Geoffrey Boycott says, you can't score runs in the pavilion. So the best for these young batters is to be out there.
Prescott's wrapped on the pad. That's nipped back, maybe just a little bit higher than the pad. Actually, looking at his reaction, just watching this one. Yeah, that's nipped back.
It's definitely variable bounce from for Van der Hoogten bowling from the pavilion, but the Rod Bransgrove end. Few have kept low, one kept low and jagged back. This one's lifted a little bit, so that's going to create uncertainty for these two. Toby Albert and Tom Prest out there, two young batters learning their trade, learning their game, and what better place under this great, good arena here at Southampton. And under this pressure that the accurate Glamorgan bowlers are putting them under, as Jamie McElroy comes in again, bowls full outside the off-stump. That's a poor shot by Albert, no foot movement, wafty, just put his bat out there. I was saying to Rob, I think, that with the variable bounce from the far end, and he's faced quite a bit from Van der Hoogten, you know, whether he's confident, he might be wondering what the ball is going to do. So that was indicative, I think, of a shot of a man who's not sure what he's going to be facing. It was certainly indecisive.
Well, what, that last ball?
Yeah, last ball, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's expecting the ball to come back into him, and it's actually held its line, which in itself is a dangerous delivery.
McElroy in, full. No, better looking shot with composure and good head position and good full face to bat from Albert for no run. Yeah, did you see the Gubbins wicket? I mean, it came back a long way. I mean, it seemed reasonably premeditated, the leave, but it came back a long way and took his off peg out. I mean, you know, you can't really help that, I suppose. But he is back in the hutch. It's the only wicket to fall, and so far as Hampshire 27 for 1 as Jamie McElroy starts the second ball, I guess, of his fourth over. In bowls shorter and outside the off stump, and Albert lets it just go through, and there is no run. The 27 for 1. There's still a few people in here at the Utilita, some wandering around. There's games of cricket going on, as I can see, and people have just sat there in their seats. It does keep you gripped, actually, doesn't it? I mean, it's not going well, obviously, for Hampshire, but those Hampshire fans who are here have stayed in their seats and are watching their side try and force some sort of result, and certainly do what they can do. As McElroy turns, he's in, he bowls, it's full, and it's flicked away on the leg side by Albert, but it's gone straight to Zain Al Hassan, who's fielding at square leg for no run. 27 for 1.
That swung a bit.
He did. He's got some. Remember first innings when we were on, we were talking that we thought he bowled a bit too straight and on the leg stump, and he got it to swing, and when he pushed it outside the off stump, it didn't. Well, the first time that I'd seen him get any movement off the pitch was when he bowled Nick Gubbins. It came in off the seam a long way, and you can see why Gubbins chose to leave it, because it had just he'd had no seam movement before, and so therefore Gubbins thought it was going straight on, and it clearly didn't. As he comes in now, bowls, it's full, and that's just defended by Albert to that man Zain Al Hassan, who's had a great game. He's taken a couple of wickets with his bustling medium pace and scored 143 at the top of the order alongside Kieran Carlson. They took Glamorgan to that massive score of 536 declared, 2 for 37. Al Hassan, he bowled from this hotel end as McElroy turns. Steady rhythmic run, up bowls, full, and just pushed into the offside by Albert for no run. That's 27 to 1 still. I was getting excited there because I thought that it was the end of the over, but there was a no ball on the first ball. So he's got one more to bowl, Jamie McElroy. And gets the ball passed back to him by Carlson. There's 3 slips next to Chris Cook. We've got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Although the mid-off, which is the captain, Carlson, is tighter than normal. And fine leg as McElroy in again. Full, and he's hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal. The umpire looks unmoved. I think that was going down. I think we're going to look on the replay here. Oh, I tell you what, it's probably going down. I'm going to say probably with a capital P and a capital R and an O as well, throwing in for good measure. 27 for 1 at the end of that 8th over. Hampshire a long way behind.
Yeah, if anything, that's what it was doing, but yeah, definitely worth a shout. Maybe a little bit of bounce as well, but that's the perfect line.
It is, yes.
That's the line. Right, Van der Gutten into his 5th over, none for 13, 4 wickets in the first innings. Comes in and bowls to press. Oh, that looks close as well. Oh my word! Not out, says the umpire. I don't want too much of this going on at the moment. Was there a slight bat on that one? I don't know. Few LBWs in the first innings. Out of the 10 wickets that were taken, we had 3, we had 6, didn't we? Yeah, 6 LBWs in total.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 of which I think were from the far end and 2 from this end. And this being the hotel end.
Van der Gutten depressed once more, leaves that one alone outside off stump.
Yeah, Ul Hassan got Yusuf out from this end, and I think was that the only one? Let's have a quick look. I know Ul Hassan got 2 LBWs, Middleton, Fletcher Middleton from this end as well. So yeah, 4 from the far end, the Rob Bransgrove end, and 2 from this end. But stump to stump gets you rewards.
Certainly does. Still a little bit to life.
Because apart from the Mays wicket, the other 3 were caught behind or caught by the keeper.
Okay. Van der Gutten outside off stump again. So Hampshire here 295 runs behind. We've got 37.5 overs left in the day's play, and an awful lot of cricket left here on day 3. Plenty of time for you Glamorgan to get in amongst this Hampshire second innings. What a fight needed to be shown by the home side yet. Banging his bat on the floor as Tom pressed as Van der Gutten's in, and pressed is forward. And that ball trickles up towards mid-off.
How important, there's a you know, the structure below this, so the Premier League structure that exists around the countries. You know, the Southern Premier League is a strong league and has been for a long side. How important do you think a strong SPL is to the to a strong Hampshire, if you like?
Well, the academy playing it. Some good club sides around, but I think it's all about the academy playing in it, isn't it, really? Getting them some practice. Edge through to the keeper, second wicket. Good diving catch from Chris Cook in front of first slip. And their persistence has paid off once more. And Prest goes for 5. And Hampshire are 27 for 2.
For some reason, Tom Prest looked disappointed with that decision from the umpire. I can't, unless it's just gone off the pitch, but I can't believe there's anything else, given the fact that how it was taken, that was a nick, giving Van der Gutten his first wicket of this second innings, and the Glamorgan players all, as you can imagine, huddled around, waiting for for Fletcher Middleton to come out and join Toby Albert out there. But yeah, again, they're at it again, the Glamorgan bowlers. They're relentless, wicket to wicket, just forcing the Hampshire batters to play shots that perhaps they didn't want to, or injudicious, I would say. And yeah, Preston's got to go.
I think there's 1 or 2 counties have academy sides in their top local ECB leagues. I think it's a good ploy actually, because you can play trialists, you can play all sorts of players that you want to have a look at for future, ones that perhaps you want to bring on into the academy, others that you're having a good look at in a structured way to view as regards giving them rookie deals and moving on from there. I think it's a really good move. I'm not sure how many counties do it. I think a few do.
Yeah.
I think Hampshire have had that situation now for a few seasons, and yeah, and also I think one or two that when there's not second team games on, one or two of the youngsters can get a little bit, get a bit of practice. I'm not sure how many of them actually play in that, but one or two have got. There's one or two recognisable names that play in it, and there's one or two that I never heard of before. If I'm honest, I don't look that often, but that all started yesterday, didn't it?
It did. Yeah,
Top leagues all around the country.
Hook, I believe, won their first game.
Did they?
See it?
Is that your team?
Yeah, that's who I used to play for. Yeah, long time ago. Hook and Newnham Basics up near Basingstoke, playing New Milton, I believe, who always been a strong side. So it's a good start for them.
So Fletcher Middleton is in at 4. He made 5 in the first innings before he was LBW to Hassan, and that was at 25 past 12. And here he is again walking to the crease at 25 to 5. That's outside the off stump, and that is left alone. So a wicket for Van der Gooden. That gives him his 5th in the match, and that was a wicket maiden as well.
Talking of young players, we've seen Ben Mays out here today. The other Hampshire player that starred in the under-19 World Cup over the winter was Manny Lumsden. What do you expect to see of him this year?
Might play some 50 over cricket.
Yep,
I should think. Yeah, he's highly thought of. Bowls a decent pace. I'm not actually seen him bowl in real life.
Haven't you?
Yet.
Okay.
Have you?
No. No, he's got some wheels.
Yeah.
So I hear.
I think he might be treated a little bit like Ben Mays was last year. Give him his first games in 50 over cricket and then see what happens from there. But he's still at school and lots happening.
McElroy to continue then from this hotel end, and that's just down the leg side again. That's going to run away for 4. He's got to get his leg buys. In fact, he's got to get his line right here. McElroy. He's pushed a couple down the leg side here. Chris Cook, the wicket keeper, is standing quite wide at outside the off stump, so he's expecting that ball to be thrown across the right-handers, but this one wasn't. Went down the leg side, and Hampshire move on to 31 for 2. Albert is on 13. And Fletcher Middleton has just joined him. He's only faced 1 ball. He is yet to get off the mark as McElroy turns at the top of his mark. He's in, he bowls, it's Fuller, and this is a straighter delivery, and that's defended by Albert, fielded by Sean Dixon, who's a straight mid-wicket. They're quite tight on the leg side there, the 2 fielders. Ul Hassan's at square leg. He's quite tight in that position, and a straighter Sean Dixon, and there's also Ryan Hadley at mid on. So if the batters want to pierce that leg side field, they've got to give the ball plenty of welly as McElroy comes in, bowls, and it is on the leg side and defended to one of those 3 fielders I mentioned by Toby Albert. He stays on 13. Hampshire 31 for 2. I mean, it's just relentless accuracy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, as you expect when you're so far ahead. As a side, batters perhaps a little bit tentative at times, not sure. But all you can do is dig in and just hope it's your day.
As it nearly was for Ben Mays in the first innings, as McElroy bowls outside the off stump and just pushed, trying to turn it around now, but just pushed into the offside, sets off for a quick single, but is sent back by Fletcher Middleton rightly, given the fact the ball went straight to Mason Crane, who's fielding at point. But Albert just trying to change things here. I mean, you don't really want to just sit there and be bowled out. That's dangerous, I think. So they've got to try something, even though the score is such a vast gap. As McElroy in full down the leg side again, and a good tumbling stop, yes, or a semi-stop by Cook, but no runs off that, and Hampshire staying 31 for 2. Yeah, if they one thing that I think it was Mays and Middleton, or Mays and Middleton, I think did well, was turn the strike around well, just pushing little singles and running. It might have been actually Mays and Cuddy Youssef did it well, and that's something maybe that the Hampshire batters should look to do, just to knock the Glamorgan bowlers off their stride as McElroy bowls, and defended, bit of shape in this time from McIlroy, and that's the end of a maiden over by Jamie McIlroy. I'm going to hand over now to Rob Phillips and take a little break.
So, Hampshire following on here after being bowled out for 214 in the 74th over. And I don't know about you, Rob, but I don't know, I just didn't see 10 wickets falling that quickly. I know Glamorgan have bowled very well indeed, matching their batting, but I just think this game's moved forward quite quickly considering we lost half the day yesterday.
I think it has. Van Houten in from the pavilion end, no run with that. Middleton fended that down. I think that even Kieran Carlson will be pleasantly surprised. I'd love to hear from Glamorgan fans what they're thinking of this. Is the county on the brink of a famous win here? They're first at the Utilita Oval. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk to give me your views as Van Houten comes in, driven by Middleton, but straight to mid-off. No run. 31 for 2 Hampshire. Having been bowled out this morning or mid-afternoon for 214. You can get hold of me as well on X at Rob Phillips here, or Blue Sky, robphillipshere.bsky.social, and Rob Phillips here on Threads as well. As Tim Van Houten, 1 wicket already in this second innings, bowls. Middleton pushes that away through the onside, through mid-wicket, and it's a really nice shot. Plenty of value on that shot. He gets 4 runs off the mark. Is Fletcher Middleton. Lovely flick off his legs. And the score goes to 35 for 2. I was in contact with the good doctor, Andrew Hignell, the Morgan scorer.
Yes.
During the break. I was asked earlier on, by who is it? Have Glamorgan ever enforce the follow-on in Division 1? Asking for a friend, says Chris Drew. Van Houten steams in, and that goes past the outside edge. He was prodding at that one, was Middleton. Just moved away from it. It was a lovely delivery again by Tim Van Houten. And the good doctor tells me, yes, this is the first time they've enforced the follow-on in Division 1. I should say the last time they were in Division 1 was 21 years ago. And they've only ever had 3 wins.
Well, this will give them a lot of confidence for the rest of the season.
Yeah, they've been in every game so far. As Van Houten bowls, this one gets up on Middleton, but he deals with it comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I guess, you know, you'd come into this season feeling confident, you know, having done so well in Division 2, and so there's no reason not to. But I think when you then start putting in performances early in the season, and as you say, they've been in every game so far, and that's fine. But now when you start to dominate 1 or 2 as well, then you know, that's a good sign.
It is Van Houten in again. That flies past the stumps. Good leave by Middleton. Steps over that. Bit of breaking news as well. Sir Alex Ferguson has been taken to hospital after falling unwell at Old Trafford shortly before Manchester United's Premier League game against Liverpool. Although it's being stressed that it was a precautionary move for Sir Alex, who is 84, and it's not an emergency situation, but such a well-known character, I thought I would tell you.
So 35 for 2, Hampshire following on here at the Utilita Bowl. 287 runs behind in the game, still 35 overs left to do here on day 3. The weather, I don't think, is going to help Hampshire too much. They're going to have to fight long and hard to keep this rampant Glamorgan side at bay. Hassan will take over from McIlroy, who was still getting the ball to swing, but probably just couldn't quite get the line right consistently enough. Here's Hassan. Bowls, and well, that's nipped back. My word, that can't have been too far away from the off stump.
He was almost on his knees then, Hassan, and it kept really low, bounced before it got to Chris Cook. I think Jamie McElroy got maybe a little bit too excited after his wicket. That bounced twice before it got to a tumbling Cook. And Albert will be very suspicious now.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him for leaving it on that line, but you know, it did come back. Right, here he comes again. Hassan. About one in the first innings. That sort of holds its line outside of the off stump there, and yeah, backed up his wonderful 100 in the first innings with 2 for 37 in Hampshire's first innings. Did a good job. We've still got the cloud cover above us, which has been hanging around for most of the day. The lights are off now. They've been off for a little while.
Right, forget everything I just said, by the way.
That's nipped back as well.
Wow.
And also left alone.
They are asking questions every ball at the moment, aren't they? And again, that one didn't get up too far. So forget exactly what I said, because I've now had a correction from the good doctor himself. I took his yes to mean different to what he actually meant. So it's the third time they've enforced the follow-on. First time was at Essex at Chelmsford when they won, and the second time was against Northants at Cardiff, and they drew both times in 2001. There we are.
Single behind the leg side. Good, we've clarified that.
It was my fault. I got his message garbled, and I will see him later. He's always around when we're talking to the players. Who will I be speaking to tonight, I wonder?
Take your pick.
Plenty of candidates. Probably it will be. Although Van Houten keeps getting wickets. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, yeah, maybe. It's not my call, obviously, as Hassan comes in and Fletcher Middleton's beaten outside the off stump. But I would love to hear what Mason thinks of his first game playing here, getting wickets, and I don't know. But that would be a personal preference. If you don't, I'll go and speak to him.
Okay, Caroline Morris from Penturch near Cardiff. I know it well. She says, having followed Glamorgan struggles over the years, almost since Wilf Wooler's time, it's a complete delight to see them doing so well. Glammy go, says Caroline.
Sun comes in, that's wide of off stump again. His 2 bounces through to the keeper. Wilf Woolers came up yesterday, didn't he? We were talking about the 1948 Glamorgan side.
That's it, yeah. What a commentator as well.
End of the over. 36 for 2, Hampshire following on.
And Van Houten is in his 6th over in this innings. He bowled 19 in the first Hampshire innings. But with 6 overs, 1 for 17, you're not going to get the ball off him in a hurry. Tony Albert prepares to face Van Houten in from the far end. Played into the covers, no run.
Well, it's an important innings for a lot of these players, and every time that Hampshire fail with the bat, or you feel that the innings is a little substandard, then the pressure increases on one or two of these players who are looking to make a position their own. So Toby Albert, who made 21 in the first innings, didn't add to his overnight total.
Is there cavalry to come back after this ball from Van Houten? Straight bat by Albert, no run.
Well, Jake Lehman.
Oh yeah, coming back from
from Australia. Yeah, whether it's next week or not, I don't know. I think the feeling was it would be, but I think we need to get that clarified at some point. But yeah, I mean, this is only the second game that Toby Albert's been entrusted to open, so you know it's probably be given a few more games yet, but he still needs to show something.
Well, I think Glamorgan showed the benefit of persevering with Zainul Hassan's 100. As Van Houten again straight as a die, just picks a spot and seems to hit it with regularity. Does Tim Van Houten. Years of experience and it often shows. He's 35 now, but he's going strong, no doubt driven by the 4 wickets in the first innings and the one he's already taken in this one. Hampshire 36 for 2. Takes his one hand off the bat, does Albert, but it's pushed away. Gets the one. And it'll be Middleton on strike with Albert on 15, Middleton on 4, 37 for 2.
So what do we had? 12 wickets today. And we've got 33 overs left. Rob, what do you think, realistically, from a Glamorgan point of view, between now and the close? Another couple, maybe?
Oh, I think they'd be delighted to get a couple more. And many balls like that, and they will, because that went straight past the bat. He played at that, didn't he? And just moved away. It really is good bowling, really exemplary line and length. Nothing too extravagant, no need.
I agree. Just put it on the spot. 34 wickets last year. What's he got now? He's got 13 wickets this year so far, including this game.
Solid operator bowls now, and that goes past the stumps, straight through to Chris Cook. And Hampshire are 37 for 2. And remember, they were all out today for 100 and what was it? 214 all out. There we are, trailing by 322. So they knocked 37 of those off. And Zainul Hassan is having a game to remember.
Yeah. Just imagine he's looking at Division 1 saying, "Oh, it's not as bad. it's not as easy, it's not as hard as I thought. This is all right. This lark, this Division 1 lark.
Not bad bowling either."
Right, here he is, right arm medium pace, and that brings Toby Albert forward once more. I mean, the good thing, and he is really, let's be honest, a backup bowler. But what he's done well is he's bowling the right length for this pitch.
He's not given them any freebies to escape the leash, is he? And again, it's not rocket science. He's just putting it in the right place and hoping something happens.
Oh, he's taking the bottom hand off the bat there as that's nipped back. And Albert will pick up a single, not quite where he was intending. Not sure where he was intending to hit it, to be honest, because just watching this again on the picture feed, you just see again it's nipped back. And it's that length, which, if it does do something, it's very difficult to readjust your shot.
And there's light in the distance, but there's some big grey clouds coming over.
Which way are they coming over here? I can't quite work out. As I say, normally they were coming over the Shane Warne stand. That wasn't the case yesterday. They were more to our left. Here's Hassan. Forward is Middleton this time. So it goes out to what's your super duper app, which was unbelievable, one of the best I've seen actually, if I'm honest, Rob. What's it saying this time?
Chance of precipitation, today's chance 0%.
Oh, there we are. So they're just teasing us, those clouds.
And today it was, I think it was going to be partly cloudy, which is just about right.
Well, yeah, I think it's been a little bit more than partly, isn't it? Nice drive from Fletcher Middleton, but finds point. It's been mostly cloudy, isn't it? Really, I think. I'm going to take my mind off this game very briefly. Leicestershire are 142 for 6 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire. They trail by 40 with 4 wickets remaining. Yorkshire are 280 for 7 in their second innings against Somerset. They lead by 168 with 3 wickets remaining. Sussex are 3 for 2 in their second innings against Surrey, as Hassan comes in and bowls, and Middleton is again forward, and Sussex trail by 261 with 8 wickets remaining. Those are the other games in Division 1.
Talking about Wolf Wooler, had a message from Chris Drew. I heard an interview with Robert Croft, he says, where he said he came into the team, Wooler came to him and told him exactly what field he would bowl to and not to diverge from that. And he just said something like, yes, Mr. Wooler.
It's just nipped away a little bit, but Milton stays inside the line, 38 for 2, and just the 1 run off the over.
And Mark Jenkins has been in touch as well. He's from Greystones, County Wicklow, originally from Britton Ferry, which is just outside Neath, between Neath and Swansea, for the uninitiated. Hi Rob and Kev, I hope that if we do go on to win this match, it will be similar to last year when we achieved our first win and we went on to a very good season. Better than very good, got promoted. And not too many expected that at the start of last season.
Change bowling at the Rob Transfer Pavilion end, Ryan Hadley.
And Ryan Hadley is coming on from the far end, so the first change in this second innings. He bowled without success, none for 51 in the first innings, but change of ends for him now. Comes in, bowls, and it's flicked through to mid-wicket, but it's good diving stop there, so no run.
We've got the lights coming back on.
Yeah, I did say the grey clouds were making it a bit murkier. The umpire at square leg is looking down at something. I hope that's not the light meter. As the Australian Hadley bustles in from the far end, full of intent. But it's again played away by Albert for no run.
Yeah, it just looks like the clouds are coming from the more conventional area where they come from over the Shane Warne, about 1 o'clock as we look. But there is some brighter stuff coming, although still cloudy.
You're praying for rain?
I'm praying for a lot of things at the moment, Rob, if I'm honest. Rain's one of them.
Day and a half rain. 38 for 2. Hadley in again. Oh, that's a confident drive through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. Don't think anybody's going to catch that. Good shot that by Albert. He goes to 20 now, and it's 42 for 2. Maybe his best shot of the day so far.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of what we saw last night, wasn't it? I haven't seen too much of that this afternoon. I wonder how long it'll be before we see Mason Crane again.
Well, he made his presence felt in the first innings, didn't he? Just looking where he is. Is that him at backward point? It is. He's not warming up yet. Hadley in from the far end. Bowls accurately. Albert deals with that. Into the offside too, Mason Crane actually.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, I get the feeling that being out there at the moment, I'd rather face this guy than I would Hassan. If I'm honest, but it sounds crazy, but Hassan just seems to be able to bowl a length that where the ball does a little bit and it creates problems, whereas this guy just bangs it in a little harder. I mean, obviously a very good bowler, no doubt about that, but it doesn't feel as though he gets quite the same out of the wicket.
No. Maybe it's not his sort of wicket as it goes, not enough bounce in it for him. Try again though. I shall soon be departing to speak to the nation again. Just for 20 odd seconds. Maybe see this ball and then ready to dash at least a yard.
Yeah, sorry it's so far to go.
Yeah, but it helps my steps. In the 15th over, still 31 overs to go tonight. It's going to be a long night, Kev. Bed and breakfast booked. Hadley bowls and it goes wide, so there's no run. Hampshire 42 for 2 following on.
Yes, another 31 overs, so that's a good 2 and a bit hours, isn't it? I would have thought, unless we have 2 spinners on for a while, but I don't know. The seam bowlers have put in a bit of a shift. So that could be the case. I saw Kieran Coulson come on, but he only did a bowl 1 ball with his off spin. And that ended the Hampshire innings when Ben Mays was trying to hit over the top, got caught with deep mid on, which ended a fine innings of 59 for the 18-year-old. As forward is Middleton to a new over from Hassan. And the score is 42 for 2 then, Hampshire following on 280 runs behind. And if Hampshire can even get their noses in front, that's going to be well into day 4. Hassan in again, past the umpire and bowls, and Middleton's on the back foot. In the side because of Jake Lehmann's trip to Australia, and he'll be eager to make an impression. Wasn't able to in the first innings. He's got a second chance now. He's lost his opening spot, which he's held for a couple of seasons or so now. Hassan's in and bowls. Lost it to Joe Weatherly the first couple of games, and now Toby Albert's been entrusted as Nick Gubbins' partner. And Fletcher Middleton's numbers last year, maybe a little bit disappointing. He played all 14 matches, averaged 27. Averages 28 career into his 43rd first-class match. Just under 2,000 runs in total. In comes Hassan. Gets an edge and it flies away in the gap between second slip and gully, and that's gone for 4 runs. But another good line and another good length from Hassan, making Middleton play, but he did well keeping it down, didn't push at it, but nevertheless it's a good delivery. And Middleton moves on to 8. 24 years of age now, Fletcher. Did make 100 recently in the second team game here a couple of weeks ago. Hassan again runs away from us and bowls, and Middleton pushes forward and goes out into the covers. So I mentioned those Division 1 games. Have a quick look in Division 2. While seemingly the game just goes a little quiet, but every time I say that, something blows up again. Kent are 281 for 6 in their second innings against Derbyshire. They lead by 329 runs there. Kent having a tough time again in Division 2. It's bounced twice through to keeper Chris Cook. Durham are 401 for 5, and they trail by 29 runs to Middlesex. That's still in the first innings. David Bedingham with another 142 not out, he's on. I think he had a quiet season last year, if I remember rightly off the top of my head. And Worcestershire are 59 for 2 in their second innings against Northamptonshire. They trail by 232. There are some women's Tier 2 games going on in the Metrobank 50 over Cup. Already Northamptonshire have beaten Gloucestershire and Kent have beaten Sussex. Rob's back, and that's a pull shot. That's a lovely pull shot, although he hasn't quite got hold of it. Should run away. Oh, it hasn't actually. It's plugged in the outfield. Got a little bit underneath that. I thought the way he was hammering that away, Albert, I thought that was going a many a mile, but it just cleared the fielder. It's Hadley back on. Rob Phillips is there, and Sanjay Murthy will join him.
The nation is enthralled, you'll be pleased to know. The excitement is palpable.
Must be the most informed nation on the on earth.
Well, there was a rugby game on, so you got to fill for a while occasionally, and so there's always more updates during sport programs, but this was the news. Hadley in from the far end did beat the bat of Albert then. I think he just held this line, that one, but Albert definitely played at it.
definitely a little, well, it's definitely colder. I've just done a temperature check. The wind's picked up a little bit. It looks darker, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
The umpires haven't done anything, but
no, the lights have been on. The umpire at square leg is
fiddling,
looking around. Yeah, he's getting fidgety, I think, isn't he? I wonder if he was having a look at the light meter earlier. But Ryan Hadley unabashed, moves in, clipped through the leg side. Has it got the legs to go for 4? No, it hasn't. It's slowed up a bit, this pitch. So that's the 50 runs.
Glamorgan
have lost of 2 wickets, and the trailing by is at 272.
The Glamorgan have Ryan Hadley all year.
Yeah, well, for about 6 games
right
at the moment, and then see what happens. It's for the county championship block, and they've got Somerset starting Cardiff on Friday. As he bowls, and that's sliced away, cut through point. Mason Crane did dive at it, but that's another 4 runs. Appreciated by the crowd here. They have not had a great deal to show. Mason Crane's still down.
He hurt his hand, didn't he, in the first innings when he was bowling?
He's looking down at his right hand.
Yeah, he fielded a solid drive off his own bowling and spent a long time looking at his hand, so hopefully he hasn't damaged that again.
Don't annoy those fingers, Mason. Although of course he's a wrist spinner, a leg spinner. As Ryan Hadley bowls, it's going to go towards Crane, but it's picked up instead before it gets to him. No run.
Yeah, the reason I was
for 2.
The reason I was asking the Ryan Hadley question was around, you know, he's obviously, you know, big, strong lad, used to bowling on maybe harder pitches in Australian conditions, and as the pitch is hardened here, as the sun comes out a bit more later on in the season, he might be is likely to be a different Ryan Hadley than the one that we are seeing today.
I mean, you'd have to say the surprise so far is Crane being among so many wickets so early in the season. He's quick enough though, Hadley, as he comes in again from the far end, and it's edged. It dropped just before the 3rd slip. I think it did.
Yeah, I think it did as well. The slips aren't that far back, which shows the sort of lack of carry in this pitch. There's been a few times, hasn't there, where Zain Al Hassan has double bounced it through to Chris Cook behind the stump, so the pitch is obviously dying, and it's a new ball as well.
It's really difficult to know where they should position themselves, isn't it? Because I mean, as you made the point, Al Hassan delivery earlier, double bounce before it got to Chris Cook. Please give a shout out on your commentary on YouTube at Southampton today for Fraser.
Here's Zain Al Hassan now, bowls outside the off stump, no run.
For Fraser the Elf and his friend BB.
Okay.
Don't ask me. Fraser is Glamorgan's #1 elf fan. I would have thought it's a fairly select band anyway, and loves watching his Glammy winning along with his best friend. Please see attached photographs of the pair. Go Glammy. Oh, there they are.
That is nice, yes. It's become a lot clearer now as Zain Al Hassan in bowls, full, defended by Albert for no run.
In fact, John Hurdle, who sent this, has sent 3 pictures of the Alps. So I'm just looking for them around the ground. Where would that be? Oh, that's Sophia Gardens. Yeah, it won't be. Anyway, good to see they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's good radio, that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't say a lot, do they, those puppets?
Al Hassan in bowls, short and just defended again by Albert. Relentless line by the Islamabad-born Glamorgan bowler. You get some good messages through, don't you? I mean, there's a reverend, there's an elf. What else have we got so far?
It's high quality, I think,
quality
is the word you're looking for, the phrase.
They're certainly more upbeat than the ones that Kevin
Well, I
gets.
was going to say you don't often see elves going to
No.
games, but I saw the Cardiff City contingent at Mansfield yesterday. I mean, there were bananas, there were all sorts of fancy dress going on.
Hassan in, Fuller, and just pushed into the offside for no run.
And this one from Andrew Bennett. I lived in Basingstoke in 1970 and 1972 and once managed to see Glamorgan play the first day of a 3-day game on the Saturday as well as the Sunday league match. How things have changed. I can't remember the results, but it was the first time I saw Gordon Greenwich. Well, I also remember Colin Ingleby Mackenzie being at the crease for a long time. I had a conversation years later with the Glamorgan stalwart.
Some bowls, leg side, flicked and fielded for no run.
That would be Don Shepherd, who worked a lot for BBC Wales in tandem with Ed Bevan. Ed, if you're listening, hope you're well. Who clearly remembered both games, enjoying the commentary in a wet Llandeilo.
That's a place, I assume.
I'm
is
sure
it?
it was Gordon Greenwich's birthday a few days
Was it?
ago. I'm sure I saw that, yeah.
Last ball of this Zain Al Hassan over. Relentless bowls, and again stump to stump, defended by Albert. That is, I believe, a maiden over from Zain Al Hassan. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, now 0 for 6. Just checking to see whether it was Basingstoke. Yeah, well, I've
Played the
there.
first.
Oh,
It was 75.
on
What's the date
Friday.
today? 3rd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on Friday. Yeah.
75 on Friday. Oh, and I think I'm right in saying as well, Scott Curry was 25 yesterday, the Hampshire player.
There you go. Yeah, so Basingstoke is a great little ground. Very short boundary on one side. Was used for county matches a lot. I mean, it was a great day out going to watch Hampshire play. It's a shame that they don't do that anymore.
Ryan Hadley in from the pavilion end. No run, played into the onside. Hadley is 27. Since we're onto the ages, I thought there was something in the back of my mind said the great Gordon Greenwich was celebrating his birthday over this weekend. Don't like to miss birthdays.
David Beckham's, I think, was on the 1st of May as
Oh,
well.
was it?
So yeah,
Good
a lot
shout.
of greats on that day.
As Hadley, full of running, straight bat again to him. And 2 dot balls. They're making the batsman play. It's difficult to leave anything on this pitch, given that the odd one does stay low, and 1 or 2 are moving around. You almost think if your name's on it, you're a goner.
Yeah, especially from that far end. Yeah, keeping with birthdays. This is my girl's 21st yesterday. We had a day trip to Cheshire to go
Oh,
and see
right.
her. It's a long way to go for a 21st, I tell you.
Hadley bowls. I almost sneaked through, but Middleton was down on it. I don't know whether Hadley was exchanging a few words with him then.
A couple of choice Australian words.
Maybe. I would have thought,
greet Fletcher
even if
Middleton.
Fletcher Middleton's Australian is not what it was, he probably got the gist.
I think he probably would have done. Yeah, then I said, then later went out to Manchester for a night out with her friends. I've seen the Instagram aftermath.
Didn't Dad go along for the night out, or were you too professional?
We were driving back as quickly as possible. That's the best way forward.
Do you know if she left Manchester, she found it as Hadley comes in from the fast end again. Again, no run, so it's 4 dot balls so far.
I think she's left Manchester as she found it, but I think the other way around might be slightly different. But anyway, she's got an exam next week, so she needs to. She seems to think it's a birthday month, but I advised her that it was possibly not.
Well, my daughter had a party to go back to university in September. Myself and my partner felt we were like the oldest swingers in town. But we were out there with the best of them. No commitments the following day, so
why not?
Into the wee small hours of Cardiff. Very nice. Hadley bowls. Again, bit by a straight bat.
Puff of dust there that from Fletcher Middleton as he went forward to defend that, which Mason Crane will be looking at joyfully, just marking out or looking at the spots where he's going to pitch the ball. He bowled very well, 3 wickets in that first innings.
And talking of birthday parties, because I'm here, I can't go to my little great niece Maddie's birthday party. She was 1 a few days ago, but my niece, her mother, knows I love party food, so make sure there's some cake left, Meg, as Hadley bowls and Fletcher Middleton. I mean, plays it away, 55 for 2. That's the joy of kids' parties.
Are you sweet or savoury on that front?
Definitely sweet.
Oh, yeah. So it's cake more than the sausage roll.
Actually, I'm indulging anything really. If it's food, it's to be eaten. But no, I've got a very sweet tooth, hence the big top.
The big top.
As he taps his tummy, trying to breathe in.
Someone who maybe hasn't got a sweet tooth is Zain Al Hassan. He's in again from this Hilton Hotel Inn, and he bowls and just defended by Albert. I'm more of your mini Scotch eggs. They're my
all right.
Those mini eggs that you get a packet of 12 from Marx's. Other supermarkets are available. And they're gone by the time I've put stuff in the fridge. My wife comes down and says, "Oh, did you buy some mini eggs?" No. I say, "No, they didn't have any."
I get any of my great nieces and nephews' parties, I get party bags put aside for me.
Sun bowls. It's a nice looking drive from Albert, but the fielder is positioned there and there's no run. We went to a party once, and I remember at the end of it, a sister of a friend of ours was seen minesweeping sausage rolls. She sort of pulled a Sainsbury's bag, again other supermarkets are available, bag out of her pocket and was just like sweeping anything that was left into this bag to be eaten later on, which I thought was good. Hassan bowls and defended. There's some squirts out onto the offside and a well-run single by Albert and Middleton, and they go through. Thumbs up from Toby Albert to Fletcher Middleton, who called that, and the score 56 for 2.
I love doing cricket because you get the most brilliant emails. I'll wait till the end of the over. This deserves a good reading, this one. Keep them coming, by the way. Glamorgan, cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Zain Al Hassan past the umpire, full. Oh, and that's just beats him beautifully. The one hand comes off the bat. Fletcher Middleton, not sure if that moved or not, but he certainly got no contact on it. And 56 for 2. He's still there on 8, and Toby Albert is on 13. Al Hassan's got 2 balls left of this, his 5th over.
Comes from Lawrence Hourahan, who was attached to Glamorgan Cricket Club many moons ago.
Zain Al Hassan bowls and is defended solidly by Fletcher Middleton for no run.
Still has a lot of connections there, still does some stuff for them as well, does Lawrence. An old BBC producer of mine, Mr. Wooler, he says. He calls me Roberto, he says, Roberto, exclamation mark. Mr. Wooler, I never had the courage to call him anything other than this. Was my first ever boss, and I still use his old desk, removed from the Glamorgan office at 6 High Street at home today.
Final ball of this over, bowls and defended by Fletcher Middleton. He remains on 8 and Hampshire stay on 56 for 2.
So here's the gist. Having been a POW under the Japanese in the Second World War, Mr. W wouldn't allow anything Japanese in the office. The day after he retired in September 1977, he went straight to W.H. Smith and bought one of those newfangled electronic calculators to make doing the bookwork much, much easier. The Olivetti adding machine, which needed a roll of paper, went straight in the bin. All the best, Lorenzo. The great Wolf Wooler.
And the great Lorenzo sounds like a magician as well.
He's a bundle of fun, Lawrence. As Hadley comes in, he's cut behind square, and that's going to go for 4 runs. And Kevin's returning.
So the total moves on to 60 for 2. Kevin James is alongside Sanjay Murthy for this next period of play.
Do you have a preference on sweet, savoury, party snacks, anything like that?
Anything that's yummy. What's it? Yeah, I look at it and it wouldn't matter to me whether it's savoury or sweet.
Right, it's just going.
If it looks nice, it's
in.
It's going down. You?
Savoury mainly. Bowls, and that's just outside the off stumper, Toby Albert, and he just defends it. Ryan Hadley's continuing from the pavilion, Rod Bransgrove end. This is 4th over. He's bowled. He's gone for 17. He's been more expensive on this one than he was in his previous spell in the first innings. I think certainly these conditions aren't suiting Ryan Hadley. Yes, he's bowling probably a length that is natural to him, that more Australian length that you said, but no movement, and that sort of not giving him the returns he's looking for as he's in bowls. And a nice looking drive that by Albert, and it's racing away. Carlson's after it. He's probably going to put the slide in. He does, and cuts it off about 4 or 5 metres from the boundary, and they come through for 2, and Toby Albert goes on to 36. Fletcher Middleton's on 8, and Hampshire are 62 for 2.
Yeah, there's a couple of dark clouds above us, hasn't there? It looks like some brighter stuff over the horizon behind the pavilion.
Yeah, it looks brighter than when you guys were talking about it before. So,
Yeah.
in fact, you talked about that brighter stuff coming over, didn't you? Which is done as instructed, and it's pretty much over as now as Ryan Hadley turns and approaches the crease. A long run up and bowls, and there's a nice looking sort of square drive by Albert that's fielded by Mason Crane, who seems all right. He'd hurt his fingers earlier in the first innings whilst fielding off his own bowling, and then a couple of overs before off Ryan Hadley, same sort of shot, a squirt outside the off stump. He was just holding his right hand, but he seems okay. There's 3 slips alongside Chris Cook. There's a deep square leg now being put out alongside a sort of a deep backward square leg, so expecting a short ball or 2, I would have thought. Toby Albert with a couple of balls left on his over. Is it a bluff? Let's see, as Hadley approaches the crease and bowls. It is short, he's gone for it, it's up in the air. Al Hassan's underneath it, takes the catch, and he's fallen for the trap. Toby Albert, 36, it was signposted. It was an obvious trap that Hadley and Carlson had put into place, and Toby Albert showing his inexperience maybe, but he's gone for 36, and Hampshire are 62 for 3 in their second innings.
Oh dear. I should think Toby Albert walking back is about as mad as he can be. A short boundary side as well, so it would have to be a complete mishit not for it to go over the rope, and he really has totally misjudged that.
He's swinging his bat in anger as he walks back towards the pavilion. Let's see if he does mishit it. Yeah, top edge, and it's gone up in the air. As soon as he goes up, he throws his head, his hands, his arms, everything up in the air. And in fact, Zain Al Hassan had to run in to catch that ball, showing how mistimed it was. And if you had put a signpost there saying I'm about to bowl a short one, that's how obvious it was, Kev.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Anyway, moving on, trying to do very quickly. Congratulations actually to Hampshire women batter Maya Boucher, because she's been called up to England's forthcoming one-day international series against New Zealand. That's because captain Nat Siver-Brunt has pulled out of that series with a calf injury. You'll know it's just over a month before England hosts the Women's T20 World Cup, of which there are several matches here at the Utilita Bowl. Apparently Siver-Brunt's injury is a bit of a concern, but she is expected to be okay for the World Cup, but will miss the New Zealand series. And former Southern Viper here, Charlie Dean, who's now at Somerset, she will now lead the series for England in Siverbrunt's absence. So congratulations to Maya Boucher, but what that does that further depletes the Hampshire women's team, who have got another game this coming Wednesday against Somerset. They're already missing 4 England players, and they'll miss Boucher as well, so that's going to be a tough game on Wednesday. We've got live commentary of that one, not only on the Hampshire cricket feed but also on the BBC Sport website and app. Ben Mays promoted, oh no, he's coming at 5 again. He was 5, wasn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah. Hadley in again, bowls to Mays, a bouncer, and he doesn't want anything to do with it. That's the end of a successful over for Hadley. The first time we've said that in this match. It's his first wicket. He's taken 1 for 19 and Hampshire at 62 for 3.
Well, it's less than 2 hours since Ben Mays was the last wicket to fall in Hampshire's first innings. Caught on the boundary, 59, his first half century. We had a glimpse of the future with Ben Mays, and here he is, less than 2 hours, and he's batting for a second time.
Yeah, it's amazing really how quickly that comes around. But going back to the women's game, congratulations to Maya Boucher. I've done a bit of commentary on the women's game, so it's been quite interesting to watch actually.
Here's Hassan. It's driven by Middleton to mid-on.
Because I've been doing Glamorgan matches, and they are Tier 1 next year, so they're the side that are going up, Yorkshire this year, so they can be professional next year. And it's quite an interesting system with the loans and stuff. So Megan Sturge is a Hampshire player. There was one week where she was called up here, didn't play, then went to Glamorgan and did play, and then played for Hampshire seconds maybe in the week.
Hassan in again. Middleton's playing a miss in there.
And then came back here in the squad, didn't play, went back to Glamorgan. So a lot of driving and travelling around.
There is a bit, isn't there? It's just nipped away. Inevitably the catch. Toby Albert's catch was caught by Hassan. Can't keep him out of the game. But no, you're right. There, some of these ladies are doing some travelling. That's right. Francesca Sweet, who,
she's here. Yeah,
who's here, has signed for Tier 2 side Leicester, who she came from originally to Hampshire. So I think she's playing today for Leicester. Actually, that's outside the off stump. Left alone. The other thing I should mention is that in Division 2 for Northamptonshire, former Hampshire wicket keeper Lewis McManus scored 100 thanks to Joe in the crowd, who messaged me and said, don't forget to mention Lewis.
Which you have.
So there we are. So yes, it's an interesting system, isn't it? I think it's good actually. It keeps the professional players sort of playing when they're not in the squads, and also Tier 2 to a decent standard.
Yeah.
That's played back to the bowler by Middleton, another good length delivery.
The only thing I think is for the Tier 2 sides, they're not entirely sure what their side's going to be until the players are released, if you like. So there's a bit of uncertainty there. But there was a few playing for Glamorgan, Sturge being one. There are, I think Beth Gammon was another one.
Where's she from?
I think she was from not sure actually where she was from, but there was or Bethan Ellis. It might have been Bethan Ellis who was playing, but anyway, Rob might know. But it certainly is a good system, I think, because it does give some of those Tier 1 players the ability to play even though they're not playing for their Tier 1 county, I guess.
I think Poppy Tullock, a bowler here, played for Glamorgan a little bit last year as well in a similar situation. Here at the Utilita, as the dark clouds begin to disperse and we get slightly better light. From a Hampshire point of view, I think the dark clouds are still around. As Middleton is playing inside the line, he does get that nice little kiss off the surface, does Hassan. He's not a great pace, but he just has the right, probably quite the pace and the right length where he's causing the batters problems. 1 for 7 from 6 overs, maiden over there for Hassan. And when the scoreboard changes over, I'll give you how many overs are left. There's still a lot of cricket. 24 overs left in the day's play.
It's interesting with the bowlers that are bowling, with Hadley and Ul Hassan. They're both different paces. Hadley a lot quicker, yet Ul Hassan's been the more successful because of the lengths and lines that he bowls on his surface. But it is Ryan Hadley to continue from the far pavilion end, bowls, and Mays just gets right behind it and pushes it into the offside for no run. Tight cordon around him here. There's 3 slips, there's a point, there's an extra cover, a mid-off on the offside, and leg side more Spartan. There's mid-on, mid-wicket and deep square leg, where Ul Hassan is stationed, where he took the catch in the previous over to dismiss Toby Albert. And Hadley just walks back to his mark now and turns, gathers himself up at the crease now and delivers, and it's full and well defended by Ben Mays. He's yeah, he looked very impressive, didn't he, Ben Mays, in the first innings. Looked compact, looked to play the ball late, and then when he had the tail with him, he sort of expanded a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked good, and as I say, that is a good sign for the future. His first half century in first-class cricket, coming in just his 7th innings.
Yeah, that is good.
8th innings. No, 7th innings. Yeah, this is his 8th. Might get another one, yeah.
Might well do. Hadley in, approaching the crease now, bowls and pulled and controlled sort of paddle onto the leg side by Mays. That's running away to the boundary, but pulled up just inside, and they come through for a comfortable 2. He's off the mark with that shot, and Hampshire are 64 for 3. Not as high as the one that got Albert out, but he played it with a lot of control.
Yeah, he did, and hit it down as well.
Seemed to have a lot of time.
Well, that's, yes, I mean, you know, we're sort of finding out about him, aren't we? And I'm sure he's finding out a little bit about himself, especially at this level. But here we go. Field's changing. Looks like they might test him with one as well.
And they're taking the 3rd slip out and also just bolstering that leg side. So a fielder's gone out to, well, Zain Al Hassan was always there at behind square on the leg side. There's a deepish square leg who's just walking up to the square leg umpire now. He's about 10 feet behind him, and the man they posted is at mid-wicket. He was at 3rd slip previously as Hadley approaches the wicket bowls, and it is Fuller, so it was a bit of a bluff there, but that's not to stay with 2 balls remaining of this over, that Hadley won't try the bumper trick.
Well, it's got to be worth a try, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got
plenty of runs to play with.
Yeah, reap rewards in his last over, so why not? But I suppose as Ben Mays knows, it's likely to come. That's the difference. Although, in saying that, Toby Albert probably thought it was good. Well, would have known it's coming as well. We just couldn't control the impulse to play the hook shot. Hadley again. Bowls, and it's full and nicely played. Nice looking defensive shot from Ben Mays. He remains on 2. Hampshire 64 for 3.
Yes, you get the feeling it's not too far away, perhaps. But, yeah, Hadley's bowled steady here, hasn't he? He's bowled a nice, he's bowled a tight line, hits the deck, and but probably hasn't troubled the batters as much as you might have thought.
Yeah, it's definitely a sort of surface where if you're kissing it and swinging it, you're going to get the results, as the other medium pace quicks have shown. This is Hadley's last ball of this over, bowls, and it is full as expected, and Ben Mays knew that was coming. Ducks underneath it successfully, 64 for 3. He's on 2, Middleton's on 8. Hampshire are 258 behind.
Thank you to Wes of the Hampshire media team, who heard me mention about Francesca Sweet playing for Leicestershire today, who were beaten by Worcestershire by 13 runs, but in that game, Francesca Sweet also got 100.
Oh, well done. Yeah.
She got 101. Yeah, she's a little bit in and out of the women's side. Plays, or had played this season when the England players weren't available. But she's done well.
She got a big 100 for Leicestershire last year, as I remember.
Yeah, she's got lots of runs for them. Actually, yeah, that's why she earned herself a contract. Yeah, she's played a couple of games for the women's side this year, the first 2 games, but didn't get to bat. Hassan bowls, and that's off a thickish outside edge. The ball runs away towards the deep backward square leg boundary, but doesn't make it, and they'll pick up 2, and Middleton moves into double figures, and Hampshire on to 66 for 3. So thank you, Wes, for that one. It seems like Hampshire players, both men and women with the bat, are doing very well elsewhere rather than here.
I was quite surprised that Jamie McElroy's only bowled 5 overs in this innings. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 7, and
Here's Hassan again. Middleton plays that into the ground, bounces away to backward a point.
you would have thought that with the way that they bowled, they being Van Hoogten and McIlroy in tandem in Hampshire's first innings, that they would have had a longer spell, but Carlson's choosing to sort of rotate his quicks probably more than he did in the first innings.
Yes, well, you'd hope that they're going to be spending a long time in the field over 2 innings. I hope there's a lot more game time left in this yet. I've got all day tomorrow yet. There's some bowl, so you will have to manage the bowling a little bit. That's played out towards extra cover. Still no Mason Crane as yet, who made an immediate impact in the first innings. Plenty of time for him to come on. There's still 22 overs to bowl, so he's still got 11 overs at each end, so he could come on any time and still get through a good 8 or 9 overs, 10 overs maybe.
Along with Maya Bouchier, Lauren Bell and Freya Kemp made the World Cup squad as well as the ODI squad. What did you make of them when you saw them?
Had to be. Oh gosh, yeah, they've been in good form already this season. That's played up towards mid-on. 5 wickets for Lauren Bell in her first game for Hampshire here against Durham. Yeah, big. They haven't played much cricket, have they? The women during the winter, the international side, but they've got a lot coming up over the next few months.
Yeah, and Lauren Bell, with her height and her pace, is standout, isn't it, in the women's game? You don't get that many with her level of pace.
No. It's driven to mid-wicket. Just a hint of the ball coming in at Fletcher Middleton. Half stopped, so they'll come through for a single. And Middleton moves on to 11. Yes, their international season is not too far away at all. As I say, the series against New Zealand coming up first for them. And that first game, I've written it down somewhere. And I've lost it. I think it's about the 10th of May. First ODI against New Zealand up at Durham. Yes, it is. Yeah, exactly. As Mays watchfully pushes that up towards mid-on. Hassan now completed 7 overs. He has none for 10. Middleton has 11. Mays has 2. Those 3 wickets sort of fallen. Nick Gubbins out for no score. That was the first ball he faced. Tom Press made 5. Toby Albert made 36. And the biggest partnership to date was the Albert Middleton partnership for the 3rd wicket. 35.
Ben Mays again, for a young 18-year-old, has got a big role to play here, and it's just got that little bit harder because either yourself or Rob asked when Mason Crane was coming on, and that answer is now, because the ex-Hampshire spinner took 3 for 31 in the first innings, but bowled beautifully and accurately, is coming on at the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end to be bowling at to Fletcher Middleton. Ace of Tribe has got the lid on, got the protective gear on, and he's at short leg. Quite from a sweeper perspective, there's a deep point, and there's also a deep square leg as Mason Crane approaches the crease. So a quick run up that keeps low and skids through, but Middleton's on the back foot and punches it out to that fielder who's sweeping at just off the boundary at point, and that is Ryan Hadley. They come through for the single though, and Hampshire is 68 for 3. He's got quick run up, isn't he? He's just everything's quick with Mason Crane. You don't get much time to settle as a batter, do you? You're just adjusting bits and pieces, and approaches the crease, bowls, and it's full, and Mays just drives to that fielder who just comes round. Ryan Hadley sweeps and flings it in at high velocity to Chris Cook, but Hampshire move on to 69 for 3, just rotating the singles. And these 2 young batters, Ace of Tribe is just under the lid, waiting for something to happen. Crane then bowls, will push through, and on the back foot goes Middleton. It just tries to sneak through, but he gets the bat down in time. think maybe can't really go on the front foot, I'm guessing, because of the way that Ace of Tribe is positioned at short leg in case it pops up. But dangerous game going back to Mason Crane, especially with that ball skidding through and keeping low at this Hilton Hotel end. Crane bowls flighted, pushed into the leg side where it's fielded for no run. Middleton stays on 12 and Mays is on 3 with 2 balls left at this first Mason Crane over of the second innings. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls and it's just short. It just lifts up a little bit, but nicely ridden by Middleton as he pushes it to Ryan Hadley, who's fielding at that deep point near as a lone seagull makes its way across the ground. There were 2 or 3 earlier, but they've all dispersed and just one is doing the laps of the ground at the moment as Mason Crane, his final ball flighted and driven nicely by Mays, and that has gone under the diving effort of Tim van der Hoogten at mid-on. That's gone for 4. Mays goes on to 7, Middleton's on 13, Hampshire 74 for 3. I'm going to pass over to Rob Phillips, who will be alongside Kevin James.
A rare full toss from Mason Crane, that one. And Ben Mays not missing out on that one. I think a feature of the Mason Crane's bowling in the first innings was he actually got the batters coming forward generally. I think this is definitely not the pitch for spinners to bowl a little too short. You want to get the batters on the front foot, and he gets just enough purchase out of this surface. There's not really a lot of turn, but he does get it off the straight a little bit with his leg spinners, not all the time, and he does get it off the straight with the odd googly, as Kyle Abbott found.
He does enough to put doubt into your mind,
just
doesn't
enough,
he?
Yeah. It doesn't need to be any more than that, and he bowled very, very accurately indeed, and the match situation didn't help, and yeah, he made full use of the situation, and yeah, he dropped into a nice little groove.
So 21 overs left tonight as Jamie McElroy returns from the hotel end. Left armour over the wicket, punched away by Middleton, who's on 13. McElroy 1 for 14 from his 5 overs to date. No, 1 for 7, sorry. 1.4 was the economy rate. We've had another message. Well, actually, let's read this one first. Dennis Kroom on Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk as McElroy bustles in. No run, goes straight to the wicketkeeper Chris Cook. I'm watching on YouTube, said Dennis, from Stoke-on-Trent. I used to live in Barry and watched Glamorgan many times at the former Cardiff Arms Ground. Happy days, says Dennis. And another listener, come watching on YouTube as McElroy moves away from us, bowls now. That goes past the outside edge of Middleton. I think he lifted his bat over it though. No run. Hampshire 74 for 3 following on. Chris Phillips says, well worth the 5 AM start here in Texas to watch Glamorgan. I know. Performed so well in Division 1. He's had a good weekend, as Chris. Nice win for the Swans yesterday. Looking forward to the derby with the Bluebirds next season. Bluebirds being Cardiff, of course. As McElroy runs away from us. Bowls. That tucks up Middleton. But it doesn't get through his guard.
There's still a little bit of shape for McElroy from time to time, which actually might make him a little more dangerous now, actually, with the odd ball going across the right-hander and the odd ball straightening. If he gets that line right, this could be a tidy little spell.
Because the interesting thing is, Kieran Carlson put himself on first innings. We've not seen Ben Kellaway. Whether they're protecting his hip injury. McElroy bowls again. Punch drive down to mid-on, where Tim van der Hoogten goes on his knees, long barrier and all that, and collects. Now he shines the ball as his bowling teammate, fellow seamer McElroy walks past And McIlroy turns, not too long a run, 10-15 yards. Builds up speed to the stumps now, bowls. Well, that's again a punch drive off the front foot, but straight to mid-off that time, the shape of Kieran Carlson. No wicket, no run, 74 for 3. Hampshire. That was a maiden over by McIlroy.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, has he, for a while, and hasn't played a lot of cricket considering he's 31 years of age, only his 18th first-class match, first game of this season, and didn't play any at all last year.
No, so he's looking for work, you would say.
Well, I mean,
Keen to get involved again.
To me, he seems the ideal red ball bowler. I mean, I would say he's swung it as much as I've seen any bowler over the years here. It's not necessarily known as a great swinging ground. Don't often see bowlers continually swing the ball like he has. Here's Mason Crane then in the sunshine. The full sunshine is out at last as that's driven by. Now he's powerfully back to the bowler.
Oh, Mays is certainly showing how, isn't he? Did so in the first innings. The teenager, only 18. 7 so far, long way to go, but in there.
Crane in again to Mays, or another full toss. That's hammered out to deep cover. He's got some protection out there as Mason Crane. Mays moves on to 8, 75 for 3. Crane probably not quite as accurate as he was early on in his first spell, just before lunch, where he picked up those 2 quick wickets of Preston Ben Brown, which really knocked Hampshire back. Crane in again, and that's squeezed away on the leg side. Tribe picks that up. That short leg does really well there. Good reflexes. Don't know how much that was reflex or maybe just leaving the hands there, and it goes in. Actually, yeah, he just stuck out a right hand and it stuck there. Crane in again, bowls, and that's worked off the back foot by Middleton into that gap on the offside. He moves on to 14, 76 for 3. Hampshire still behind by 246. Lovely conditions now. Oh, it's so nice to see the blue sky again.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Well, we're going to finish quite late anyway, but I don't think we've got any problems about the light tonight,
no.
That's for sure. Oh, it's down the leg side. He almost overbalanced there, did Ben Mays, but Chris Cook not able to take it cleanly. Looks like the one that just goes on with the arm.
Yeah.
Just
I
got
think
the
he
line
got a
wrong.
touch then, did he?
Yeah, just the line not quite right. He's got the short leg and the slip in for Mays as he comes in again, and Mays on the back foot. Plays that back up the pitch, and that's the end of the over. 76 for 3, Hampshire following on.
Not the devil there was in Mason Crane's bowling at the moment, as there was in the first innings. He took 3 for 31, 2 in very quick succession. And we often say this, but these are the best conditions that we've had for batting, I would suggest. Brightest sunshine. Still plenty enjoying the sunshine in the open stands. Like has been said previously, like Sanjay was saying, it is quite warm out there. Gets a bit chilly up here sometimes, doesn't it? But can't complain. We've got a brilliant vantage point, but it is warmer outside. But now the sun is really coming through as McIlroy bowls. Pushed away into the offside by Middleton. Was on 14. Mays is on 8. 76 for 3. Jamie McIlroy from Bothwells. He was playing for Herefordshire in the minor counties before he signed for Glamorgan. Obviously ruled out in 2020 by the COVID pandemic. Made his first class debut in 2021 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Running away from us now, bowls. Forward defensive from Middleton, no run. And signed a 2-year extension contract extension with Glamorgan in 2024, September of that year.
So he's playing for a new
So
deal.
the more he can play now, the better. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Concentrates the mind, that, doesn't it, Kev?
Nice. It's on the park.
Yeah. So his broad shoulders, runs in now. That was Fuller delivery. Clubbed down on by Middleton. Squeezed out to the onside. No run. Zainul Hassan has been in the thick of the action, got there.
Well, he's got a natural in-swinger to the right-hander, which is good as a left-arm seamer. That will, over time, bring him wickets. But I suppose at the moment his career stats don't suggest that, but it will if he keeps plugging away.
He's bowling again now. That's a nice forward-looking drive. It's put through extra cover, but it's collected by the captain, Kieran Carlson, who dashes down to collect that, slides in. Middleton on 16, Mays on 8, 80 for 3. 2 off that one. They ran the first one quickly, and Kieran Carlson had to break into a sprint to stop that from going out for a 4. Bowls again. This time it's clipped out to the onside. The chase for the fielder, but gets there easily. And they've run another 2, I think. 82 for 3 now. Middleton on 18, Mays on 8. Accumulating the runs slowly. But it's all about survival, all about playing out time. 18 overs to go tonight.
Yeah, just occupy the crease. You know, there's no pressure on any of these Hampshire batters other than, you know, playing for their own futures. Really, it's just occupy the crease. Don't do anything fancy. Don't do anything silly.
Now McIlroy is going around the wicket, the left armour to Middleton. Change of angle. Straight to Al-Hassan at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, there are places up for grabs in this batting order. You know, the coaching staff here are crying out for somebody to say, you know, put their hand up and say, this is me. I'm going to bat in this spot and I'm going to make it my own. There are places there.
McIlroy heads away from us. Middleton waits, bat aloft and straight back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. 82 for 3, Hampshire, trailing still by 240. Looks like we're in for tomorrow as well.
It does. It's just me and you, Rod, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you might need a good night's sleep tonight, mate.
I'll try my best. It wasn't the best one last night. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was excitement, anticipating what was going to happen today.
Yeah, I think I might have got a bit excited if the shoe was on the other foot. And Morgan have totally dominated this game so far.
But can they finish it off? It's all about getting over the line, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you'd hope it's tough second time around, and this pitch, the fact it is greener than normal, it does have a habit of getting a little slower as the game goes on. Here's Mason Crane, bowls and gets driven up to mid-off by Mays. Score remains on 82 for 3, so yes, you do have to get patient, more patient as the game goes on, but you just feel with Glamorgan they just need to keep doing more of the same. They don't need to do too much different.
No.
There's Crane again. Nice cuts, misses. There's the slider from Crane. Keeps a little low as well. So watch this on the picture feed, and well, it keeps a little low. Maybe it was the tempted leggy, but just maybe a little too close to him, a little too full perhaps.
They'll be happy with the low bounce.
Crane in again, bowls. He just turns that watchfully away on the onside.
It's lovely to see a leg spinner in action, though, isn't it?
It is great.
It's one of the joys of cricket.
I agree. I used to love watching him when he played for Hampshire. It was a great fun, and when we, you know, when he had moments like he had in the first innings, it's Just wonderful. It's pushed out on the offside. Looks like he's going to have to work a little harder this second time around. I think he's just taken a couple of overs to sort of get into his stride. But there's not much out there for him, but he managed to find a little bit. I'm sure you'll find a little bit more yet spread over these next day or so as he comes in again, and Mays works that away to point. Everybody's getting a little excited here. So Glamorgan probably would expect to pick up another wicket at least in the 17 and a bit overs we have remaining here on day 3.
I mean, as I said earlier, there was no great expectation from Kieran Carlson last night.
Mays is forward comfortably enough, end of the over. Mays has 8 and Middleton has 18. No, I mean, he knows. And
he said, you know, just go hour by hour, see how the pitch goes, you never know. But he thought it was quite a good wicket. And I don't see terrors in the pitch, if I'm really honest, other than the odd one staying low. We've not seen spin from both ends, and we won't yet because McIlroy is coming back for his 8th over, 1 for 13, really economical, 1.9 the economy rate, 2 maidens. Mason Crane 3 overs for 9, so he's not giving much away either. And Fletcher Middleton, who was out for 5 in the first innings, is facing McIlroy around the wicket, flicks it out to square on the leg side, no run. Off his hip really, got up on him a little bit.
Yeah, this is an important innings for Fletcher Middleton because he's been brought into the side with no Jake Lehman, and if Jake Lehman comes in next week, then you would expect perhaps Middleton to make way. But if he does get a good score here, put the pressure on the selectors.
Give him an option. McIlroy bowls. Picture book, textbook for defensive from Fletcher Middleton. And with 16.4 overs remaining, much can happen, but there's it's been relatively quiet after the early wickets. They're not getting away from Glamorgan. They're not really troubling them as far as runs go. 82 for 3. McIlroy bowls. It's all about staying out there, playing time, and these two, Mays and Middleton, will hope to see them through the stumps in about an hour and 20 minutes or so, something like that.
So they've been batting about, what, 25 minutes together so far?
Without too many scares.
No. I just feel this pitch is getting a little slower now, don't you?
So Glamorgan has still got plenty of work to do. McIlroy bowls. Again, it's pushed away, this time to the covers, no run.
And also it's been a long day in the field. This is where you start to feel it a little bit.
I'm still intrigued that we haven't seen Ben Kellaway. He was missing with a hip injury, and of course if you're bowling you could inflame that. So maybe they decide he's not going to bowl this game. We shall see. Still time. McIlroy. It's pulled behind, squared on the leg side, and it's played in for 1 by Middleton. He goes up to 19. 83 for 3. I shall report the slower than average progress to the nation in a couple of minutes. As McIlroy has a little natter, waits for the ball from Tim van Hoogten, who is using his shirt to polish it up. It's not too old, 29.5 overs, as McIlroy bowls around the wicket again. Comfortably played into the leg side by Middleton, off his legs, no run, 1 run, sorry. And it was Mays actually. He goes to 9, Middleton 19, 84 for 3. I shall return.
So bright sunshine, probably the best conditions of the day so far. Fletcher Middleton on 19, Ben Mays on 9, the 3 batters out. Nick Gubbins for no score, that was his first ball he faced. He was bowled leaving it alone to a ball that didn't swing from McIlroy. Clipped the off stump. Tom Prest caught behind off Van der Gooten for 5, and Toby Albert caught hooking to the Australian Ryan Hadley for 36. Looked good actually. Toby Albert, a little bit disappointing, as forward is Mays, who certainly made the biggest impression in the Hampshire first innings with his first half century. Last out for 59, going for a big hit, as Crane, I'll be surprised if he does something similar in this situation. Doesn't need to. It's driven to extra cover. Fielded by Carlson. Well, even if they don't pick another wicket up tonight, I think Glamorgan can be more than happy with their day's work. Picked up a total of 13 Hampshire wickets, started the day needing 20 to win this game. As, that just comes back in a fraction to Mays, but plays it comfortable enough on the onside. Everybody's getting excited a little bit because they know it's a slightly different type of ball. Expecting that to squeeze through the batter, but there's not a lot of pace off this pitch for Crane. He's going to have to use his skill, as he did in the first innings, to get some wickets. That's played off the thickest outside half of the bat as the ball runs down to third man. They pick up 2. And Mays moves on to 11. Mays has been promoted up the order for this game. Came in at number 5 in the first innings, number 5 in the second. It's a position that Captain Ben Brown has been occupying so far. As Crane's in again and bowls. It's played out towards mid-wicket. So we've just gone past 6 o'clock here at the Utilita. Whole day tomorrow to go in this game. Bank holiday Monday, and tomorrow is officially the Utilita Bowl's 25th birthday, 4th of May 2026. As Mays works that on the onside end of the over, 86 for 3 following on. Because on the 4th of May 2001, Hampshire's first team played their first match here. A one-day Benson and Hedges Cup match. Remember those Benson Hedges Cup matches? Surrey were the visitors. Hampshire lost, but that didn't really matter. It was a milestone in itself. And then a few days later, on the 9th of May, Hampshire played their very first championship game here, where Worcestershire were the visitors. So a big week coming up for this ground. It's been through a lot. A move from the old Northlands Road ground that threatened to put the club out of business. The move was just a little too big for a club that had occupied a very small ground in the middle of Southampton, as that's turned away on the onside by Fletcher Middleton. Start of a new over from Jamie McIlroy. And then one man turned things around. Rod Bransgrove, who he readily admits he had a lot of help from many others, and he did. But the ground as we see it today, there's a lot of his stamp on it. There's an interesting timeline video on the Hampshire Cricket website. I've mentioned this before, of McIlroy bowls, and that's turned on the onside by Middleton. If you sort of scroll back through a few pages of the news section, you'll see a timeline video of the ground being put together. Rob Phillips is back, and Sanjay Murthy will be alongside him.
Yes, just imparted the good news to the nation. McIlroy 1 for 15. Still plugging away from this, the hotel end. Fletcher Middleton faces the right-hander, as he's done so often. Plays it back down the pitch through the hands of McIlroy, but his fellow seamer Tim Van Hookton is there in support. At one stage, I wonder whether we'd be back here tomorrow. And just developing what I was mentioning earlier, Sanjay. Old Glammy podcast is wondering whether it's possible Ben Kellaway isn't fit enough to bowl just bat, which would explain why he batted at number 4. McIlroy moves away. That was almost a full toss then, and it's played away to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Just the 1 run. Mays on 11, Middleton up to 20. He's been out with a hip flexor injury, so you could probably understand them if they are being judicious with him as far as the spinning goes.
Where does he normally bat?
Well, he's middle order. He has opened in the past as well. Oh, it's a good ball by McIlroy. That went straight through Mays. Don't know whether that just deviated past the outside edge. Lovely ball by Jamie McIlroy. Still only 1 for 16 off his nearly 9 overs.
To be fair to Glamorgan, they haven't needed Ben Kellaway today at all, have they?
But I was making the point, we haven't seen spinners in tandem in this game.
The seamers have bowled extremely well so far.
And they can probably see the end of the day in the distance. McIlroy bowls. Nicely played away by Mays. End of the over, Hampshire 87 for 3.
Sun's out, floodlights are still on, but it's a glorious part, the best part of the day so far for everyone who's still left watching this game, the players out there, and Hampshire I think as well. They've done well, these two.
They have.
Mays and Middleton. The stand is 25 between these two. Mays on 11, Middleton on 20, and they need to having whatever chats they do have will be about seeing it through to the end.
It doesn't sound a lot, but they've batted out a bit of time as well, haven't they, which is just as important.
Oh yeah. It's Mason Crane to continue from the pavilion end. In, bowls flatter, and Middleton just pushes it out onto the offside, where the ever energetic Sean Dixon fields, and no run. Yeah, 87 for 3. I mean, the deficit's irrelevant. It is time, as you say, Rob. Crane in, bowls, and just again defended by Middleton. The field is pretty much as it was the last time I commentated on Mason Crane. There's a slip, ace of tribes at short leg. There's a point. There's an extra cover mid off as Crane again bowls, flighted, and it's gone to the skipper, who is the man positioned at extra cover. Mid on, quite short mid wicket, quite straight mid wicket, because I think it's Hadley positioned at mid on, or Van der Hoogten is a little bit squarer than normal. Crane in, and defended again, and Zain Al Hassan, as he has been very much throughout this innings, is positioned on the stationed on the boundary on the leg side, just behind square. So that's the field, and there's a sweeper on the offside as well. So he's got everything covered, Mason Crane, as he approaches the wicket now. Defended, no run. 87 for 3. The Principality's all alright. Rugby finished, or is it all you now?
Well,
it's all about
just about it. I'm sure plenty were watching Manchester United beat Liverpool as well.
3-2, isn't it?
3-2.
Crane again. Flighted, and a more aggressive drive there from Middleton, and it's just squirted out to Ryan Hadley, who's fielding just on the square boundary on the offside. That's a single to Middleton to take him on to 21, and Hampshire 88 for 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's much sport happening. Is the snooker still going? I think it is, isn't it?
No, the Grand Prix are being brought forward, the start time by 3 hours.
Aren't they in
It's in Miami. Yeah,
that's right.
Lando Norris won the sprint race yesterday, and young Kimi Antonelli's on pole with Verstappen on the front row with him. It was originally, I think, the start time was 9 o'clock, but storms in Miami means it's been brought forward to 6. So in fact, it started just now.
Right. And we have a change at the hotel end. where we are perched, 3 floors up. Tim van der Hoogten is back in the attack. 7 overs, 1 for 18, 3 maidens in that. He made, he got the second wicket of Tom Prest, caught by Cook. And that followed his 4 for 53 in the first innings.
Yeah, another short spell from Jamie McElroy.
Van der Hoogten over the wicket, bowls. Middleton gets right behind that. Bowler picks up from his own bowling.
Because what I was going to ask is why you thought that Jamie McElroy at one point went around the wicket when pretty much all of his shape came from when he was bowling over.
Yeah, I think it was just to give it a different go, see what happened. He made a great start, didn't he? With an over and with a wicket in his second ball to remove Nick Gubbins. As Van der Hoogten in again, and he went behind Middleton there. I think it dropped well short of the slips. If he did get a touch, he did, and it was a second slip.
Ace of Tribe there, still with his pads on.
Yeah.
He's doing the short leg duties when Mason Crane bowls.
Yes, he may be an England prospect, but he's the rookie in the team, so he goes into the position that nobody likes, really, do they?
Time honoured.
Yeah. He's watching us. Van der Hoogten bowls, played away by Middleton.
To put a damper on Glamorgan, I think the only one thing I would say is that Ace of Tribe, since the England sort of connection was made, his form seems to have dropped off a little bit compared maybe to your McKinneys, your Gays, and other Sibleys.
He's what I've said is that he looks indecent enough, Nick. He will feel in this game that he missed out.
Yeah,
going for 45, and then he sees a 200 odd run stand. As Van der Hoogten bowls, that's the busy Ul Hassan crouches down to collect that. You know, he then saw his opening partner make 145 and 143, sorry, and Kieran Carlson get 209. So he will definitely feel. It wasn't long before lunch either on the first morning. Played at a wide one really when he didn't have to. Caught by Fletcher Middleton, the man in the middle now, off for Abbott. And he looked to have done the hard work, and actually he looked in good form as well. As Van der Hoogten bowls again. And who's an ours? Middleton didn't middle that at all. Didn't go too far in front of him. In fact, he played it onto his pads. He did have a quick look behind him to see whether that was squeezing onto the stumps. That would have been a bit unlucky. But they all count, as they say.
Yeah, with 12 overs left.
No ball anyway.
With 12 overs left, we just need to make sure that solidity is the order of the day here for these two.
90 for 3. Van der Hoogten in. Middleton straight back that time. Short cover. Collects, no run.
Yeah, it's a long day in the field, isn't it, for these Glamorgan players? What time do you start? 11, and it's now 6, so a couple of hours with breaks, I guess. It's
that might have been the only slight doubt in Kieran Carlson's mind, but we've seen with his sort of generous declaration or brave declaration against Yorkshire, which didn't end up in a win but had Yorkshire hanging on, that he's not afraid to go for it. As Van der Hoogten moves in again, no run from that.
But I think if they can get one more, let's say today, Glamorgan and Hampshire, the runs aren't relevant. You know, if they're 4 down and the bowlers have got a night's sleep and rest, and they come back fresh in the morning with just 6 wickets to get, it'll be vindicated, won't it?
I think he would have settled for 13 wickets today, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah.
When we rolled up at 11 o'clock with Hampshire on 58 for no wicket, and having appeared in very little trouble last night.
Yeah, 13 for 246.
Yeah,
which is pretty good. Mason Crane's taken 3 of those 13 to fall, and he will continue from the pavilion end to Ben Mays, and he's lunging forward and defending, fielded by Sean Dixon for no runs. Yeah, Van der Hoogten's taken 5 of them, bowled them very well.
But I'm under orders from Kevin to get Mason Green, so that's what Mason Crane. So that's what I will do if he's at all obliging. He normally is.
Bowls again. The man is about to be interviewed by Rob Phillips, and Mays just pushes forward. Yeah, he'd be interesting.
Don't tell him in case he decides against.
Oh, when your secret's safe with me and everybody else who's listening.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be well briefed by Sam Kelly and the media team at Glamorgan as he bowls again, and just nicely tucked into the leg side this time by Mays, and they push through for 2 as a sliding stop on the square leg boundary prevents that ball from reaching the ropes, and Hampshire move on to 92 for 3, Ben Mays 13 and Fletcher Middleton on 21.
Chris Drew has been in touch again. Can you please let us know how the Glamorgan over rate looks?
Crane in, flighted, pushed forward, no run by Mays.
If I read the scoreboard correctly, they're +1 at the moment.
Yeah, over rate +1.
Yeah.
That's all good for them. 7 bonus points so far for Glamorgan. Crane in, flighted, just push forward, oohs and ahs and claps and general hullabaloo from the Glamorgan fielders late on day 3 as Hampshire are 92 for 3 with 1 ball left of Mason Crane's 6th over, which he starts now, and flatter and up in the air. Oh, and that's a leading edge and a good attempt at a catch at mid wicket, but the ball evades him. They run through for a single. Mays moves on to 14, Fletcher Middleton on 21, and Hampshire are 93 for 3.
Yeah, it was a shot of catch there, wasn't there?
I think it went through the air for a bit. Maybe a extremely sharp chance.
Haven't had a great view of it yet. We might get another look.
There we go.
So it's in the air.
It's definitely aerial.
Is that Callaway there, I think?
But he's creating chances, Mason Crane.
As they've done for most of the day, with pace or seam or spin. Van der Hoogten looking to do the same, 93 for 3 Hampshire. Runs away from us. And he's got a wicket. He's bowled. He's bowled Mays, Ben Mays.
I think he's played on there. Does he chop onto this?
Just looking again. Yeah. Oh, he did, yeah. And delight among the Glamorgan slip cordon as Glamorgan take another wicket. It's 93 for 4. And that man, Tim van der Hoogten, Mr. Reliable, strikes again his 2nd wicket in this innings. That's 2 for 20 to add to the 4 he took in the first innings. And Glamorgan now, with just over 10 overs to go, will really want to turn the screw. Hampshire, following on, are 93 for 4.
6 wickets in the match so far for Tim van der Hoogten. That's a crucial wicket of Ben Mays, who got the runs for Hampshire in the first innings, and doesn't move his feet and just chops onto a ball that lifted a little bit on him from Tim van der Hoogten, and that is a desperate blow for Hampshire as Ben Brown, you would assume, the captain and wicketkeeper, comes to the crease. He didn't do much in the first innings, out just before lunch, but he's coming at a crucial time with, as Rob said, 10 overs left and Hampshire looking to hang on.
I think Kev won't be the only one on the rain dance tonight. Looking upwards, saying, come on, empty down.
If rain comes out of blue skies, then he's a great dancer. But,
well, we should ask him about that. Just how good does...
Or he could show us, maybe.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
We've talked about party food. The only thing's left is a bit of dancing.
I can see Kev James strutting his stuff on the dance floor.
Throwing some shapes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's denying all knowledge.
No. I heard that in the background.
It was firm, wasn't it?
It was.
Firm in denial.
93 for 4. They put on 31, that partnership. Eked out a bit of time, but well, it's going to have to be some innings now from the skipper, Ben Brown. He was out to Crane first innings, faces Van der Hoogten, swings and cuts it away for 4 runs. Well, there's a show of intent from the skipper.
He's not going to leave anything to chance there. Wide outside the off stump and throw your hands at it. I mean, there's no cover there for Tim Van der Hoogten. So, you know, if he's going to throw his hands, throw it hard.
Well, you may as well. 10 overs to go. I think we will be back here tomorrow. As Van der Hoogten runs away from us, Brown faces. Firm drive, and that's going to go all the way as well, is it? Yeah, the fielder slows up as it reaches the boundary, so 2 4s in his first 2 balls for the skipper. And that's the 100 for Hampshire. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 4 wickets in the process.
Is there any extension if Hampshire are 9 down at the close of play? Does anybody know, Kevin? If they're 9 down, Hampshire at the close of play, they'll extend it.
I'm not going home tonight, by the way. Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's played back to him. He's rather spoilt his figures this over. He has got a wicket, which is all that counts, really.
Yeah, he's bowled well, isn't he? Van der Hoogten, he's been at it the entire game so far. Same pace, hasn't seemed to let up in his effort, and there's no visible slowing down either of his of the pace the ball's coming down at. So good effort from a 35-year-old.
Actually saw him off the play yesterday. He looked a bit leggy, but he was putting it on obviously as he came down the steps, because he was trudging back, but refreshed today and has taken 6 wickets. The latest being Ben Mays for 14, who played on. And Hampshire 101 for 4. So the Van der Hoogten has 1 more delivery left in this over. Brown shoulders arms straight through to Chris Cook. And as he's done so often, Tim Van der Hoogten delivers again for Glamorgan. Takes his cap and will be well satisfied with his day.
Thanks very much, Rob. Sanjay staying on. I'm Kevin James, coming in next to Sanjay. I was just thinking that if we hadn't lost half a day yesterday, then I think there's a pretty good chance this game would have been finished, or certainly finishing around about now. But still 6 wickets to play with. It's a tall order to ask for 6 wickets to last until tomorrow night, but we'll see how things unfold. Here's Mason. Oh, go on.
Mason Crane again bowls, and that's just gone to Sean Dixon for no run. And Hampshire, 101 for 4. Yeah, it's interesting that, but you don't know, do you? I mean, it might have been a different outcome with the rain delay yesterday, but Glamorgan have been pretty good as Crane comes again and bowls, and defended by Middleton. He's on 21. Ben Brown started aggressively with a couple of boundaries off his first 2 balls, and he's on 8. And Hampshire 101 for 4 with 9 overs left after this one, as Crane bowls. It's cut outside the off stump, but well stopped by a scrambling Sean Dixon. As a firm cut by Middleton, and Hampshire stay on 101 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very surprised if we need an extension tonight. I mean, there would have to be a monumental collapse.
Yeah, there would be.
And if there was, I think the Hampshire players would be locked in the dressing room tonight.
Down the leg side from Crane, and just gathered by the keeper Cook, and Middleton just practicing the shot that he may have played. Done well so far, Fletcher Middleton, 21 off 86 balls. He's held it together, opening bat by trade, batting at 4 in this lineup. lunges forward to this next delivery by Crane, who's bowled, is coming to the end of his 7th over, and he's taken, well, he hasn't taken any wickets, but he's only gone for 15, took 3 wickets in his first over. Glorious sunshine here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton as Craig fell on the leg side and just tucked away quite nicely by Middleton as they trot through for a single. He goes on to 22 and Hampshire 102 for 4.
Mike Williams emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Quite understandably, a lot of Hampshire followers are getting a little frustrated, and yeah, it is hard watching at times, let's be honest. Says, surely the weakest and most insipid Hampshire team since a very poor year back in the late 70s. 13 batting points out of the last 90. And 1 out of 20 this year isn't very good. Surely a time for a total and comprehensive review of Hampshire's red ball cricket. Well, I mean, it is. I know it sounds crazy, but this is only the 4th match of the season. I know when they lost to Essex here, it was a poor performance, and we said at the time, well, it's only 1 game. Then they went and beat Yorkshire. Here's Van der Gooten running away from us and bowls to Middleton. Pushes that back up the pitch. And then a game that could have gone, let's be honest, could have gone either way against Somerset here. Just the 3rd afternoon when Hampshire just lost a few too many wickets in their 2nd innings just meant that in the end Somerset were probably chasing 30 or 40 fewer than they should have been. And that was down really to a wonderful spell from the all-rounder at Somerset, whose name escapes me at the moment. And he got the ball just to move around and did cause some problems as Middleton works it away on the onside. I think he got wickets again yesterday actually for Somerset. Captain, his name I can't remember. It'll come to me in a minute. Single to the Hampshire total.
Lewis Gregory.
Lewis Gregory, that's the one. I see he's got 1 in the Yorkshire 2nd innings, but I'm sure I read that he got a few in the 1st innings. Yeah, he got 6 for 43. So it isn't just against Hampshire that he does it. So I think you have to remember that. You know, it's a bit different sometimes if a player, you know, suddenly does something great against Hampshire and you think, well, hang on a minute, but Lewis Gregory's been not only doing it this round, but for a long time now. Lovely drive, half stop by Van der Gooten. So that game could have gone either way, and that could have been 2 wins out of 4. And we are talking small margins because Somerset got over the line by 8 wickets, and it was really tense game. It was a really good last day. And then we come to here, and you know, let's be honest. Okay, it hasn't been great, but 2 wins out of 4 might not have been too bad. But 2 wins out of 3, you come into this game, and probably the odds on there's another defeat as well. It looks a lot worse as that's played out. Again, defensively back to the bowler. So at what point do you say, look, hang on a minute? I don't know. I just think you've still got to give these guys a bit of time to breathe.
But it shows how important the bonus point system is, doesn't it? Because Glamorgan got 27 points in their 8th, and Hampshire have got 25, and they're bottom, but they're the only ones out of the 2 who've won a game.
There you are. Yes, bonus points do get become important in the end. Brown gets one. It just bounces a fraction, takes the bottom hand off the bat.
But also the email you just read out, you know, a red ball review. There is a break coming up, isn't there? There's the blast starts in a couple of weeks, so there is a natural break in the schedule for red ball cricket. But that's what the off season's for, isn't it? Red ball review. It's very difficult to make changes with the personnel and everything that's already set in place mid-season.
Yeah, you can do as much preparation as you like, can't you? But at the end of the day, the proof is in this. It's a short ball, and it's pulled away nicely by Ben Brown. Got over the top of the bounce, which did bounce quite high. Goes down to fine leg. He's going to keep the strike. 104 for 4. You know, I've said it a couple of times that, you know, some of these players in the Hampshire squad, they went on 3 pre-season trips. You know, that's a lot, you know, since Christmas. You know, most counties went on 1 if they were lucky. So, you know, the preparation was there, the thought was there. You can't ask for more than that. And, you know, a couple of signings didn't come that were expected, and you know, that probably hasn't helped. I mean, Cody Yusuf has worked hard, but it hasn't quite come off for him. Jack Lehman is a good signing, and he's a homegrown player, so it still allows Hampshire to play 2 overseas. So there's a lot good, but maybe in the end Hampshire are still relying on players that are still trying to prove themselves. And this, as I said, it's Division 1, it's not Division 2.
Mason Crane starting his 8th over, then bowling to Ben Brown. Bowls on his beat him, he's bowled him. As he know, it's an LBW appeal and not given by the umpire. I thought he'd bowled him then. Oh, that is well, let's move on. I think Rob's come to have a little look, because I'm sort of without words really to.
Well, I think it's sort of
that.
flicked the pad, or it might just have hit the back pad, but whether there was a little inside edge onto that, I don't know. It looked close-ish.
Mason Crane then bowls, and sweeping this time is Ben Brown, but Ul Hassan comes round and cuts it off before it reaches the boundary, and it's got to him so quickly that Ben Brown only manages a single, and he moves on to 10. Hampshire 105 for 4. I actually thought it bowled him.
Well, it looks as though it crept through, didn't it?
Yeah, but it clearly didn't, and it does bring Fletcher Middleton on to strike as Crane bowls. It's a big appeal again. This time he's given. That's the end of Fletcher Middleton, and Mason Crane has struck again at a crucial time for Glamorgan, and that is the 5th wicket down. And Hampshire are in all sorts of trouble here at 105 for 5. It just lunges forward. It's just the overspinner from Mason Crane, and Fletcher Middleton doesn't pick it. He's gone for 23 off 91 balls. A good innings by him in terms of the time, the length, the way that he played, but his wicket has come at a very bad time for the home side. Captain Brown is there on 10.
Just watching this again. Yeah, it comes back. Yeah, that's the googly.
Beautifully
it's
bowled
not going
by
over the
Mason
top.
Crane. No. Is he making a late England bid? It's who knows? It's Felix Organ to replace Ben Brown, replace Fletcher Middleton at the crease, and 5 wickets left for Glamorgan to get. That will probably prompt Rob Phillips to make another call to the Principalities. Probably due one. He hasn't had one for 15 minutes so far, and they're probably all sitting there with bated breath, waiting for his report. But the report, unfortunately, is getting worse for Hampshire and better for Glamorgan.
So Felix Organ, who made 4 in the first innings before he was LBW. Just watching that again on the live picture feed, that does look out. I know he's forward, but the ball is coming back into the right-hander, and it's difficult because if you can't pick it, you're pushing forward and you're never quite sure. And and if he hasn't picked it, he won't be the first. That's why a good leg spinner that's got all the tools in his locker is worth his weight in gold. I remember Chahal bowling here for Surrey in the last game of the season. I think he picked up something like 8 for in the Hampshire second innings. It just looked like he was going to take a wicket with every single ball he bowled. When they dropped into a good groove, they are difficult to play. Believe me, forward is Felix Organ. Yeah, there's been some good leg spinners down the years, and they're not always easy to spot, and especially early on in your innings where you're getting used to the bowling, you don't want a real good one first up. That's sliding onto Organ, who's just dabbed down on that one on the offside.
Yeah, he does slide it through, doesn't he, Mason Crane? He's skiddy.
Yeah, he
doesn't really give it a lot of flight, pushes it through, so if you do lunge forward and miss it, you're done, aren't you?
Yeah. What you don't want is the pitch just to sort of grip a bit, which this one does from time to time. Crane bowls again. Organ just quietly plays that to Tribe at short leg. Successful over there for Mason Crane. 1 for 17 from 8, and we have 7 overs of play left, and well, Hampshire have lost 5 wickets, 15 in total today, and this has been another tough game for the home side.
15 overs for 15 wickets, sorry, for 261 runs. That's a lot of wickets in a day. Hampshire still trail by 217, but that's pretty irrelevant, I would say.
Yeah. Is it me?
Yeah, you go. You go.
Oh, why not? Van der Gooten bowls and Brown is forward. And Brown now, who's on 10, was out in the first innings for just one. He was that wicket that fell right on lunch. Good catch by Colin Ingram. That first slip off Mason Crane. Very nearly out to Mason Crane in the last over. Yeah.
He was aggressive, Ben Brown, when he first came in.
It was, wasn't he? That first shot through point, we thought, oh, hello. Good drive down the ground to follow it. As Brown just opens the face, works it into the gap in front of point, but there is a man on the boundary, which is an interesting position at this stage. 216 behind our Hampshire.
Well, saying that to you, Rob, that Kieran Carlson, doesn't matter what the state of the game is, seems to have kept the same sort of field all the way through.
Well, he's been, well, he has, but I don't think he's had to really think things through too much.
536 runs on the ball.
Well, there's that, and you know, all the bowlers have done a good job for him. You know, nobody's come on and been hit for runs as Van der Gooten comes in, and Morgan off the back foot strokes that neatly up to Carlson at mid-off. You know, it does make captaincy easy when you throw the ball to a bowler and he gives you 5-6 overs pretty tight, picks up a wicket in the process, and what is already a big deficit becomes even bigger. It's, you know, I mean, I'm sure Kieran Carlson's a very good captain. I wouldn't take anything away from him, but I'm not sure it's been the hardest game he's ever had to captain in.
Who's the best captain you played under?
Good shout that, Sanjay, as Van der Gooten bowls. I suppose a lot of it depends on personal circumstances, really. A captain that plays you in the team is always a good captain, not necessarily because they are tactically brilliant. But I think also, and this sounds strange, that they're all different for different reasons. You know, you probably find it when in teams you played in, you know, captains are not, you know, there's not one size fits all. I enjoyed playing, I can't think of one I didn't enjoy playing under, if I'm honest. Here's Van der Gooten bowls, and it's a length ball to Felix Organ. So when I finished, the late Robin Smith was captain here, absolutely fine. Some people said that perhaps he wasn't the best tactically, but I think as a guy, he was very empathetic with people. You know, I think there was a period where I played regularly, but generally each end of my career, you know, there were times when I was dropped, and Robin freely admitted that not just me, but he found that part of the job the hardest, and some captains do. But as a guy, you kind of knew that he was, you know, he found it hard to leave you out of a side outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Mark Nicholas here, I think, was great fun in terms of, you know, it was in the days where you would have a lot of declarations, and you know, he would come back in the dressing room, or the word would go around in the field that, you know, he'd negotiated this declaration, and I remember most of the time we'd all go, what have you done? And you did feel under pressure, whether you were bowling to get a side out and perhaps not as many runs to play with as you thought, or vice versa, when you were batting you thought this looks a little stiff. But it produced some great last days of cricket, and I think from that point of view, you know, the game was fun. So they're all different. They're all different.
Someone who understands entertainment as well as the game of cricket, I guess.
Which I have always thought county cricket should be like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Mason Crane starting his 9th over now, bowls, and there's an attempted sweep and a miss by Brown, playing across the line there. Dangerous shot at this time of the day. It's just spun. It's unbelievable. It's spun, and it was a leg spinner, spun and bounced, taken by Cook and Brown. Very lucky to still be there on 11. Crane causing trouble and problems late on as the sun starts to dip behind clouds. He's in. And this time a more orthodox sweep from Brown and a tumbling stop by Asa Tribe, still wearing the pads, and they run through for a single. Brown goes on to 12 and Hampshire 107 for 5.
Mike Gatting played under at Middlesex. I liked him because he put me in the side a little bit more than Mike Brearley did. So, mind you, I used to get on well with Gatting. He was good value as well. Mike Brearley I didn't play that much under, but obviously well known as a very good tactical, astute captain.
You've read his book?
Have you?
No, yeah, The Art of Captaincy. Yeah, very good it is. Yeah, Crane in now, bowls, and this time Felix Organ just pushes it into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 2. Yeah, very cerebral, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, as I say, I didn't play too much under him, so it was a bit difficult to have a personal view. Jeremy Coney, I played under a bit.
New Zealander.
Wellington. Yeah.
Oh, you played out there, did you?
I had a season and a half as overseas player there.
Oh, nice. Crane again, this time Ben Brown facing, sweeping. He's got hold of this quite nicely, Brown, and it's gone into the curator groundsman's tunnel thing, and it's gone all the way for 4, and Brown moves on to 16, and Hampshire 112 for 5. How was that?
It was great fun. Gosh, that was great fun. Yeah, that wasn't expected either. He wasn't always captain because obviously he was away with New Zealand. Probably half the time. I'm trying to think who was captain in his place. I think it might have been the wicket keeper Irvin McSweeney in those days, I think, if I remember rightly. But yeah, that was a while ago.
2 balls left of Mason Crane's 9th over, bowls, and Brown just pushes forward. So what year are we talking there? Ish.
84, 85, might have been 83, 84, 84, 85, something
John
like
Rutherford, that sort of type of time?
No, it was before that.
It was before that.
Yeah, it was before that.
Hadley?
Richard Hadley played against him when he was playing for Canterbury against Wellington. Yeah, I did.
Crane end, last ball is over, and it's just squirted into the leg side where it's fielded by Asa Tribe. End of the over. Hampshire 112 for 5 as I hound over to Rob Phillips.
Chris Drew, who's been regularly emailing throughout the game, she says at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, I'm a Glamorgan fan, so I'll accept that this is nothing to do with me. Okay, but you've talked about fine margins. Hassan was caught on 29, but it was a no ball. That's right. Had that been a legal delivery, the match would probably have been very different. Best wishes to all Hampshire fans, says Chris. I don't know. It may have been, but we'll never know. They still batted very well. Anyway, did Glamorgan.
He definitely had a life, although the signal was very early, so he didn't even walk. And Tim van der Hoogten's work is probably done for today because he's off, and Ryan Hadley, who had Albert caught for the 3rd wicket, is back on from the hotel end. He's moving up to the stumps now, over the wicket, and it's played back by Felix Organ, who's on 1. Ben Brown, the skipper, on a feisty 16. He's carved a couple away, but 112 for 5, which by my terrible maths calculations means that Hampshire have lost 15 wickets for 268 runs today.
That's less than the partnership between Carlson and Hassan.
Yeah, quite. And I'm sure, had you offered Kieran Carlson this morning, he would have bitten your hand off. And maybe even more, you never know. Hadley comes in, bowls straight back from Brown. And Tim van der Hoogten, if that was his last over today, he's in his 2nd innings. He's at 11 overs, 2 for 31, following up the 4 for 53 in his 19 overs in the 1st Hampshire innings. So 6 wickets for him. Mason Crane has got 4 wickets in both innings, 3 in the 1st innings, and he's just dismissed Middleton, LBW, as Hadley runs away from us. Brown waits, that one gets up, but he parries it down to the left of Asa Tribe. Yeah, it just got it down in time, actually played it well, as it did spike up on him.
I've got an email which I'll read out at the end of this over, Rob, which you'll enjoy, because it even says on the email that you'll enjoy this.
Oh, right. Okay. It's not from the family, is it?
Yeah, can you please stay away a bit longer?
Can't be, no. They'd be asking for money. I don't enjoy that. As Hadley bowls over the wicket, Brown will put a flat bat on it, squirted away out on the leg side. Asa Tribe still wearing the pads, ready for his close-in spinning Fielding to a spinner. Mason Crane collects 1 to the score. 113 for 5. Brown on 16. Organ on 2. Just 4.2 overs left today. And if you're a Hampshire batsman, you can't wait to get to the seclusion of the dressing room. The umpire had a look back there. I don't know whether he was looking for where Hadley was. Hadley comes in for his 5th delivery. Ball's over the wicket. Met with a firm defensive bat by skipper Brown. I mean, what do you do after a day like this, Kevin, when you get back in the dressing room? Is there an inquest, or do they leave it until after the game? Or maybe there'll be time tomorrow, you would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I suppose it's down to Russell Domingo and his coaching staff how they approach things after this, whenever after this is. Yeah, the thing is with pro sport,
as Hadley runs away, bowls now, Brown clumps down on that, no run, 113 for 5.
what you must never do really is linger too much on things that have happened. You know, if you start getting in your brain about what's happened, you can't change what's happened. It might not be very good. Equally, it might be very, very good.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's all about what comes up. You know, you must always look forward, and if there are things to work on, then you do that. You prepare the best possible way you can. And, you know, if there are things to work on, as I say, you do that. But you must always look forward and try and put the past out of your head. I say good or bad, because that can affect you. Things that are good can affect you just as much as things that are bad. So,
right.
Yeah, that's the one thing. And you know, I know lots of players in the past that couldn't do that, and probably didn't reach their potential because of it. Here comes Mason Crane. Then is it me? I can't remember if it's me.
It is you now.
That's turned away square on the leg side. Right, right. So Steve Jenkin, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you are a Glamorgan fan and are enjoying what's happening here, then you will equally enjoy what's happening along the coast, because as Steve points out, and also says that Rob will enjoy this, that's pushed out on the offside, Wales have beaten Dorset at Wimborne today in the National Counties one-day game, 50 overs a side competition. Dorset won it last year, but Wales won today. 312 for 5 Wales scored. As forward is Organ. It goes to backward a point. They come through for a quick single. 114 for 5. Dorset in reply bowled out in the last over for 292. So Wales winning it by 20 runs. Good weekend for Welsh cricket, says Steve.
I'm beaming, Steve. Thank you for that. And the Celtic Raiders are running rampaging through the south of England. Wherever you look. Well, I say rampaging on a cricket field. Do you rampage on a cricket field? I suppose you do.
Can do, can't you? I suppose you can do whatever you like on it if you can get away with it. Yeah. Daniel Leavesley says if we can't find a way to get results, we're going to be playing in Division 2 next season. As that's played back to Crane by Ben Brown. And Mike Randall says, loving the coverage. Was hoping to bring the family down to day 4, being a bank holiday, and was just wondering will they still charge full price for a shorter day. I don't think so, but I can't speak for the club. I'm sure they'll post something on the website as that's played out into the covers. I can't speak for them, so I'm probably even there speaking out of turn. But yeah, well, who knows how much play is going to be tomorrow. But 5 wickets down now, you would think, would there be much after lunch tomorrow? I don't know. Who knows? Brown pushes forward at the end of the over. He's on 16, 114 for 5, and we have 3 overs left.
Yeah, well, stranger things have happened, and just to be doubly sure, the weather app is saying 55% chance of precipitation around about 12 o'clock. So a couple more wickets tonight would be just right, thanks. But it's only 55%. Yeah, that's basically all that can deny Glamorgan, you would think. Hampshire trailing by 208. with 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. Morgan faces Hadley, who bowls. Morgan a straight bat out to the offside to point, no run. Don't think Glamorgan are staying on the site here. I saw the bus come in from probably a hotel they can afford.
Well, I know there was a wedding on last night. There's a wedding on tonight, so it might be quite busy. But
I didn't get invited to the wedding, by the way.
No, you said you usually do, yeah.
Well, I'd say usually. That's a bit strong, but I've been known to gate crash parties before. Normally on a Friday night before a football game, and I'm abstemious to the end. As Hadley bowls, and he makes Organ duck that. Fairly gentle bouncer. Saw it all the way, but he's putting his shoulders into it. Is Ryan Hadley 1 for 22?
Yeah, it's unusual. Most teams usually stay here. Actually, there's very few over a summer that don't.
I did hear one player say yesterday he was going to eat last night in the Beefies. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Named after Ian Botham, is that right?
Yes.
Lord Botham.
Yeah.
As Hadley turns. End of a long but successful day. Bowls. Morgan batted over it. Down into point again. No run. 114 for 5. And Chasing the Dragon contacts me on Twitter, on X, saying please tell your co-coms that Wales is not a principality, it's a country. There we go. So you will not, as they said, be calling the principality. Well done, County. Yesterday, that's Newport. Pretty decent weekend for you. Yeah, been a pretty good weekend so far. It's Hadley bowls. And it's played up to mid-on. No run. And we're approaching the last couple of overs. Don't think it was you, Kev. I think it was Sanjay kept saying principality, but he stands corrected. You could probably hear him say in the background.
Principality Stadium. Well,
Yeah.
It used to be. It's not called that anymore. Or is
No, no, it is called that.
Is it still now?
I used to struggle with the word millennium, which was a big problem reading the bulletins when it was called the Millennium Stadium. But there was a famous newsreader, Kim Marks, if she's listening, because she likes her sport. Hello to you, Kim. As Hadley runs away from us, going around the wicket now, and his radar was out then, straight through to Cook, behind the stumps. And I said to her one day, I'm having trouble with the word millennium. So I stayed behind after a bulletin with Kim, and she basically told me what to do with how I was to purse my lips and tongue as I was saying the word, because I could see it coming in the bulletin script, and you build it, you know, if there's a word you struggle with, a bit like Wimbledon when there are foreign names coming up, you know, the Eastern European names.
Horrendous.
If you're reading out the bulletins. So anyway, I say millennium, as you just heard, quite well now, as Hadley bowls around the wicket, and again Organ ducks out of the way, and it's a maiden over from Ryan Hadley, 1 for 22.
So you were quite pleased when it changed.
So I was very happy when they called it the Principality Stadium, and that's named after the building society of that name, sponsors.
Yeah. Other building societies available,
Yeah.
of course. 114 for 5 then, 12 balls left, 208 runs behind. Glamorgan, whether it's tomorrow or maybe they can chip one off tonight, but they need 5 wickets to win this game. So here we are, Mason Crane then with his final over of day 3. Brown drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, a few hardy souls have stayed behind, but there might be 1 or 2 Glamorgan fans amongst them, but I think generally they've had a difficult watching day here, as Brown just guides that away through point for a single, and he moves on to 17. I'll be speaking to somebody tonight. That interview will go up on the Hampshire Cricket website.
All the best with that one.
Yep, and it's another tough one. And part of that interview will go on the at Silent Sport X feed. I'm being told by the club that it's free entry tomorrow. There we go. Thank you very much, Rob.
Wow.
He was part of the team here. It's played out on the onside. So if you were thinking of bringing the family or anybody, we should get, well, you'd hope you'd get a minimum of 2 hours in, but at least, so that's worth coming up. And it will be free entry, so you can bring as many as you like.
Excellent news.
Yeah. 1:15 for 5, Hampshire. 9 balls remaining as Crane's in again and bowls, and Morgan's behind that one, plays that into the ground. So yeah, I think it's one of those days where you can probably do a couple of things really. Something in the morning and then go off and do something in the afternoon. But who knows? You never know. While you're playing, you never know what's going to happen.
And that's the joy of cricket.
It is, yeah. Crane in again. Organ stabs down on that one. Another one that keeps a little low. So 1 ball left of Mason Crane's spell. He's picked up the 1 wicket so far. That of Fletcher Middleton. Pushing forward, wrapped on the pad for 23. That was the last wicket to fall. Crane in then, bowls, and Morgan drives pleasantly out to deep cover where there is a sweeper. And it is 116 for 5, and Morgan's going to keep the strike for the last over.
Yes, there's a Talbot rushed on for the last over. So it was for Ryan Hadley, who will bowl the last over from this, the hotel end. Just to recap the day, Hampshire started at 58 for no wicket. They were by lunch 132 for 5, and they're all out for 214, trailing by 322 after Glamorgan, of course, made 536 for 7 declared. 4 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten, 3 for Mason Crane. Tom Prest got 45, Ben Mays top scored with 59. Excuse me. As Hadley bowls over the wicket. And it's flicked behind square. Not that far away from Asa Try, but he would have done well to get there. And they go through for 116 for 5. No, they've gone back for 2. I just saw Ben Brown drop his bat when he got to the non-strikers end. And Chasing the Dragon's been back on, saying what I said. It was named, the Principality Stadium is named after the Building Society, and as you said, Kev, other building societies are available. Hadley looking to 1 more wicket tonight would just be dandy for Glamorgan. He won't get it like that, goes straight through to Chris Cook. So it was an uphill task for Hampshire, and they've struggled following on. They lost Nick Gubbins, the opener, in the first over of James McElroy. Then Tom Prest went 27 for 2, caught Cook, bowled van der Hoogten. Albert was next to go, caught Al Hussan, bowled Healy, attempted a strong shot on the onside, fell for the bouncer trick really, and fell for it, no run from that. And then Ben Mays went, bowled van der Hoogten, played on, and the last wicket to fall was Fletcher Middleton, LBW, bowled Mason Crane. So in the second innings, the bowling figures for Glamorgan: Tim van der Hoogten 2 for 31, Jamie McElroy 1 for 16, Ryan Hadley in his last over is currently 1 for 22, and Mason Crane 1 for 26 from his 11. 118 for 5, Hadley bowled.
He lost his run.
Actually, he didn't bowl. There you go. He's obviously enjoying it so much.
Yeah. Look at that, he was right by the umpire and he just...
all smiles.
He's probably looked at the clock and thought, I'm determined that we're going to play past 7 o'clock tonight.
Perhaps he's on overtime. Perhaps he gets paid by the minute. New contract for the Australian. So where are we? 3 balls left to go. Hadley. And Horgan bends his knees, ducks out of bat. No run. How would you sum up the day, Kevin?
Overall, it's been another day that Glamorgan have comprehensively won. And if you win 3 days, the first 3 days in a row as convincingly as Glamorgan have, then it's not surprising that they are close to a victory. There's not been a lot really to shout about for Hampshire so far. I think the one real plus was Ben Mays with that 59 in the first innings. Really only got out because he was in there with Sonny Baker and he's trying to hit out. Other than that, a lot else to celebrate.
No, as Hadley bowls, pushed back by Horgan, and we come to the last ball of the day in which 15 wickets have fallen.
I've just been really impressed with Glamorgan, both with bat and ball. I thought they were tremendously disciplined with the bat. And
they've been on it, asking questions.
Well, the bowling has just been, it's just been right. You know, they've got bowlers that have got all angles covered on this pitch. You know, it'd be a different game on a different pitch, of course, but you can only play what's in front of you, and they've had the right bowlers.
No need for eccentric fields. Been much like this last one. As Hadley bowls the last ball of the day, forces Horgan to play, which is typical of the day. And that is the end of day 3. What a day 3 it's been for Glamorgan. They've taken 15 wickets, having made Hampshire follow on. And Hampshire will resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock on 118 for 5. Glamorgan will have a day, weather permitting, to take those last 5 wickets and record only their 4th Division 1 victory in the county championship. And of course it'll be, if they do it, it'll be their first since they've been promoted, and their first since 2005 when they beat Gloucester at Bristol. So there's plenty for Glamorgan fans to listen in for or watch tomorrow. We shall return, Kevin James and myself. Thank you to Sanjay for his contributions today as well. If you're a Hampshire fan, well, still tune in, because miracles do happen in cricket. You just never know. But it's an uphill task for them. Survival will be the name of the game. They trail by 204 runs, Hampshire, and they finished today on 118 for 5. We'll see you at 11 o'clock tomorrow.